Chapter 754. Who? Old Demon Soulmover asked. Other than Zhou Xuanji, it was his first time hearing Zhou Fa describe someone like this. Zhou Fa's eyes flickered as he said, I cannot reveal that person's identity. Otherwise, the future will change and I will not be able to control his fate. I can only say that once this person appears, all outstanding talents will pale in comparison. In the long years of the Kunlun realm, there are very few people who can compare to him. Old Demon Soulmover frowned. His curiosity was piqued. Who could it be? The fact that this person was inconspicuous meant that he wasn't on the sovereign ranking. He was lost in thought. The Holy Ghost was captured by Zhou Xuanji. That thing can't be left for him. When my subordinates have Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts, you will deal with him personally. Remember, you can only deal with him, not kill him. At that time I will help you take the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost can only be my pet. Zhou Fa continued to instruct. Unknowingly, he was already facing Old Demon Soulmover as a superior. Once we get the Holy Ghost, we can break into the Origin Court and capture Daohu. Old Demon Soulmover, who was about to explode, instantly calmed down. His target had always been Daohu. He wanted to tear Daohu apart with his own hands, which was why he joined Zhou Fa. All right. Old Demon Soulmover agreed, and then Zhou Fa waved his hand, indicating that he could go down. Before leaving, Old Demon Soulmover asked, Are you confident in dealing with Namutiani? Namutiani was the range master of the Tiani Divine Range. Among the sovereign range masters, his strength was considered to be in the upper tier. This person was of the same generation as a supreme being. He could observe the heavens and devise strategies. This old man is very sinister. He clearly doesn't fear the Holy Ghost, but he pretends to be afraid and incites the divine ranges to make things difficult for the evil sky divine range. I can't use strength to deal with him. I have my own ways. Zhou Fa replied. When he mentioned Namutiani, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Old Demon Soulmover snorted coldly and turned to walk into the darkness. Zhou Fa continued to ponder. No one knew what he was thinking about. The cold light in his eyes flickered in the hall like a star in the night sky. In a certain courtyard in an origin city, a short and fat old man stood in front of a group of captives. His posture was arrogant as he scanned the group of captives. The captives were nervous and expectant. This was because they all came from the various universes. In order to enter the Kunlun Origin Court, they chose to become captives willingly. One of them was Sage Dao Jing. In the Heavenly Law universe, the Heavenly Law Sage was the first to leave. Back then, he had focused on nurturing Zhou Xuanji. After leaving the Heavenly Law universe, he wandered in the void boundary for many years. Heaven did not disappoint those who persevered. He finally met a creature from the Kunlun Origin Court. In order to seize the opportunity, he was willing to be reduced to a slave. As long as he entered the Kunlun Origin Court, he would have endless hope. You are all slaves who have entered the Kunlun Origin Court for the first time. Your duties have already told you. You don't have to feel that it's hard. As long as you are willing to work hard, there is hope for you to soar into the sky. Hundreds of years ago, there was a slave from the lower realm who was chosen. He displayed his talent and rose to power. In just a few hundred years, he has become a candidate for supremacy. The stout old man said, and all the slaves sucked in a breath of cold air. Reaching such heights in just a few hundred years? Their understanding of the Kunlun Origin Court was very superficial, such as supremes, divine ranges, and origin cities. A look of anticipation appeared in Sage Daojing's eyes. He also wanted to become such an existence. From the ruler of a universe, he had been reduced to a prisoner. He really felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but he had been trying to persuade himself. Those who work efficiently have the hope of being chosen by me and sold to the divine ranges. Who knows, they might catch the fancy of some powerful cultivators one day. The stout old man continued. After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and put all the slaves into his sleeve. He then turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Pure Sword Heaven, Cultivation Palace. Zhou Xuanji had condensed the 16th Dao flower. Under the guidance of Little Sovereign's Dao voice, he had condensed 3 Dao flowers in just a year. His cultivation had already reached the 16 flowers Dao ancestor realm. Little Sovereign exclaimed in admiration. Your sword Dao is self-created. It is very pure and has great potential. It seems that you can really become the first sovereign sword emperor. Since ancient times there have been many sovereigns, but none have become sovereign by relying on sword Dao. In the eyes of all living beings, the sword was just a worldly possession. The higher one's cultivation, the more they would pay attention to themselves. Zhou Xuanji replied without even opening his eyes, That's a must. Little Sovereign smiled. After getting along with Zhou Xuanji for a year, he no longer despised Zhou Xuanji so much. On the contrary, he found many advantages in Zhou Xuanji. Cultivation is the foundation. Although you have mastered the exterminating divine eyes and can perfectly control its power, if your cultivation is strong enough, you will definitely be able to erupt with even greater strength, Little Sovereign explained with a smile. He rolled his eyes, trying to think of a way to quickly help Zhou Xuanji strengthen himself. At this time, Changxian's voice came from outside the palace. Master, a genius from the Northern Nether Divine Range has come to challenge you. Are you going to accept the challenge? The sovereign battle had already begun. As the most famous genius, Zhou Xuanji was naturally the target. He immediately got up, put away the lesser supreme sword, and walked out of the cultivation palace. Under Changxian's lead, he left Pure Sword Heaven and came to the void of the Evil Sky Divine Range. The other party was a young man in a purple robe with blue silk. He was handsome and elegant, holding a folding fan in his hand. His face was expressionless, but his brows were slightly furrowed. He seemed a little impatient. He had been waiting for a long time. Changxian was afraid of disturbing Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. She had also been waiting outside the palace for a long time. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Changxian flying over, the purple-robed young man coldly snorted and said, Zhou Xuanji, you really made me wait. Come on, fight with all your strength. He directly erupted with his aura, surpassing that of Dao Ancestor. A full 8 vast heavens cultivation. Changxian furrowed her brow. She felt that the other party was very tasteless. With such cultivation, he came to find Zhou Xuanji as a stepping stone. It was really discrediting the Northern Nether Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji calmly nodded as a purple glow burst out of his eyes. Changxian immediately hid in the distance, not wanting to disturb his fight. Countless divine senses swept over, paying attention to Zhou Xuanji's first sovereign battle. The purple-robed young man immediately opened his folding fan and waved it at Zhou Xuanji. Countless nether winds turned into a blizzard and rushed toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's eyes suddenly widened as he activated the exterminating divine eyes, condensing 2 beams of purple light that destroyed the blizzard and enveloped the purple-robed young man. In an instant, the purple-robed young man's eyes widened. He couldn't move at all. How is this possible? The purple-robed young man was drenched in cold sweat. He knew the power of the exterminating divine eyes, so he had been on guard. But he didn't expect that even so, he would still fall for it. Instant defeat. At this moment he could feel those divine senses. He wished he could kill himself on the spot. It's too shameful. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile before he turned around and flew toward Pure Sword Heaven. Changxian followed closely behind. She blinked her beautiful eyes, a little taken aback. It's too fast. When Zhou Xuanji and Changxian disappeared, the power of the exterminating divine light dissipated, and the purple-robed young man regained his mobility. His face was full of shame. He wanted to leave just like that, but he felt that it was too humiliating. Chapter 755. The purple-robed young man struggled for a long time before he finally flicked his sleeves and left. The exterminating divine light was too strong. It made his hair stand on end. He couldn't summon the courage to challenge Zhou Xuanji. This battle was witnessed by many creatures in the Evil Sky Divine Range with their divine wills. TSK. A Dao Ancestor can defeat an existence of 8 vast heavens. His exterminating divine eyes are so strong. It's beyond his realm. No wonder he can enter the sovereign list. It seems that he still has a glimmer of hope. This level of strength isn't enough. He isn't even an Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Not now, but he will definitely be in the future. All the planes of the Evil Sky Divine Range began to talk about Zhou Xuanji. Most creatures were still looking forward to it. If Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, the the evil sky divine range would also be able to rise to the top. They had no reason not to want Zhou Xuanji to become the sovereign, unless their names were also on the sovereign list. The news of Zhou Xuanji defeating the genius of the Northern Nether divine range spread quickly. The person behind the news was naturally Beast Sovereign. Once Zhou Xuanji won, he would definitely promote him. Not only Zhou Xuanji, but the other geniuses of the evil sky divine range also did the same. Every divine range did the same. To become the sovereign, it was impossible to do it alone. One must have the full support of a divine range. Zhou Xuanji wasn't arrogant. He continued his seclusion in the cultivation palace. Every time a genius came to challenge him, he would come forward to fight. With the exterminating divine eyes, he won every battle without any pressure. 2 years passed by. His cultivation had reached the 19th grade of Dao Ancestor Realm. On this day, he stopped cultivating and went to visit Zhou Tanhua. Recently, Zhou Tanhua's aura was a little strange. He had noticed it a few days ago. He was really worried and decided to go and check it out. After all, Zhou Tanhua was his son. It was impossible for him not to care. At this moment, Zhou Tanhua was accompanied by Daoya Old Man and Xian Daoya. The three were playing hide-and-seek in the woods. Zhou Tanhua was still carefree. He didn't develop an arrogant or neglectful character. Zhou Xuanji was above the woods. He couldn't help but smile when he saw his lively appearance. Jiang Shui, Lady Zhao Xian, Daoya Old Man, Xiao Jinghong, and the others often said that this kid looked like Zhou Xuanji when he was young. Sometimes, Zhou Xuanji was a little absent-minded when he saw him. Then he thought of Zhou Fa. This guy claimed to be able to foresee the future. Zhou Xuanji once suspected that Zhou Tanhua was Zhou Fa. But after careful observation, Zhou Xuanji realized that it was impossible for Zhou Tanhua to look exactly like him when he grew up. After playing for a while, Zhou Tanhua stopped while sweating profusely. "Tanhua, are you tired?" Daoya Old Man appeared in front of him and asked with a smile. Xian Daoya appeared beside Daoya Old Man and snorted. "Is there a grandmaster like you? You don't even know how to give way." Daoya Old Man glared at him, pointed at his nose and scolded. "Isn't it because you chased after me? Why didn't you go easy on me when you caught me?" There was a gap between their cultivation levels, so he couldn't win against Xian Daoya. Xian Daoya was disdainful. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared behind Zhou Tanhua, picked him up and asked with a smile, "Kid, what are you playing?" Zhou Tanhua, who was already 9 years old, was no longer as silly and adorable as he used to be. Instead, he had become more and more handsome. In the future, he would definitely look like a handsome young master. "Father, why are you here?" Zhou Tanhua cried out in surprise as he hugged Zhou Xuanji's neck tightly. Zhou Xuanji scratched his little nose and then said to Daoya Old Man and Xian Daoya, "I will take him for a checkup." After that, the father and son disappeared. Daoya Old Man's expression turned solemn as he murmured, "It seems that it's true. Half a year ago they had guessed that Zhou Tanhua's fate was not right. But because of what had happened before, they didn't dare to make any assertions. After all, Zhou Tanhua was fine. But they didn't expect that even Zhou Xuanji would notice it. He is probably just like his father, destined to be extraordinary," Xian Daoya said with a smile. Every time he recalled Zhou Xuanji's past, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This kid is really amazing. Zhou Xuanji's son must be equally amazing, but I wonder if he can surpass Zhou Xuanji. After all, Zhou Tanhua was born with the exterminating divine eyes. Zhou Xiaoshuan's eyes weren't the exterminating divine eyes but the Kongtong divine eyes. It was the Kongtong divine eyes that chose her, not Zhou Xuanji's bloodline inheritance. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji came to the lake with Zhou Tanhua. He asked Zhou Tanhua to sit down before he probed his body with his divine will. Zhou Tanhua innocently asked, "Father, what's wrong?" A look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Could it be that he is going to awaken the exterminating divine eyes? He was already 9 years old. He was born smart, and he often heard others mention the exterminating divine eyes. He had already memorized it. "It's okay. I just want to see if you are sick," Zhou Xuanji said gently. Zhou Xuanji said gently. Soon he realized that something was wrong. There was Dao energy flowing in Zhou Tanhua's body. This Dao energy was very strange. It was the first time he had encountered such a great Dao. He observed carefully and came to a conclusion. This great Tao was born from Zhou Tianhua. It was somewhat similar to Zhou Xuanji's sword Tao, but it was also very different. It seemed to be a mutation of sword Tao. At this rate, Zhou Tianhua could directly reach the Tao-treading Saint realm in the future. He didn't need to go through the previous realms. Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked forward to this kid's future. What kind of height will he reach? Father, say something, Zhou Tianhua urged. He looked nervous and at the same time a little expectant. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "You have surprised me. It seems that my son will be very great in the future." Zhou Tianhua immediately became excited upon hearing this. He began to ask when he could start cultivating. In the pure sword heaven, everyone was cultivating. Although they took turns to accompany him, he still felt a little lonely from time to time. He was even more looking forward to cultivation. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before deciding to teach him the cultivation method. He first taught Zhou Tianhua the World Buddha art. As for the greatly divine suppressor art, he would have to wait until Zhou Tianhua awakened the exterminating divine eyes. Zhou Tianhua was very excited. The cultivation opportunity he had been dreaming of had finally come. After all, it was his first time cultivating. Even if Zhou Tianhua was talented, he couldn't understand many terms. Zhou Xuanji needed to popularize some common knowledge about cultivation for him. On the other side, inside the sovereign palace, Beast Sovereign, who was sitting cross-legged on the main seat, suddenly opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth rose as he murmured. He finally started cultivating. This sovereign wants to see what kind of aptitude he has. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. An evil sky divine guard appeared in the palace, half kneeling on the ground. Where did Origin Court War God go? Beast Sovereign asked. He wanted Origin Court War God to teach Zhou Tianhua personally, so that Zhou Xuanji wouldn't be distracted. Although he was looking forward to Zhou Tianhua, Zhou Xuanji was still his biggest hope. The evil sky divine guard respectfully replied. He went to Origin Court and hasn't come back. Chapter 756. Origin Court? Why is he going to Origin Court? Asked Beast Sovereign with a frown. He was afraid that Origin Court War God would run away. With his relationship with Origin Court War God, it was impossible for him to restrain Origin Court War God's actions. The evil sky divine guard replied, "It seems to be for the power of the War God." Hearing this, Beast Sovereign fell into silence. 6 breaths later, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Is there any movement from the Black Sword Court? They didn't do anything after entering the Void Boundary Palace?" Ever since Zhou Fa started targeting the evil sky divine range, he had been tracking the movements of the Black Sword Court. There were spies from the evil sky divine range in the Black Sword Court. Not at the moment. They are very calm. Strangely calm. The evil sky divine guard replied. When this matter was brought up, his expression became very strange. Ever since he knew that Zhou Fa was behind the Holy Ghost's escape, he was very afraid of the Black Sword Court. Unexpectedly, the Black Sword Court seemed to have calmed down when the dark period came. It was like the calm before the storm. You may leave. Remember, if anything happens in the Black Sword Court, inform me immediately. In addition, there is also the Tianyi Divine Range's young heavenly lord. That kid is likely to be the strongest existence on the sovereign list. Beast Sovereign waved his hand and ordered. The evil sky divine guard immediately left. Then Beast Sovereign began to think about Zhou Fa. As long as the Black Sword Court was not eliminated, he would be in a bad mood. No one could pry into his future, let alone target the evil sky divine range in Zhou Xuanji. Ever since Zhou Xuanji began to teach Zhou Tianhua cultivation, Zhou Tianhua's extraordinary cultivation talent had burst out. It was as if this kid was possessed. He meditated by the lake every day and did not go out to play with others. Xian Xianghua stayed by his side and often checked on his cultivation progress. She was shocked. This kid Xian Xianghua fell into a trance. Looking at Zhou Tianhua, who was seriously meditating, she immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. Her heartbeat quickened. Could it be that this kid was going to be like his father and soar into the sky? She didn't know why, but apart from being pleasantly surprised, she also felt a little nervous. She could not be surpassed by her son. Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian and others often came to visit Zhou Tianhua. However, This brat was very focused and didn't display any excitement. Instead, he was a bit anxious. He didn't want anyone to disturb him. Not bad. You've been training hard since you were young. Are you trying to surpass your sister? Zhou Shaoxian teased. In response, Zhou Tanhua, who was meditating, just nodded slightly. Jiang Shui praised. Sister, Epiphyllum is becoming more and more reserved and calm. This is indeed not bad, but Shaoxian can't do it. In the past, Zhou Tanhua was naive and lively. But ever since he started cultivating, he had become introverted. He sat there like a little adult. Zhou Shaoxian pouted. Mother, you despise me. Then she glared at Zhou Tanhua. However, he was already in a meditative state and didn't notice her gaze. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, I'm suddenly worried that he will surpass me. What should I do? She was always worried about personal gains and losses. She had always had the ambition to be unrivaled in the world. Before, Zhou Xuanji was very weak in her eyes, but now she could not even see Zhou Xuanji's vision. If she was surpassed by her son again, she would really doubt her life. Jiang Shui smiled and said, So what? No matter how strong he is still your child. When Xian Xianghua heard this, she felt that it made sense. She couldn't help but turn to look at the quiet and focused Zhou Tanhua with a meaningful look in her eyes. The other side. Zhou Xuanji was challenged again. He went out and returned in less than the time it took to brew half a cup of tea. A single exterminating divine light tasted the best in the world. On the way back, he was suddenly stopped by Wei Yi. Senior Wei, what's the matter? Asked Zhou Xuanji. One wouldn't visit a temple for no reason. His friendship with Wei Yi wasn't to the point of visiting him for no reason. Wei Yi, staring at him, transmitted his voice. I want to talk to you about Zhou Fa. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Why is this guy transmitting his voice? Is he afraid that Beast Sovereign will find out? Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly before the two quickly left the Evil Sky Divine Range. They came to an inn in the nearby Origin City. After the food and wine were served, no one disturbed them again. Zhou Fa secretly came to me and said that the future has changed again, Wei Yi said slowly after drinking a cup of wine. Wei Yi drank a glass of wine and slowly opened his mouth, his tone somewhat heavy. Zhou Xuanji asked while picking up some food. Speak. He had always been skeptical about Zhou Fa's prophecy. But now, after hearing Wei Yi's words, he was even more convinced that Zhou Fa was talking nonsense. Who would talk about the future everywhere? Was this beneficial to Zhou Fa? He said that a genius will appear in the future and defeat you. He will sweep across the sovereign divine range. In less than 100 years, he will become the sovereign, Wei Yi explained. He stared at Zhou Xuanji, wanting to see the change in Zhou Xuanji's expression. However, Zhou Xuanji remained indifferent. He continued. This genius is very cruel. After becoming the sovereign, he will suppress all the divine ranges. Our Evil Sky Divine Range will even fall in the first great elimination after he ascended to the sovereign position. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Doesn't this mean that this genius is the enemy of the Evil Sky Divine Range? In addition, Beast Sovereign will abandon the Evil Sky Divine Range. After saying this, Wei Yi's eyes turned sharp. He wanted to understand Zhou Xuanji's attitude. Zhou Xuanji asked, Then what do you think? Wei Yi furrowed his brow and said, The future can be changed, but we are not sure where that genius is. So we have to be prepared. I want to do my best to help you become the sovereign, but if we fail, I hope we can escape together. He cherished his life. He had lived for so long and had paid so much for the Evil Sky Divine Range. He didn't want to sacrifice himself for the Evil Sky Divine Range. Escape? Where can we escape to? Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. If the enemy became the sovereign, would they still have a place to escape? Wei Yi smiled mysteriously and said, I naturally have my own plan. It's a choice made when there is no other way. Before that, we must do our best. I want to cooperate with Zhou Fa to get rid of that genius first. After that, you can fight. Cooperate with Zhou Fa? Zhou Xuanji fell into hesitation. Is this old guy crazy? Is he going to betray Beast Sovereign? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I will fight for the sovereign position, but I will never cooperate with Zhou Fa. He didn't have the slightest good impression of Zhou Fa. Wei Yi wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "It's okay if you don't want to cooperate. If you want to become stronger, you can't just cultivate in the divine range. You have to go out and challenge others. This will boost your prestige. Next, I will take you to a divine range." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He wasn't afraid that Wei Yi would harm him. His strength had greatly increased. He still had the power to protect himself against Wei Yi. The two began talking about the history of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Wei Yi had entered the Evil Sky Divine Range when he was young. At that time, Beast Sovereign was just a young genius. He was still far from being a genius. He couldn't be ranked in the Evil Sky Divine Range at all. Just as the two were chatting, boom, an explosion suddenly came from outside, shaking the entire inn. The two immediately scanned with their divine will, and saw a figure appearing above the origin city. Surprisingly, it was old demon Soul Mover. Looking down at the origin city, he raised his right hand as a black hole appeared in the sky. It rapidly expanded as his incomparably huge soul mountain slowly descended. Chapter 757. Why is he here? Zhou Xuanji muttered with a frown. Wei Yi's face also revealed a look of surprise. Old demon Soul Mover was in existence wanted by the Kunlun Origin Court. Was he crazy? He dared to appear directly above the origin city? Young Heavenly Lord, come out and fight with me. Old demon Soul Mover roared, his voice shaking origin city. During the Dark Age, the origin city wasn't peaceful either. But generally speaking, it was just the fights between the various divine ranges. This was the first time an existence wanted by the Kunlun Origin Court had appeared. This was too audacious. One figure after another soared up from the various cities of the origin city. The divine ranges near this origin city were not weak, and they all knew about old demon Soul Mover's wanted order. Before long, old demon Soul Mover was surrounded by tens of thousands of powerhouses, and the number was still increasing. Young Heavenly Lord is the supreme talent of the Tianyi Divine Range? Zhou Xuanji asked Wei Yi. He had heard of this name before, but he couldn't remember which divine range he came from. Wei Yi nodded and said, "Yes, his aptitude is also 18-star, and he hasn't appeared for more than 5,000 years. His strength is very strong, and I estimate that he has already surpassed the 9 vast heavens realm." There were countless geniuses in the Kunlun Origin Court. Those who could make a name for themselves were not simple, not to mention that the young heavenly monarch came from the Tianyi Divine Range. "Old devil, are you here to die?" "TSK, this is the Kunlun Origin Court. Are you crazy? Let's go together and kill him. We'll split the merit points evenly." Is this the legendary old demon Soul Mover? Interesting, he is indeed crazy. How many merit points can I get from killing him? The experts surrounding old demon Soul Mover discussed among themselves. They all treated old demon Soul Mover as prey. After all, this was not the superstar competition, and the ones facing old demon Soul Mover were not young geniuses. Old demon Soul Mover raised his hand and held the soul mountain above his head. The countless vengeful souls on the surface of the mountain began to struggle and roar silently. He laughed disdainfully and said, "If you're overestimating yourselves, then come at me." Seeing that he was fearless, the tens of thousands of creatures became hesitant. At this time, a beam of light rose from the origin city and quickly arrived in front of old demon Soul Mover. The light dissipated, and a man wearing a purple robe with golden dragon patterns appeared. His face was cold, and his long hair was combed in a crystal jewel crown. 2 strands of hair fell down his cheeks. Young Heavenly Lord. He was the sovereign genius of the Tianyi Divine Range. In the Tianyi Divine Range, his position was just like Zhou Xuanji's. He was highly regarded by Nanmu Tianyi and had countless resources for him. It was worth mentioning that he was not the reincarnation of a powerful being. This was his first life. He was born with 18-star aptitude, and the moment he came into this world it was world-shaking. "Old demon Soul Mover, what right do you have to come in?" Young Heavenly Lord asked calmly. He raised his right hand, and a sword of light condensed in his palm. Traces of silver light wrapped around the blade of the sword. It was very dazzling. Old demon Soul Mover grinned. "I've already entered the sovereign list and am competing for the position of sovereign. What right do you think I have to come here?" After that, He threw the Soul Mountain at young Heavenly Lord with one hand. It was as if an ant was holding up Mount Bougeot, and Mount Bougeot was stuck in his hand, unable to escape. Seeing that young Heavenly Lord was about to be hit, he suddenly raised his sword. Bang! The Soul Mountain was directly cut in half. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this. How could this be? That was old demon Soulmover's treasure. How could it be cut in half so easily? Zhou Xuanji and Wei Yi, who were in the inn, were also shocked. This? Wei Yi stood up. He couldn't believe his own divine will. Young Heavenly Lord is already this strong? No wonder Beast Sovereign asked the evil sky divine guards to focus on him. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes, paying close attention to young Heavenly Lord with his divine will. He had a hunch that young Heavenly Lord would become a formidable opponent. Old demon Soulmover was stunned for a moment before falling into a rage. He directly took back the two halves of the Soul Mountain and charged at young Heavenly Lord. Boom! The two collided. Facing old demon Soulmover's violent punches and kicks, young Heavenly Lord easily resisted them with the Sword of Light in his hand. At first glance he looked very relaxed. No matter how powerful old demon Soulmover's aura was, he couldn't hurt him. The two quickly rushed out of the Origin City and started fighting in the Kunlun universe. Countless divine wills swept over from all directions, paying attention to this battle. Most of the creatures were surprised to see old demon Soulmover. However, young Heavenly Lord was very strong, so no one came to support him. Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Is his sword the Tianyi Divine Range's treasure? Wei Yi muttered to himself. His eyes were solemn. Young Heavenly Lord gave him a very strong sense of danger. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. For some reason, he felt that young Heavenly Lord's sword was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. This battle lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji and Wei Yi continued to discuss this sovereign battle. After the sovereign list was released, geniuses and almighty cultivators were competing with each other. The friction between the divine ranges had also increased, especially the evil sky divine range, which had suffered a lot of suppression. After all, Zhou Xuanji had the Holy Ghost, which was an unstable factor for the other divine ranges. After half a day, the battle between young Heavenly Lord and old demon Soulmover ended. The winner turned out to be young Heavenly Lord. According to Wei Yi, young Heavenly Lord had already reached the level of a middle-level divine range master. With the help of the Sword of Light, his strength had reached an immeasurable level. At least Wei Yi couldn't beat old demon Soulmover. Zhou Xuanji didn't feel discouraged. Young Heavenly Lord was still a top-tier expert on the sovereign list. Wei Yi got up. Before leaving, he said with a smile, "Show your sharpness well. I will help you later. Just wait for the opportunity to come to you." Having said this, he disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was about to leave when a figure appeared in front of him. It was the young Heavenly Lord. He directly sat opposite Zhou Xuanji and said calmly, "Sit down and talk." Zhou Xuanji heard him and sat down. He was also very curious about what this guy wanted to talk to him about. He wasn't too afraid of the young Heavenly Lord. Young Heavenly Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration in his eyes. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Your exterminating divine eyes have already been developed to perfection? I heard that you have many treasured swords. Do you want to cooperate with me?" Zhou Xuanji still remembered Namutiani's face, so his first impression of the young Heavenly Lord was not very good. What kind of cooperation? He asked with a chuckle, wanting to know more about it first. If it doesn't mean anything to him, then he'll reject it. You and I will work together to break into a divine range and plunder their resources. Young Heavenly Lord said straightforwardly, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. So arrogant? It seemed like it belonged to a lesser divine range. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Which divine range do you want to plunder? Aren't you afraid of the Origin Court's punishment?" Young Heavenly Lord sneered and said, "The Origin Court blames me? Without a supremacy, what strength do they have to provoke a sovereign divine range?" Zhou Xuanji did not agree immediately. Instead, he was thinking about how strong a sovereign divine range was. Every sovereign divine range had given birth to a sovereign. They had a strong foundation. After all, there was inheritance between the sovereigns. So the two sovereigns who were connected to each other had a close relationship. The same was true for their divine ranges. Chapter 758. The god range we are going to deal with is called the innocent god range. Its strength can only be considered average. They are rich in sword heartgrass, which can strengthen the sword Tao. You are also a sword cultivator, how can you miss it? Young Heavenly Lord drank a cup of wine and said with a smile. He did not force Zhou Xuanji but waited patiently. Zhou Xuanji did not agree immediately but fell into deep thought. The sword heartgrass could strengthen his sword Tao. To him it was indeed a good thing. However, he had his own principles. Bullying a divine range without any grievances or hatred made him feel somewhat ashamed. The mortal divine range was still manageable. After all, they had enmity with the evil sky divine range and were stronger than the evil sky divine range. After a while, Zhou Xuanji slowly said, "Forget it. Thank you for your kind intentions." Hearing that, young Heavenly Lord's eyes turned cold. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change. He was prepared to fight at any moment. Very few people dare to reject me. You are the first one with a cultivation weaker than mine. Young Heaven Lord smiled, but his smile was very cold. Zhou Xuanji looked at him fearlessly. Their eyes met, competing with each other. Zhou Xuanji, will you become the biggest obstacle on my path to the sovereign? Young Heavenly Lord continued to ask. His cold expression instantly disappeared and was replaced by a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji replied, I really hope that I can become one, but I don't have the power for now. Young Heavenly Lord couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He stood up and looked down at Zhou Xuanji as he said, You have great talent and many fortuitous encounters. I hope you have the strength to fight with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji did not leave immediately but continued to drink in the guest room. He was thinking about his future path. If he really wanted to fight for the position of supremacy, his current cultivation speed was not enough. The young Heavenly Lord's strength had already surpassed the ranks of geniuses. He was a true powerhouse of the Kunlun origin court. If Zhou Xuanji wanted to become the sovereign, he had to be at least as strong as the young Heavenly Lord. After returning to Pure Sword Heaven, Zhou Xuanji went straight to the cultivation palace. He sat down cross-legged and took out the lesser supreme sword. Do you know anything about the Tianyi divine range? Zhou Xuanji asked. Little Sovereign stretched his waist and yawned. Tianyi divine range? Isn't that my disciple's divine vein? That's the supreme martial artist that I mentioned before. The one who doesn't have enough strength but is unparalleled in benevolence and righteousness. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Doesn't this mean that Little Sovereign is related to the Tianyi divine range? Little Sovereign sneered and said, What? Did the Tianyi divine range bully you? Zhou Xuanji was silent. This brat was really shameless to be able to guess it. Although the young Heavenly Lord did not make things difficult for him, the Tianyi divine range pursued him relentlessly. As long as he did not hand over the Holy Ghost, Nanmu Tianyi would not give up. Cultivate well. When you become strong, no one will bully you. Little Sovereign smiled contemptuously. He was as annoying as ever. Following this, he began to preach the Tao and help Zhou Xuanji cultivate. The days became dull again. The appearance of Old Demon Soul Mover caused a lot of commotion in the Kunlun origin court, but he helped the young Heavenly Lord become stronger. Since then, the young Heavenly Lord had completely shown his brilliance. He became the most dazzling existence on the sovereign ranking. Void Boundary Palace. Old Demon Soul Mover stood behind Zhou Fa, facing the vast void outside the tower. His face was filled with shame and anger. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Losing to the young Heavenly Lord was a huge blow to him, but he couldn't find an excuse. That sword was really too strong. Don't let your imagination run wild. That sword is the Holy Judgment Sword of the Tianyi divine range. Evil demons like you are the bane of it, Zhou Fa said in a slightly mocking tone, making Old Demon Soul Mover feel even more uncomfortable. Old Demon Soul Mover asked in a muffled voice, What should we do next? He lost to the young Heavenly Lord in the first battle. How could he compete for the sovereign's position? Apart from the young Heavenly Lord, there are very few people who can beat you in the sovereign treasures. However, there are also many people who are still hiding and haven't made a move. The dark period has just begun. In the future I see the young Heavenly Lord is just cannon fodder, a stepping stone for the sovereign to rule the world. Zhou Fa calmly said, looking into the distance. Old demon soul mover gnashed his teeth and asked, "What is the future you see?" He often suspected that this kid was fooling him. The future is always changing. Is it fun? As I said, the real sovereign hasn't appeared yet. We must rise before he appears. When I help you capture Daohu, you can become stronger. At that time, defeating the young heavenly lord will be a piece of cake. Zhou Fa turned to look at old demon soul mover and smiled meaningfully. He raised his right hand and waved. A gigantic creature appeared in the depths of the void. It was a dragon head with a pitch-black body and 4 dragon horns. The dragon's eyes were wide open with a pair of golden pupils that flickered with killing intent. Old demon soul mover frowned and asked, "Why do you always like to play with fire? First it was the Holy Ghost and now it's this guy. Aren't you afraid of digging your own grave?" He suddenly couldn't understand Zhou Fa. He was also Zhou Fa's risky move. Zhou Fa smiled and said, "Dragon Emperor Yuangu is full of anger. As long as he enters the Kunlun origin court, those sovereign divine ranges won't be stable." Old demon soul mover looked at Dragon Emperor Yuangu's dragon head with fear. Remember, he almost became a sovereign. Don't underestimate him, old demon soul mover reminded again. Although Dragon Emperor Yuangu's head had already appeared, he could feel that Dragon Emperor Yuangu was still outside the Kunlun origin court and couldn't break the rules of the origin court. Zhou Fa nodded slightly and didn't speak anymore. His eyes were locked on Dragon Emperor Yuangu with a hint of expectation. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had been growing. Every month, geniuses would come to challenge him. Without exception, he defeated all of them. The truly powerful geniuses wouldn't come to challenge him in person. Generally speaking, those who were famous would challenge the existences on the sovereign list in order to make a name for themselves. However, something that worried Zhou Xuanji happened. That was Zhou Tanhua suddenly stopped growing. He stopped at the age of 12 and his height stopped growing. First, everyone didn't care. But later on, they felt that something was wrong. With Zhou Tanhua's cultivation, he shouldn't have any hidden diseases. Why didn't he grow taller? Zhou Xuanji found Zhou Tanhua. This kid was dressed in white and had a handsome face. Although he was only 12 years old, he already looked like an elegant young master. It was as if he had walked out of a painting. He was still sitting at the place where he first cultivated. No matter how the breeze blew, he didn't get up. Even when Zhou Xuanji came, he didn't get up to greet him. Zhou Xuanji slapped him on the head and scolded with a smile. "Brat, have you been bedeviled by cultivation?" Zhou Tanhua opened his eyes and said with a shy smile, "Father, I haven't been bedeviled. I just like the feeling of cultivation." Zhou Xuanji squatted down and asked, "Why don't you grow taller?" In his opinion, this kid must have deliberately suppressed his figure. Zhou Tanhua blinked and said, "I recently felt the power of the exterminating divine eyes. I adjusted my body to the most suitable for my cultivation. My current body is the best body for cultivation." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He suddenly felt that he didn't know this kid well enough. Chapter 759. But you can't keep this body shape all the time. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to find a wife in the future? Zhou Xuanji teased. Zhou Tanhua blushed in response. He said awkwardly, "Father, I'm still young. I don't want to think about this." In just a few years, this kid had changed from lively and naughty to reserved and intelligent. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. "Father, is there anything else?" Zhou Tanhua asked obediently, making Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. "This kid has really changed. He actually drove me away." Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Don't you want to ask me about the cultivation method?" Zhou Tanhua shook his head and said, "The world Buddha art is very exquisite and has a lot of room for improvement. I want to focus on cultivating it." Zhou Xuanji looked at him in a different light once again. He was neither arrogant nor rash. He was very patient. He was completely unlike a child of his age. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile before disappearing. Since his son was fine and even disliked him for disturbing him, he didn't bother to care. He had just scanned Zhou Tanhua with his divine will. There was really nothing wrong with Zhou Tanhua. There was no sign of him being possessed. His soul was still pure and familiar. After returning to pure sword heaven, he continued to cultivate. Zhou Tanhua's transformation had become a legend in pure sword heaven. It had even spread to Emperor Sword Court. Nearly 100 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court knew that Zhou Xuanji had given birth to another son, who had surpassed the Saint Realm as soon as he started cultivating. Emperor Sword Court was located in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. For them, the Kunlun Origin Court was the upper realm. Everyone's cultivation goal was to break through to the Saint Realm and ascend to pure sword heaven. Over the years, people had come to pure sword heaven one after another. Zhou Xuanji didn't register their identities, so they didn't need to participate in the Great Elimination. Even in the Dark Period, the Great Elimination was still going on. The middle and lower divine ranges didn't dare to act recklessly. Only the super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges dared to act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji had just been cultivating for half a year when the peace was broken again. Beast Sovereign sent him a voice transmission, telling him to go to the Sovereign Palace. When he arrived at the Sovereign Palace, he saw thousands of figures standing there. Everyone was silent, not daring to make any noise. Under Beast Sovereign's beckoning, Zhou Xuanji walked to the front, attracting everyone's attention. By now, everyone in the Evil Sky Divine Range was very familiar with Zhou Xuanji. Most of them looked at him kindly or nodded to greet him. Zhou Xuanji walked over to Wei Yi's side and waited quietly. As usual, Wei Yi was calm and composed, not saying a word. When everyone had arrived, Beast Sovereign said, "The Mortal Divine Range has declared war on our Evil Sky Divine Range. This sovereign needs you to go out and explore. Kill any Mortal Divine Range creature you see. Don't worry because they will also kill you." No one was shocked by this. The two divine ranges were already irreconcilable enemies. Coupled with the previous matter of the Holy Ghost, the negotiations between the two sides had completely collapsed, and they were ready to go to war regardless of everything. "Will there be other divine ranges besieging us?" someone asked with a solemn expression. Beast Sovereign looked at him and said, "Yes, not only us, but the Mortal Divine Range is also facing the same situation." There was no true alliance in the Kunlun Origin Court. For the sake of benefits, even the strongest relationship would collapse in an instant. "Pack up your things. You're all going out this month. You're not allowed to come back for 100 years. Beast Sovereign continued to instruct, and everyone answered in unison. After that, he instructed a few more things that they needed to pay attention to and let everyone leave. This time he didn't specifically ask Zhou Xuanji to stay. After walking out of the Sovereign Palace, Wei Yi flew up to Zhou Xuanji and said, "Next is your stage. Are you ready?" His eyes were full of expectation. He believed that Zhou Xuanji could kill everyone with the exterminating divine eyes. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was also looking forward to it. By the way, the young Heavenly Lord broke into the pure evil divine range. The divine range collapsed, and countless sword heart grasses were lost. "If you're lucky you can collect them," Wei Yi said with a smile. Wei Yi smiled. When he mentioned this matter, he had a carefree expression on his face. Zhou Xuanji curiously asked, "Lost? Did something go wrong?" Wei Yi nodded, smiling gloatingly. "The pure evil divine range has an old ancestor whose strength surpasses the Origin Fusion Divine Lord. He taught the young Heavenly Lord a lesson. Now, the young Heavenly Lord is seriously injured and won't appear again in a short time. And that old ancestor is afraid of the Tianyi Divine Range's revenge, and has already fled the Kunlun Origin Court." Zhou Xuanji was taken aback. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. As soon as he thought of the young Heavenly Lord's proud and cold expression, he suddenly wanted to laugh. Fortunately, he refused. Otherwise, he would have been affected. Besides, he didn't have the strength of the young Heavenly Lord. The two chatted for a while before parting ways. After returning to the Pure Sword Heaven, Zhou Xuanji told Xian Xianghua and the others about the matter. Then, he left in the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. Along the way, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage attracted countless gazes. How could 5-9 vast heaven's realm mounts not attract attention when they galloped together? After leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji rushed toward the Pure Evil Divine Range. He wanted to see if he could pick up the sword Heartgrass. At the same time, the news of him leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range spread. Many people on the sovereign list were eyeing him. They wanted to use him as a stepping stone. Pure Sword Heaven Zhou Tanhua, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Who is it?" A figure rose from the lake. It was Zhou Fei. He stared at Zhou Tanhua and asked in amazement, "How did you detect me?" He pretended to be calm, but there was a trace of fear hidden in the depths of his eyes. Because Zhou Tanhua's eyes had turned purple. A faint purple glow was flickering in them. It seemed as if it could shoot out at any time. "If I detected you, then I detected you. Do you still need to ask why?" Zhou Tanhua replied. Although he was still young, he had already guessed the other party's identity. He remembered that Zhou Shaoxian had mentioned that there was a person who looked exactly like their father and was also targeting their father. The Lord of the Black Sword Court, Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes when he heard this. This kid is already so mysterious at such a young age. How strong will he be when he grows up? Do you want to become stronger? I can foresee your future. I can make you the sovereign, Zhou Fei tempted. He didn't approach Zhou Tanhua. The two kept a safe distance. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and said, "I just want to cultivate by myself. My father will become the sovereign." His expression was very serious, as if he was stating a fact. "What about you? You are a heavenly sage. You should already have a goal in your heart, right?" Zhou Fei asked. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He saw that the future had changed again. This kid in front of him would be a great threat in the future. "I just want to cultivate well now. You can go. You are not my real body. You can't hurt me." Zhou Tanhua stared at him and said softly. Zhou Fei fell into silence, deep in thought. He realized that he had underestimated Zhou Tanhua. However, the son of that person was really not simple. Zhou Tanhua's eyes burst with purple light. He snorted and said, "If you don't go, don't blame me for being impolite. Also, don't even think about the sovereign position. It will definitely belong to my father." Chapter 760. Then, don't you want to be the strongest? By then, even your father won't be able to control you. Zhou Fei asked with an evil smile. Jealousy flashed deep in his eyes. Why does this kid have such talent at such a young age? He wasn't willing. What terrified him the most was that he could change Zhou Tanhua's future with just a few words. The future was illusory, but many things were difficult to change. What did this mean? It meant that this kid's heart was transparent and could change his will at any time. There is no contradiction between becoming the strongest and letting my father become the sovereign, Zhou Tanhua said seriously. He wasn't moved by Zhou Fei at all. As his voice fell, two exterminating divine lights shot out from his eyes. Zhou Fei easily dodged it. The lake's surface was evaporated by the exterminating divine light. Its lethality was astonishing. Seeing this, Zhou Tanhua slowly stood up as a terrifying aura erupted. Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically as he immediately disappeared. "Kid, just you wait. I will make you regret it." The young Zhou Tanhua was completely fearless in the face of this threat. He even smiled. He touched his eyes and murmured, "This power is so comfortable." Ever since he started cultivating, his exterminating divine eyes had been rapidly strengthening. He didn't tell his parents about this. He wanted to give them a surprise. But now he was very happy. His exterminating divine light had reached a higher level. It would definitely become stronger in the future. After thinking about it, he sat down cross-legged and continued to cultivate. In the Kunlun universe, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was moving forward. The phoenix's cry was crisp and penetrating. Zhou Xuanji was cultivating in the carriage. Along the way, he could feel many divine wills paying attention to him. However, after leaving the evil sky divine range for so long, he hadn't encountered any challenges. This made him feel that something was wrong. It seemed that someone was waiting for him ahead, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. No divine wills were scanning him anymore. He could feel an extremely powerful aura in front of him, unscrupulously declaring war on him. 10,000 miles away, 11 figures were standing side by side. Their robes were fluttering in the wind, giving off a powerful aura. Their eyes were like torches as they looked at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flying from the depths of the starry sky. All of them were brimming with fighting intent. Zhou Xuanji's strength was inconspicuous on the sovereign list, but his reputation was absolutely second to none. Exterminating Divine Eyes, 18-star aptitude, Holy Ghost. This guy had too many opportunities. It was enough to make people jealous. Is everyone ready? Be careful of his exterminating Divine Eyes. The golden-robed man in the lead spoke. His expression was solemn as he stared straight ahead. Soon the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew over. Zhou Xuanji, come out and fight, the golden-clothed man cried out. In the Dark Age, even if Zhou Xuanji did not accept their challenge, they could still forcefully attack. The curtains of the carriage were pulled open, and Zhou Xuanji walked out. He looked at the 11 people in front of him, and the corner of his lips curled up. All of them are existences at the 9 vast heavens realm. They really think highly of me. He sighed with emotion in his heart. 11 9 vast heavens cultivators besieging a Tao ancestor. Who would believe it if word got out? If it were 100 years ago, he would still have to look up to the 9 vast heavens. He said, "Come on, all of you, come at me together." As soon as these words came out, the 11 9 vast heavens experts were stunned. This kid was too arrogant. They were furious and charged at Zhou Xuanji. They were incredibly fast, and they arrived above Zhou Xuanji in almost an instant. Zhou Xuanji suddenly raised his eyes. A purple light flashed, and the entire universe froze. The 11 9 vast heavens cultivators also stopped in the starry sky, unable to move. They widened their eyes in shock. What's going on? Impossible. Why can't I move? The exterminating Divine Eyes has such an ability. We are not covered by the exterminating divine light. No, this is a great divine ability, suppressing the universe. The 11 9 vast heavens cultivators turned pale with fright. Following their gazes, they saw divine swords shining with silver light above Zhou Xuanji's head, pointing straight at them. Swish, 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 the divine swords fired at the same time, and they subconsciously closed their eyes in fear. However, all the divine swords stopped in front of them, less than 2 centimeters away from their glabella. At this moment, the 11 9 vast heavens cultivators felt the aura of death. Zhou Xuanji smiled. With a thought, the divine swords all turned around and flew into his sleeve, entering the supreme storage. He turned around and walked into the carriage. He was also afraid that these guys would continue to attack. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage's defense was very strong. The divine ability suppressing the universe ended. The 11 9 vast heavens cultivators regained their mobility. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with complicated expressions. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage continued moving forward. This time they didn't dare to stop it. Looking at the scene of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage disappearing into the distance, they looked at each other in dismay. They were convinced of their defeat in this battle. If it were them, they wouldn't have shown any mercy. So they saluted Zhou Xuanji across the air to show their respect. Inside the carriage, Zhou Xuanji was thinking, am I being too kind? I haven't even used world internalization, and the enemy has already knelt. I should use the exterminating divine eyes less in the future. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of much help to my cultivation. The previous battle was witnessed by many creatures. News of Zhou Xuanji's strength spread out once again. Except for the battle between high-level divine ranges, most creatures were paying attention to the competition of the sovereign list. Every move of a genius like Zhou Xuanji was being watched. Next, he didn't encounter any more challenges. He smoothly arrived near the innocent divine range. Looking from a distance, the innocent divine range was in tatters. Countless gravel was floating around. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place. Zhou Xuanji stood on the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage's pedal, scanning the innocent divine range. He found that there were no creatures coming and going in the nearby universe. It seemed very dead. It seemed that there was no hope of picking up the sword heartgrass. Strange, why are no creatures here? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Both sides were either injured or had fled. This area should be safe. Zhou Xuanji swept his divine will, covering this universe. The divine range in the distance seemed to be in a different universe from the origin city. It was completely different from the innocent divine range. At this moment, his divine will suddenly captured a trace of aura. It was very hidden on the other side of the universe. Zhou Xuanji immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The next moment, the space distorted and a figure flew out. It was a bald girl in red. She had a pretty face and a terrified look on her face. She seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old. Little nun? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Just when he was about to ask, a black spatial crack appeared behind the girl in red. A big hand grabbed her body and pulled her in. Everything happened too fast. Even if Zhou Xuanji wanted to stop it, it was too late. The spatial crack also disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. Who was that just now? Mortal god, she was taken away. The person who took her is probably a powerful expert from a sovereign divine range. Wei Yi's voice came. Wei Yi's voice rang out as he flew over from the east. It's this guy again. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Why do I feel that Wei Yi is following me? He curiously asked. What's a mortal god? Could it be related to mortal qi? Chapter 761. The mortal qi covers the entire universe and becomes one of the basic elements of the universe. Any existence that develops for a long time will produce a spirit. The woman in red just now is the mortal god. Wei Yi flew up to Zhou Xuanji and explained with a smile. Zhou Xuanji asked doubtfully, in that case, the mortal god should be very strong. That woman just now didn't have any aura of cultivation. She was just like a mortal. Wei Yi nodded and said, how powerful are the mortal treasures? They can cut through everything, and the mortal gods born from the mortal qi are naturally even stronger. But a long time ago, a supremacy suppressed the mortal world's rules, making it impossible for the mortal gods to display their true strength. The most tragic thing was that they became cultivation herbs for the Almighty. They are formed from the red dust qi, so they can be used to cultivate the red dust divine art, and can also be used to refine red dust treasures. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but sympathize. In this case, the birth of every mortal god represented a tragedy. All the powerful beings wanted them. Of course, sympathy was just sympathy. He did not feel any other emotions. After all, he didn't know this mortal god. Why is the mortal god hiding here? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. Logically speaking, mortal gods should be far away from the Kunlun origin court. Wei Yi smiled and said, she probably wants to save Daohu. Daohu has adopted a mortal god as his adopted daughter. This girl is eager to save her father, so she took advantage of the dark period to come here. Unfortunately, her aura is extremely sensitive to those powerful experts. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Daohu adopted a mortal god? Now that he thought about it, he realized that he did not know much about Daohu. It was because of their positions that he had never truly gotten to know Daohu. Zhou Xuanji had another question. He asked, aren't mortal gods protected by the mortal divine range? Logically speaking, they belong to the same bloodline, and the mortal divine range was a paragon divine range, so how could they not protect the mortal god? Wei Yi shook his head and said, the last supreme of the mortal divine range was the incarnation of a mortal god, so they were restricted by the other 9 sovereign divine ranges and could no longer take in a mortal god. At that time, the mortal god supreme was so powerful that later generations covered up her history in order to suppress the mortal divine range. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but be interested in that mortal sovereign. Aside from Little Supreme Being, Hongchen Supreme was the second supreme being he had heard of. He looked at Wei Yi and said, why are you looking for me? We met right after we parted. What a coincidence. He could see that Wei Yi definitely had another purpose. Wei Yi smiled and said, I had to put on an act in the evil sky divine range. I know who robbed the sword Heartgrass. I'll take you there. Zhou Xuanji nodded and returned to the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, asking Wei Yi to lead the way. Wei Yi glanced at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage enviously. He didn't dare to get on it. This was Zhou Xuanji's exclusive mount. It represented his identity. Beast Sovereign had told him that seeing the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was equivalent to seeing him in person. Then he turned around and flew into the distance. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage followed closely behind. Inside the carriage, Zhou Xuanji began to examine Wei Yi. What was this guy trying to do? Could he have really been persuaded by Zhou Fa and wanted to betray the evil sky divine range? However, no matter how one looked at it, Wei Yi was still loyal to Beast Sovereign. With Beast Sovereign's ability, how could he not notice that Wei Yi would betray him? An hour later, they arrived at the edge of the Kunlun Origin Court. There were countless meteorites floating here, as well as many broken buildings and artifacts. The junk of the Kunlun Origin Court will float to the edge, and the guy who stole the sword Heartgrass is hiding here. Wei Yi transmitted his voice. His tone was full of ridicule. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Help me get the sword Heartgrass." Wei Yi looked back. This kid didn't come out of the carriage. It seemed that he was afraid of him. Shaking his head with a smile, Zhou Xuanji immediately took action. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji scanned the surroundings with his divine will. Under his watchful gaze, Wei Yi quickly found a man hiding in the inner space of a meteorite. After some coercion and temptation, the man handed over a ring. Wei Yi didn't make things difficult for him. The man quickly fled. So smooth. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He felt that something was wrong. Wei Yi flew towards the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. He threw the ring into the carriage before Zhou Xuanji took it away. Zhou Xuanji asked while playing with the ring, "What's your plan next?" Just as Zhou Xuanji finished speaking, a mocking laugh came over. "My plan is to follow me. Zhou Fa. This lingering guy has appeared again." He appeared next to Wei Yi and looked at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage with an evil smile as if he was looking at his prey. "Zhou Xuanji, you are like a turtle in a jar this time. You can't escape," Zhou Fa said with a mocking smile. With a wave of his right hand, the surrounding universe was suddenly swallowed by darkness. All the surrounding rubble and artifact fragments burst out with all kinds of light, turning into a colorful net that sealed this space. Zhou Xuanji walked out of the carriage, his purple sky stardust robe fluttering despite the absence of wind. He calmly looked at Zhou Fa and asked, "Why do you always pay so much attention to me? Wasn't my last defeat miserable enough?" Last time, Zhou Fa was defeated by suppressing the universe and had to beg for mercy. And now this kid was looking for trouble again. He was really tired of living. "I really want to invite you to join the Black Sword Court. As long as you come, I will make you the Vice Courtmaster," Zhou Fa said with a smile. But no matter how one looked at it, his smile was very provocative. Could even be said that he was asking for a beating. Zhou Xuanji bluntly said, "Black Sword Court? Isn't this imitating my Emperor Sword Court? What the hell does this kid have to do with me? Everything is imitating me. Even his appearance and figure are the same." Zhou Fa raised the corner of his mouth and said, "What imitation? I also like it very much." Puff! A sapphire arm pierced through his chest, stopping his words abruptly. He looked back in shock and saw Wei Yi appear behind him. At this moment, Wei Yi's body had turned sapphire. His face was extremely cold like an ancient god. "You dare to betray me?" Zhou Fa was furious. His words were filled with killing intent. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but guess. Is Wei Yi pretending to cooperate with Zhou Fa and digging a pit for this guy to jump into? Wei Yi sneered and said, "What do you mean by betrayal? What have you given me? Do you think I am old demon soul mover brainless?" He pulled out his right hand and directly blasted Zhou Fa's body before grabbing Zhou Fa's soul with his palm. Zhou Xuanji, who was standing on the footboard, quietly watched this scene. Zhou Fa's soul suddenly exploded, turning into strands of black qi that spiraled wantonly. "Since that's the case, then I will kill you." Zhou Fa cried out viciously as two beams of black light shot out of thin air, aiming straight at Wei Yi. Wei Yi crossed his arms in front of his chest as a blue light burst out of his body, blocking all of Zhou Fa's attacks. Zhou Xuanji didn't make a move and just watched them fight. For some reason, he felt that the two of them were acting. The battle seemed big, but it didn't cause any substantial damage. Zhou Fa couldn't even use the teleportation divine ability that he was so proud of. "It's a trap." With a thought, Zhou Xuanji quickly reversed the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and flew backward. Chapter 762. Seeing Zhou Xuanji escape, Zhou Fa's expression changed slightly. He exchanged a glance with Wei Yi and immediately chased after Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji, who was sitting in the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, couldn't help but sigh. These two are really cunning. When Wei Yi attacked Zhou Fa, he really thought that Wei Yi was on his side. But as a result, he pretended to escape, and these two revealed their true colors. "Sovereign, it seems that you have also made a mistake." Zhou Xuanji murmured. Previously he, Beast Sovereign, and Wei Yi had almost formed a small group. Unfortunately, Wei Yi's mind was confused by Zhou Fei's prophecy, and he had completely lost himself. But now he had to think about how to get rid of these two. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage moved forward at full speed. It was like a beam of fire shuttling through the Kunlun universe. Wei Yi and Zhou Fei couldn't catch up quickly. What kind of carriage is this? Space and time divine abilities can't get close within 100 feet? Zhou Fei asked, gritting his teeth. Wei Yi, who was next to him, sighed but didn't answer. Such a mount was second to none in the evil sky divine range. It was specially made for them. And as soon as it was made, Beast Sovereign gave it to Zhou Xuanji. This made him envious for a long time. The most annoying thing was that after Zhou Xuanji got the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, he couldn't use it for a while. It was simply a waste. In terms of speed, Wei Yi and Zhou Fei weren't as fast as the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. And their space divine abilities couldn't get within 100 feet of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. This made them very uncomfortable. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, felt very comfortable. He was still using the suppressing the universe, which often affected the speed of Wei Yi and Zhou Fei. Soon they arrived at the center of the Kunlun universe. There were divine ranges in all directions. Wei didn't dare to chase them anymore. But Zhou Fei was still chasing after them. This scene was caught by the passing creatures. Isn't that Zhou Xuanji? Why is he chasing after his own artifact? No, that's not Zhou Xuanji. Is he Zhou Fei from the Black Sword Court? Rumor has it that he looks exactly like Zhou Xuanji. That's right. I heard that the two of them were enemies. I did not expect Zhou Fei to dare to hunt down Zhou Xuanji. This isn't the evil sky divine range during the Dark Age. The creatures discussed among themselves as they gazed in the direction they left. Quite a few creatures chased after them out of curiosity, wanting to see the battle situation. When Zhou Xuanji noticed that Wei Yi didn't dare to chase after him, he appeared on the roof of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage out of thin air, and suddenly cast the suppressing the universe divine ability. The space-time here froze in an instant, and two exterminating divine lights shot out, covering Zhou Fei head-on. Zhou Fei froze in the air, his expression shocked. It was this move again. This was the second time he had fallen to this move. He tried his best to activate his divine eyes, but he was completely unable to suppress the power of the exterminating divine eyes. His eyes were also of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. Black Desire Divine Eye. He relied on this eye to kill in all directions, but the exterminating divine eye naturally countered the Black Desire Divine Eye, making him feel so stifled that he was about to explode. Damn it! Why is it like this? Zhou Fei could not suppress his anger. Even someone who was 100 times more powerful than Zhou Xuanji was toyed with by him. And yet, he was defeated by Zhou Xuanji. If this continued, he would be traumatized by Zhou Xuanji. Why don't you learn from good things and insist on pestering me? Zhou Xuanji asked in a cold voice, looking down at him condescendingly. The ultimate sovereign divine shadow sword appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head out of thin air and pierced Zhou Fei's chest. Zhou Fei was horrified to find that his Tao energy was being sucked away. That move. Zhou Fei was drenched in cold sweat. He suddenly thought of something and cried out in horror. That genius is you. How is it possible? Zhou Xuanji couldn't understand what he was talking about, but he was too lazy to care. He just concentrated on absorbing Zhou Fei's Tao energy. Wei Yi was spying in the dark. He really wanted to make a move, but he was afraid of being seen by Beast Sovereign. As long as Beast Sovereign didn't see him joining hands with Zhou Fei, he still had hope of quibbling. He didn't want to leave the evil sky divine range in a short time. Although the Black Sword Court was strong, it couldn't be seen in the light yet. I have to find a way to catch him. Wei Yi's eyes flickered as he thought of countermeasures. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's Tao energy skyrocketed. A new Tao flower fruit had already been born. Zhou Fei gritted his teeth as a black light suddenly burst out from his eyes. There was a loud bang. His eyes exploded, followed by his entire body. The terrifying impact almost threw Zhou Xuanji off his feet. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage also shook from the impact. When Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes again, Zhou Fei was already nowhere to be seen. Those eyes just now. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. This kid is ruthless enough to blow up the exterminating divine eyes. Could it be that those eyes aren't any weaker than the exterminating divine eyes? Zhou Xuanji returned to the carriage and continued thinking. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage continued moving forward. Zhou Xuanji took out the ring that Wei Yi had given him before and probed it with his divine sense. There were countless silver grasses piled up inside. These silver grasses were in the shape of swords, shining with a faint cold light. Sword heart grasses. Zhou Xuanji took out a handful of sword heart grasses and refined them with his Dao energy. After refining them into sword heart grasses, he found that his sword Dao was getting stronger. He continued refining them. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was still moving forward, but its speed wasn't as fast as before. It was as if it was traveling through the universe. Time passed slowly. Zhou Fa was seriously injured. Most likely, he wouldn't come to make things difficult for him again. Wei didn't dare to deal with him openly, so he was safe for the time being. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Zhou Xuanji refined all the sword heart grasses and directly broke through to the 25 flowers Dao ancestor realm. A massive amount of sword Dao energy filled his body, making him feel like he had more to say. It would be great if there were more sword heart grasses. No wonder young heavenly lord wants to loot the innocent divine range. They are really rich, Zhou Xuanji said in amazement. Zhou Xuanji said in amazement. He should have chosen to rely on the innocent divine range. He remembered that the innocent divine range had visited the longbow divine range, but compared to the other divine ranges, they were inconspicuous. Boom! 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 At this moment, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was attacked by a series of divine abilities. The carriage shook violently as if it would explode at any time. Zhou Xuanji had already gotten used to it. During this time, people often attacked the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, but they couldn't break its defense. So he didn't care. Zhou Xuanji, get out! Why is this guy hiding in the artifact? Damn, I can't get in at all. Is this the foundation of a super divine range? This artifact can block all of our attacks. Sure enough, no one on the sovereign list is easy to deal with. What the hell is he doing inside? He hasn't come out for a month. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but find it funny when he heard the curses outside. He immediately lifted the curtain and walked out. He saw hundreds of people surrounding the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. Each of them was holding an artifact and glaring at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. Seeing Zhou Xuanji appear, they were taken aback and quickly retreated. Zhou Xuanji was just about to speak when he suddenly looked in another direction. He saw a figure walking over in the air. He was wearing a long robe and had an old and cold face. His eyes were locked on Zhou Xuanji. Namutiani, the sovereign range lord of the Tiani divine range. Chapter 763. Why is this old thing here? Do you want to capture me? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. Normally, a range master would not attack the geniuses of other divine ranges. It would be beneath his status. However, the evil sky divine range was in a dangerous period and anything could happen. If Beast Sovereign didn't make a move, he would have to kneel here today. Although he was full of confidence, he also understood the gap between him and Namutiani. The several hundred people in the surroundings also noticed Namutiani's approach, but they did not recognize him. There were many powerhouses in the Kunlun origin court. Who could remember each and every one of them? Namutiani, as the sovereign bloodline master, rarely appeared in front of everyone. Even if they didn't recognize him, they could sense that Namutiani was very powerful. Zhou Xuanji, come with me, Namutiani said as he stared at Zhou Xuanji, not allowing him to escape. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, if I go, can I survive? When the onlookers heard this, there was an uproar. Who was this old man? Even Zhou Xuanji feared him? As long as you obey me, I won't kill you, Namutiani said calmly. Then he changed the topic and continued. Don't think that Beast Sovereign will come to save you. He can't even take care of himself. Everyone is an ant in front of the general trend. Although the Evil Sky Divine range is a super divine range, its current ranking is already your limit. Do you understand? The Evil Sky Divine range has no future. Only by following our Tiani Divine range will there be hope. Not only did this old man want to seize the treasure, but he also wanted to seize the person. With a thought, the soul source orb between Zhou Xuanji's eyebrows appeared. and a trace of black chi of bad luck leaked out. Nam Mutiani coldly snorted. Do you really think I'm afraid of the Holy Ghost? Zhou Xuanji's gaze became serious, and the surrounding void became dark, isolating the spectators. In the blink of an eye, only he and Zhou Xuanji were left in this dark void, and no one else could disturb them. I'm not afraid to tell you that I deliberately pretended to be afraid in order to elevate your evil sky divine range. A super divine range wants to surpass a sovereign divine range? Aren't you afraid of falling to your death? Your beast sovereign is very courageous. He dares to accept any challenge. Now he will reap what he has sown. Nam Mutiani laughed disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. Obviously, his evaluation of Beast Sovereign was very low. Zhou Xuanji didn't refute this. Beast Sovereign was indeed a little impatient. Although he didn't know how strong a sovereign divine range was, wanting to go against the entire Kunlun Origin Court with just the Evil Sky Divine Range's ranking was just seeking instant benefits. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji would never betray the Evil Sky Divine Range. Unless the Evil Sky Divine Range didn't want him. Zhou Xuanji used the Sword Fusion Technique and Nine Soul Fusion Technique, raising his aura to the peak. The Proud Mortal Sword and Proud Mortal Ghost Sword appeared in his hands, and the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage behind him was stored in the Supreme Storage. He had already entered battle mode. The moment Nam Mutian saw his expression, he understood what he meant. It's a pity for your talent. Nam Mutiani shook his head and sighed. He raised his right hand, and 4 golden mountains appeared around Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, there was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji was sandwiched by the 4 golden mountains and could not move. What kind of divine ability is this? Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. This attack came too quickly, and even though they were facing each other, he could not react in time. He struggled hard, but he couldn't push the 4 golden mountains away. At this moment he was like a monkey under the 5 elements mountain. He couldn't escape at all. Nam Mutiani walked over and said expressionlessly, "Since you don't want to surrender, then die. Seeing that you are talented, I will give you a chance to be reincarnated." Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and directly threw out the Holy Ghost from the Soul Source Orb. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well fight. The invisible Holy Ghost flew out from his Soul Source Orb. It roared silently with a hideous look on its face. Although Nam Mutiani couldn't see the Holy Ghost, he could feel its presence. Just in time, the corner of Nam Mutiani's mouth rose. He raised his right hand and grabbed the Holy Ghost in his hand. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He was a little stunned. The Holy Ghost was caught just like that? How high is this old thing's cultivation? No, I must find a way to escape, Zhou Xuanji thought. He saw that Nam Mutiani was overjoyed. He no longer cared about dealing with him. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji desperately urged the power of the exterminating divine eyes to resist the 4 golden mountains. It was the first time he had encountered such a divine ability. It was as if he was sandwiched by 4 hard sponges. Every time he used his Tao energy, it would be absorbed. Nam Mutiani noticed his movements and said with a smile, "Do you want to live? I can give you a chance to live." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" Nam Mutiani stopped smiling and said calmly, "I have lived for countless years and killed too many range masters and geniuses. You can subdue the Holy Ghost, which shows that you are different from the others. If you can be reborn, I will help you become the sovereign in the future. Should you accept it or not? If you refuse, I can give you a quick death." Zhou Xuanji hesitated. Is there such a good thing? What does this old thing want? Nam Mutiani continued, "Don't think it's unbelievable. The Tiani divine range has given birth to the sovereign and also supported the sovereign. I have no interest in the sovereign. Otherwise, I would have the highest chance of becoming the sovereign. The impasse I will send you to is called Anti-Kunlun. Everything has 2 sides. The Kunlun origin court is the same. In Anti-Kunlun, everything is the opposite of reality. Anyone who enters Anti-Kunlun will find it difficult to escape. There is only one way to escape, and that is to reach the peak of the origin court. Are you going or not?" Nam Mutiani looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked solemnly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How many people have you sent to Anti-Kunlun?" Nam Mutiani replied, "There are at least 10,000 of them." "How many people escaped?" "1 person." "Who?" The sovereign who disappeared. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He didn't expect Namu Tianyi to have such a past with the sovereign. When you are strong enough, you will understand that there are no eternal enemies in the Kunlun origin court. Back then the sovereign was like you. He was also my enemy. But he passed the test, so I helped him. After he became the sovereign, he promoted the Tianyi divine range. Strength is the key to everything. Namu Tianyi waved his left hand, and a 7-colored vortex appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji, blocking his sight. Zhou Xuanji fell into silence. He was still thinking about Namu Tianyi's words. The 7-colored vortex approached him and soon engulfed him. The 4 golden mountains dissipated along with it, disappearing with the wind. Namu Tianyi looked at his right hand. It seemed like there was nothing there, but in fact it was grabbing the holy ghost's neck, making it unable to move. The corner of his mouth curled up as he said with a smile, "I hope you can give me a miracle. The origin court needs a sovereign, but it's not easy to escape from Anti-Kunlun. Previously, I was more optimistic about a seedling, but he died inside." Immediately he turned around and left. He was very happy to get the holy ghost. He was ready to go back and study it. "Dia, this time you will definitely lose." Chapter 764. After Zhou Xuanji fell into the colorful vortex, he felt the world spinning around him. No matter how strong his cultivation was, he couldn't help but feel dizzy after spinning countless times. He felt that his internal organs were about to spill out. It was extremely uncomfortable. Bam! Zhou Xuanji fell to the ground. His bones were almost broken. He didn't prop himself up but lay on the ground to rest. After a long time, only then did the extremely uncomfortable dizziness slowly disappear. He opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in a dusky world, surrounded by black gas. There was no spiritual qi here, only a kind of gas similar to the qi of misfortune. It was very evil. Even someone as strong as Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but feel murderous. He immediately suppressed this feeling. He didn't act immediately. Instead, he took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and summoned Little Sovereign. Soon Little Sovereign appeared. Little Sovereign shouted, "Why are you calling me again? How long have I been asleep?" He shut up before he could finish speaking. He looked around in shock. His eyes widened as he cursed, "Brat, how did you come to Anti-Kunlun?" His tone was full of horror. He wasn't scared for himself but for Zhou Xuanji. "This kid is dead." "I just want to ask you about Anti-Kunlun," Zhou Xuanji calmly asked. His heart had been in a state of uneasiness ever since he came to Anti-Kunlun. But he didn't panic. "Since I'm here, I'll just take things as they come. It's better than being killed by Namu Tianyi. Everything in Anti-Kunlun is the opposite of the Kunlun origin court. Here you will meet all the creatures of the Kunlun origin court, but their personalities are completely opposite. You will also meet the opposite of yourself. Once the creatures of the Kunlun origin court come here and expose their identity, they will be hunted down endlessly. The most terrifying thing is that if you want to reach the peak of the origin court, do you know what you have to go through?" Little Sovereign said in a horrified tone. In the end, he even deliberately scared Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji impatiently asked, "Can you stop keeping me in suspense?" Little Sovereign sighed and explained, "The peak of the origin court is where the sovereign lives. This is why those who can break out can become the sovereign. It's because they have already experienced the power of the sovereign and obtained the sovereign's consent." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He finally understood how difficult this task was. How was this a fortuitous encounter? It was simply sending him to his death. In the future, Namu Tianyi could say that he had given him a chance to live. If Zhou Xuanji really made it out and became the sovereign, he would owe him a favor. It had to be said that this move was flawless. It was no wonder that the Tianyi divine range was able to establish itself for such a long time. Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in and took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to save himself. Little Sovereign glanced around and said in amazement, "Your luck is pretty good. This is a continent. If you fell into a sovereign divine range, it would be fun." A continent meant a mortal world. "Can you help me?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Little Sovereign shook his head and said, "Help? How could he help? At most I can point out the scenery along the way." Zhou Xuanji nodded and did not speak again. He didn't directly take back the lesser Supreme Sword. Instead, he let Little Supreme Sword guard the surroundings. 6 hours later, Zhou Xuanji got up and took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and sat inside. Since the anti-Kunlun was essentially the same as the Kunlun origin court, he might be able to attract the attention of many creatures if he traveled on this treasure, saving him some trouble. After all, no ordinary person could have such a gorgeous and powerful mount artifact. Inside the carriage, Little Sovereign exclaimed in admiration, "Brat, you are very smart. Back then, I also relied on this method to stay safe for a long time. But in the end, it still depends on strength." Back then? Zhou Xuanji looked at him in surprise. It turned out that this guy had also broken through the anti-Kunlun. Little Sovereign, seeing the look in his eyes, immediately smiled proudly. "Do you know, the most dangerous enemy in the anti-Kunlun is the person you care about? Their temperament is the opposite of what you remember. They will become your enemy. You have to think about how you will kill them," Little Sovereign reminded. He couldn't help but sigh at the mention of this. Back then he had been troubled by this. He still had lingering fears. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had also thought of this. But in his opinion, his family in the anti-Kunlun wasn't his family. His family was unique. Everything in the anti-Kunlun had nothing to do with him. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew into the sky, piercing through the space-time barrier, and heading toward the anti-Kunlun origin court. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji saw many creatures with his divine will. These creatures didn't look any different from the creatures in the anti-Kunlun origin court, but they were dark as if they were in the dark. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage didn't stop. All the creatures it encountered along the way looked at it, but no one dared to approach it. Zhou Xuanji noticed that these creatures didn't like to communicate. There were many grudges between them. This is the anti-Kunlun. The main theme of the Kunlun origin court is peace and order. But in the anti-Kunlun, it's slaughter and chaos. Naturally, they don't dare to talk casually, Little Sovereign replied, making Zhou Xuanji fall into deep thought. He was wondering if the existence of the anti-Kunlun was real or illusory. If it really exists, why are there two origin courts with the same group of creatures? After some time, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage finally drove into the Black Sea on the edge of the origin court when a voice came. "Stop, who are you? Tell me your name." The voice was very soft and had a sense of cautiousness. Zhou Xuanji scanned it with his divine will, and found that it was a void boundary god. He was trembling in front of Zhou Xuanji, looking very timid. Zhou Xuanji had a weird look on his face. He suddenly wanted to laugh. He didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. He just drove the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage forward quickly. Void Boundary God couldn't stop him. He could only evade. Looking at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage moving away, Void Boundary God sighed and murmured, "They all bully me, humiliate me. If you continue to force me, I won't do it." Void Boundary God felt extremely wronged. Ever since he became the Void Boundary God, he had lost all his faith. This void boundary was obviously empty, but he had to stay here. It was simply torturing him. On the other side, after entering the anti-Kunlun origin court, Zhou Xuanji didn't go looking for the evil sky divine range. Instead, he flew upward. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage wasn't too fast because Zhou Xuanji was still thinking about countermeasures. He needed to think about how to reach the peak of the origin court. He couldn't help but ask Little Sovereign, "Is there no special opportunity in the anti-Kunlun? There should be magical opportunities in such a dangerous place that could make people reborn." "I thought so too when I first came in," Little Sovereign sighed. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow upon hearing this. How much time would it take for him to break out of the anti-Kunlun just by relying on his own cultivation and world internalization? If there was no opportunity in the anti-Kunlun, what was the point? But then I found out that there was. Little Sovereign suddenly changed the topic and chuckled. Zhou Xuanji wanted to beat him up. Why does this guy like to keep me in suspense? Chapter 765. Will you die if you say it directly? Zhou Xuanji asked in a bad mood. This guy still likes to keep me in suspense at a time like this. Little Sovereign chuckled and explained. The rules that maintain the existence of anti-Kunlun are called inverse chaos chi. As long as you devour it, you can continue to grow stronger. You can even master the inverse chaos divine ability. This divine ability can reverse all divine abilities. Strong is weak, hard is soft, broad is narrow. Mastering the inverse chaos divine ability can help you walk more steadily on the sovereign's path. It can even be said that you can only escape if you master the inverse chaos divine ability. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He immediately became interested in the inverse chaos chi. If the inverse chaos divine ability is really as powerful as Little Sovereign said, I really have to learn it. He waited for Little Sovereign to continue. Little Sovereign said leisurely, the inverse chaos chi is equivalent to the luck of Anti-Kunlun. You must kill the enemy to accumulate the inverse chaos chi. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Is he forcing me to become an enemy of Anti-Kunlun? Little Sovereign said with a playful smile. Yes, this is almost a dead end. Of course there is another option, and that is to integrate into Anti-Kunlun. However, your aura and Anti-Kunlun's Tao energy repel each other. If you don't absorb the inverse chaos chi, you will be gradually nibbled away. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He immediately made up his mind. I can't stay here forever. I have to go back. In that case, I have to kill my way back. This might be unfair to the people of Anti-Kunlun, but he had no choice. Even if he didn't kill the creatures of Anti-Kunlun, Anti-Kunlun would still kill him. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji swept out his divine will and began hunting. Next, he killed all the creatures he encountered along the way. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. His movements were very fast. He tried to make the creatures of Anti-Kunlun suffer as little pain as possible. Gradually, he felt a strange power flowing in his body. Inverse chaos chi. This power was very strange. He couldn't control it, but it was very warm. It made him feel refreshed. In order to avoid being chased by Anti-Kunlun, he didn't move too fast. He specifically looked for the direction with the least number of creatures to prevent the news from leaking. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Zhou Xuanji had accumulated a lot of inverse chaos chi in his body, but according to Little Sovereign, he was still far from mastering the inverse chaos divine ability. When his inverse chaos chi reached a certain level, he would be able to comprehend the inverse chaos divine ability. After comprehending it, he would have to cultivate it, and the process of cultivation would consume even more inverse chaos chi. Just tell me, how many do I have to kill to cultivate the inverse chaos divine art? Zhou Xuanji, listening to Little Sovereign's preaching, interrupted impatiently. Little Sovereign chuckled and said, at least 100 origin fusion divine lords can comprehend it. If you want to completely learn it, you'll have to kill 1,000 origin fusion divine lords. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. He already knew that the origin fusion divine lord was a realm above the 9 vast heavens. He couldn't even take on one origin fusion divine lord, let alone 1,000 Wei Yi was an origin fusion divine lord, which was equivalent to killing 1,000 Wei Yis. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. How were they supposed to kill him? It was not a matter of time at all. He had to continue to become stronger in order to achieve that. It's not that easy. Let's take it slow. Little Sovereign comforted him. He understood Zhou Xuanji's despair. Back then he was even more desperate. But now, at least Zhou Xuanji had him to guide him. In the past he was completely blind. If he hadn't killed countless creatures and suddenly comprehended the inverse chaos divine art, he wouldn't have known about its existence. Before that, he had spent thousands of years learning it. For thousands of years, he had wandered from place to place, hiding from place to place. He had suffered as much as he could. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also understood that this matter couldn't be rushed. With the ability of the evil sky divine range, it wouldn't be destroyed in a short time. So, he didn't have to worry about the evil sky divine range. At this moment he had to find a way to become stronger. In the process of killing the enemy, he also used world internalization to enhance his cultivation. Time continued to pass. After half a year, Zhou Xuanji's killing of Anti-Kunlun creatures was still leaked out. After all, there were many experts in the Anti-Kunlun. They could see it from a distance. Plus, so many Anti-Kunlun creatures had died in his hands. How could he not be noticed? Stop! A loud roar came. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, swept out with his divine will. His expression suddenly turned weird. It turned out to being Zhuge. Ingjuga's face was hideous and murderous. His black robe fluttered non-stop as if his whole body was burning with flames. His opposite looks like this. Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh. In his impression, Ingjuga was confident and calm. But this Ingjuga looked so violent. He didn't panic. He wasn't afraid of Ingjuga now. He directly took out the proud mortal sword and used suppressing the universe at the same time. Ingjuga couldn't move in an instant. The proud mortal sword flew out of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and pierced through Ingjuga. The mortal world was severed. His soul was shattered. Ingjuga's Tao energy was sucked into Zhou Xuanji's body. After killing Ingjuga, Zhou Xuanji drove the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and quickly left. He didn't know which divine range this Ingjuga represented, but he understood that he couldn't afford to offend either side. The Anti-Kunlun seemed desolate, but the divine ranges still existed. It was just that they weren't as harmonious as the Kunlun origin court. All the divine ranges were at odds with each other, fighting openly and secretly. Zhou Xuanji sat in the carriage deep in thought. Can I take advantage of the hatred between the divine ranges? However, he couldn't go there with his real body. He immediately took out his doppelganger. Panjun was the most powerful chaos demon god in a universe. All these years, Zhou Xuanji did not neglect his clones. Panjun's power was already close to the Tao ancestor realm. He poured the inverse chaos chi in his body into Panjun's body, wanting to turn Panjun into a living being of Anti-Kunlun. This move of yours is very clever. I understand what you are trying to do. Little Sovereign's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in admiration. Back then, if he had discovered the effect of the inverse chaos chi earlier and used Zhou Xuanji's method, he might not have been in such a difficult situation. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Help me control the direction of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, and escape to a place where no one can find us." He wasn't afraid of Little Supreme betraying him. The Sword Spirit had said that the Sword Souls in the Supreme Legendary Sword System were absolutely loyal to him. It was impossible for them to plot against him. It was an undetectable form of control. "All right, I'll bring you to the secret cave abode that I used to live in." Little Sovereign smiled proudly. Only after coming to the Anti-Kunlun did this kid realize how powerful his real body was. As long as he helped Zhou Xuanji break out of the Anti-Kunlun, Zhou Xuanji would have great hopes of becoming the sovereign. Once Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, he would have a chance to be resurrected. As for betraying Zhou Xuanji and finding other hosts, he didn't have such a thought at all. Even he himself couldn't explain it. Maybe this kid's experience was similar to his. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He began to focus on modifying Panjun. Over the next period of time, experts kept coming to kill him. It seemed that they belonged to the same divine range. Fortunately, he had the exterminating divine eyes. No matter how many came, he killed them all. Chapter 766. Half a month later. Under Little Sovereign's control, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage arrived at the edge of the Anti-Kunlun. There were many continents of different sizes floating in the air, like stars surrounding the moon. The nearby emptiness realm was dead silent. There was no sign of life. It was gloomy. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew for about an hour before stopping on a barren continent. Could even be said that this was a giant meteorite. They flew into a hole in the ground and disappeared into the darkness. Panjun's transformation was still continuing. He had already succeeded more than halfway. After all, he didn't have a soul and was only an avatar. His physical body was even more so the primal chaos body from the beginning of the universe, so it was very easy to transform. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage passed through a barrier and came to a bright world. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. The ground was covered with green mountains and clear waters. There were many birds flying past. It was like a fairyland. Zhou Xuanji scanned the entire world with his divine sense and was shocked. The spiritual qi and Tao energy here were very abundant, and there was even a lot of inverse chaos qi mixed in. Amazing, right? Back then, after I learned the inverse chaos divine art, I didn't leave the Anti-Kunlun directly. Instead, I came back to reinforce this world. I thought that one day, I would have to return to the Anti-Kunlun. After all, after recultivating, I would also have to recultivate the inverse chaos divine art. I would need the inverse chaos chi. Little Sovereign smiled proudly. He was proud of his far-sighted vision. Zhou Xuanji didn't argue this time. He also felt that Little Sovereign was far-sighted. After the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage landed, Zhou Xuanji walked out of the carriage with Pan Zhen and the Lesser Supreme Sword. Walking on the soft grass, the spiritual energy here made him feel refreshed. Ever since he arrived at the Anti-Kunlun, he had been feeling very uncomfortable. He only felt better when he absorbed the inverse chaos qi. Then I'll take root here, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Then he stabbed the Lesser Supreme Sword into the soil. He then sat opposite to Pan Zhen and focused on modifying Pan Zhen. 6 days later, Pan Zhen had completely turned into a creature of Anti-Kunlun. Most of the inverse chaos qi that Zhou Xuanji had absorbed had been consumed, but he didn't feel bad about it. Only in this way could he safely obtain more inverse chaos qi. Zhou Xuanji immediately sent Pan Zhen toward Anti-Kunlun. Pan Zhen's massacre might be a common thing for the Anti-Kunlun, but if Zhou Xuanji personally acted and was discovered, he would become the public enemy of the Anti-Kunlun, and they would unite against him. Aren't you being too relaxed? Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. He was speechless when he saw Zhou Xuanji cultivating by himself. This was the first time he saw someone casually barge into Anti-Kunlun. He could not help but feel envious. Back then, if he had had Zhou Xuanji's serendipity, he would not have had to suffer so much. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and snorted. Don't be envious. Explain the Tao to me. Little Sovereign curled his lips. Since when did he have to be forced by the listener to preach the Tao? How hypocritical the world was. He cursed in his heart and then preached honestly. Zhou Xuanji quickly entered an absolutely calm Tao realm. The surrounding Tao energy surged madly into his body. Numerous phantom swords appeared around him, each using their own sword techniques. The scene was very majestic. On the other side, after Pan Zhen left the continent, he headed straight for Anti-Kunlun. He did not have an independent consciousness, but Zhou Xuanji had given him an order to kill any living creature he saw. Zhou Xuanji had also ordered Pan Zhen to target all living beings below the Tao ancestor realm. Of course, he didn't kill children or women. However, it was too difficult to meet children in Anti-Kunlun. Which one of them wasn't an old monster that had lived for millions of years? Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 1000th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 1000 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained All Life Fusion Reverse Divine Sword, Mysterious Tao Desolate 7 Aperture Sword, Grand Enlightenment Divine Slash. Zhou Xuanji heard the sword spirit's voice and opened his eyes. Unknowingly, he was already 1000 years old. Time really didn't wait for anyone. Up until today, the number of divine swords he had was close to 4000. All the divine swords could use the sword fusion technique to help him. Information about the 2 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, reverse sword level, myriad fusion description. This is a divine sword that can reverse everything. Its origin is mysterious. To use this sword, one must reach the origin fusion divine lord 3rd enlightened realm. Sword name, Heavenly Wilderness 7 Aperture Sword Grade, Profound Path Description. The Heavenly Tao has 7 orifices, which are the centers of thousands of rules. This sword has countless changes and mysteries. You need to be at the late Tao treading Saint realm to use this sword. Zhou Xuanji cried out in surprise. Could the reverse sword be related to the inverse chaos qi? But why did it have to be such a coincidence? Is it because of the inverse chaos qi in my body? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He noticed the words Origin Fusion Divine Lord 3rd Enlightened Realm. He asked, Origin Fusion Divine Lord is divided into Enlightened Realm? A voice came from the Lesser Supreme Sword next to him. Yes. Origin Fusion Divine Lord is divided into 9 enlightened realms. Mind enlightened, body enlightened, and soul enlightened. Each enlightened realm has an insurmountable gap. Zhou Xuanji became even more interested after hearing this. He immediately asked, how does one cultivate Origin Fusion Divine Lord? The path of cultivation wasn't about breaking through endlessly by practicing an cultivation technique. Every breakthrough in the realm required a trick. Wait until you reach the 9 vast heavens. You are still far from it, Little Sovereign said in a bad mood. Zhou Xuanji could only stop asking. Next, Zhou Xuanji began to learn the Great Awareness Divine Slash. The Great Awareness Divine Slash was a slash divine ability that could be used in conjunction with the Exterminating Divine Eyes. Wherever one looked, the Great Awareness Divine Slash would attack. With a slash of the sword, if I can't do it, then who can? This divine ability wasn't bad. It was extremely destructive. Kunlun Origin Court. Pure Sword Heaven. Zhou Tanhua still looked like a teenager. He was sitting cross-legged by the river, cultivating. Xian Xianghua stood beside him, looking at him. After so many years, Zhou Tanhua's strength had already surpassed the heavenly saint and was comparable to the overlord saint. Such rapid progress made her very anxious as his mother. She was afraid that her son would surpass her at any time. "Mother, how long are you going to watch me?" Zhou Tanhua asked in a helpless tone. Ever since he started cultivating, Xian Xianghua had been looking at him very strangely. And look at Zhou Xiaoxian. Her mother dotes on her so much. Sometimes Zhou Tanhua would feel jealous in his heart. But as his cultivation grew higher and higher, he got over it. It wasn't that his mother didn't love him, but she wasn't good at expressing it. She had placed all her feelings on his father, causing her to feel a little distant whenever she faced him. Xian Xianghua smiled and said, "Aren't I supervising your cultivation? When your father comes back, he will definitely be very surprised." Zhou Tanhua couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He also wanted to get his father's praise, but Zhou Xuanji hadn't been back for a long time. All creatures in the Evil Sky Divine Range, listen up. The Evil Sky Divine Range will be attacked by all the major divine ranges. All existences above the Tao Ancestor Realm, gather and prepare for a large-scale war. Chapter 767. The Evil Sky Divine Range was besieged by various divine ranges? Zhou Tanhua opened his eyes in shock, and Xian Xianghua's complexion also changed dramatically. The reason why they could cultivate so peacefully was because of the Evil Sky Divine Range's protection. They did not want anything to happen to the Evil Sky Divine Range. With Zhou Xuanji's previous hatred, only the Evil Sky Divine Range dared to take him in. "I hope your father is not in danger," Xian Xianghua said softly, her eyes filled with worry. That brat had left for so long and still hadn't returned. Could something have happened to him? Even she was so worried, let alone Jiang Shui. They did not dare to look for Daoya Old Man or Xian Daoya to have their fortunes read, so they could only worry blindly. Zhou Tanhua asked curiously, "Mother, the Evil Sky Divine Range is only ranked in the top 10. Why does Beast Sovereign dare to go against all the divine ranges? Does he have a trump card?" Xian Xianghua said perfunctorily, "How would I know? Only Di Zun himself knows. You should continue cultivating." With that, she quickly left. Zhou Tanhua smiled helplessly. He suddenly didn't want to cultivate anymore. He got up and went to find Changxian. He believed that Changxian could help him understand Beast Sovereign and the Evil Sky Divine Range. Anti-Kunlun, the underground world. Zhou Xuanji focused on cultivating. Panjin flew back and passed the inverse chaos chi in his body to him. He noticed that Panjin's right arm was broken. It was a miserable sight. Strange, why hasn't it recovered? Could it be some kind of rule power? Most of the time, he was immersed in cultivation and did not pay attention to Panjin. Only now did he know that Panjin was injured. Little Sovereign smiled and said, "That's normal. With such strength, it would be a joke if they turned the anti-Kunlun upside down." No matter how strong Panjin was, he did not even have the strength of a Tao ancestor. Only heaven knew how long it would take for him to collect the inverse chaos chi. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He did not plan to hide here forever. He just wanted to cultivate for a while. Once he reached 30 flowers Tao ancestor, he would kill his way out. Only by reaching this realm could he truly use the Lesser Supreme Sword. Right now, he could only communicate with Little Sovereign, which didn't have much practical use in combat. He took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword and helped Panjin heal. A day later, Panjin's right arm began to heal on its own. Zhou Xuanji did not send him out again. Under the preaching of Little Sovereign, he continued to cultivate. He was already very close to 30 flowers. He had learned a lot of Sword Tao divine abilities, and his Tao was created by himself. Under the preaching of Little Sovereign, condensing a Tao flower wasn't difficult for him. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to the 30 Flowers Dao Ancestor realm. The first thing he did after the breakthrough was to hold the Lesser Supreme Sword. Soon he felt the surging power of the Lesser Supreme Sword. "Kid, my sword is not simple. You have to use it carefully," Little Sovereign reminded with a proud look on his face. From now on, he could help Zhou Xuanji in battle. He could also display the power of a sovereign. Although it was far from his peak strength, it was enough. Zhou Xuanji stood up and smiled in high spirits. "Okay. It's time to go out and explore." He put the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage into the Supreme Storage and quickly escaped from the underground world with the Lesser Supreme Sword in hand. He flew toward the center of Anti-Kunlun. The power of the Lesser Supreme Sword was majestic, just like the exterminating divine eyes. It gave him an inexhaustible feeling. No one below the Essence Fusion Divine Lord should be able to defeat him. As for the Essence Fusion Divine Lord, he wasn't sure. He could free some Essence Fusion Divine Lords such as Zhou Fa. Some couldn't, such as Wei Yi. Of course, Zhou Fa might not have reached the Essence Fusion Divine Lord realm at all. He just had a special divine ability that was deliberately mystifying. At least that was what Zhou Xuanji thought. In his eyes, Zhou Fa was just that weak. "Kid, you will also encounter the 5 ultimate divine eyes in Anti-Kunlun. You have to be careful. The 5 ultimate divine eyes reinforce and restrain each other. The exterminating divine eyes restrain the Black Desire divine eyes, and the destruction divine eyes restrain the exterminating divine eyes," Little Sovereign reminded. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would fail miserably. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." He had learned a lot about the 5 ultimate divine eyes from Barbaric Ultimate God. Exterminating divine eyes, Black Desire divine eyes, Kongtong divine eyes, Violent Tremor divine eyes, and Destruction divine eyes. The 5 divine eyes had different magical uses. All of them belonged to the pinnacle of the power of the eyes. Zhou Xuanji hadn't truly felt the power of the other divine eyes for the time being. Barbaric Ultimate God's eyes were long gone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into the great elimination of the Saint Realm. It was precisely because the Violent Tremor divine eyes weren't there that he suffered such humiliation. After walking for about an hour, he encountered a group of creatures flying towards the Anti-Kunlun Origin Court in a mighty manner. It seemed that they belonged to a certain divine range. Zhou Xuanji used Suppressing the Universe, freezing time and space as he raised the Lesser Supreme Sword and slashed. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Countless streaks of sword chi wreaked havoc, annihilating all the living beings in the area. Everything happened too quickly. This group of creatures didn't even have time to feel fear. Strands of invisible inverse chaos chi drilled into Zhou Xuanji's body, making him feel refreshed. Not only that, but there was also a huge amount of Dao energy. He used it together with world internalization. Only in this way could he grow stronger quickly. He continued moving forward and quickly disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Some time later, a legend spread in the Anti-Kunlun universe. There was a swordsman who killed every creature he saw without mercy. Only Origin Fusion Divine Lords could defeat him. Because Zhou Xuanji encountered an Origin Fusion Divine Lord and was defeated. Zhou Xuanji almost died in this battle. Fortunately, Little Sovereign burst out with powerful strength and teleported Zhou Xuanji away. After returning to the underground world to rest, Zhou Xuanji directly lay in bed for 3 months. After he recovered, he came out again. "Don't be reckless this time," Little Sovereign reminded, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would repeat the same mistake. Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, after that battle, I have become stronger again." When he fought with that Origin Fusion Divine Lord, he had absorbed a lot of his opponent's Dao energy, making his cultivation progress. Until now, his cultivation had reached 32 Flowers Dao Ancestor Realm. That guy's cultivation must be above Origin Fusion Divine Lord level 3. You didn't lose unjustly. It's already very strong that you didn't get killed in an instant, Little Sovereign said, nodding. This sentence was true. He had severely reprimanded Zhou Xuanji in order to teach him a lesson. Now that Zhou Xuanji had recovered, Little Sovereign wanted to give him confidence so that he wouldn't be traumatized. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji was more determined than he had imagined. "This time, I will kill my way to the mortal divine range." The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he said with a mysterious smile. Little Sovereign's eyes widened when he heard this. He cursed. Are you crazy? The Mortal Divine Range was a sovereign divine range. Its history was even longer than Little Sovereign's. Zhou Xuanji sped up and said softly, Don't worry, I have a goal. Little Sovereign furrowed his brow. What is this kid thinking? He suddenly thought of something. His expression drastically changed. Are you crazy? He angrily rebuked. Panic was written all over his face. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were firm as he said, Isn't the mortal god very useful for cultivation? I want to give it a try. Chapter 768. Mortal God. Ever since Zhou Xuanji heard about the origin of the mortal god, he had memorized this name. If it was before, he would definitely not go and capture the mortal god. But now that he was in the anti-Kunlun, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. Of course, he didn't refine the mortal gods like the other powerful figures. He wanted to find other ways to become stronger from the mortal gods. No, it's too risky. There are many ways to become stronger. I'll tell you one by one in the future. Little Sovereign anxiously said. Why does this kid like to court death so much? Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. He would not force his way into the Mortal Divine Range. He just wanted to go to the Mortal Divine Range and see if there was a chance to meet the mortal god. Although Anti-Kunlun and Kunlun Origin Court were essentially the same, the distribution of creatures was different. They were developing in two completely different space-time. Little Sovereign was so angry that he wanted to curse. But he was just a sword soul. He couldn't stop Zhou Xuanji at all. He could only give up. After entering the Anti-Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji encountered many creatures. He did not attack immediately. After all, there were many divine ranges and origin cities around. Along the way, he came to the vicinity of the Mortal Divine Range. From a distance, the Mortal Divine Range was obviously larger than the other divine ranges around it, like a mountain protruding from the forest. There were many creatures in the Mortal Divine Range, but not many went in and out, giving off a desolate feeling. Zhou Xuanji found an opportunity to catch a creature from the Mortal Divine Range and quickly left. Arriving at the void realm of Anti-Kunlun, he took out the truth sword and pierced it into his opponent's body. Do you know the mortal god? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. The other party was an ordinary-looking young man dressed in black. He had the cultivation of one vast heavens. The black-clothed youth looked terrified as he answered truthfully, I know. His expression became even more frightened. Why did he answer? Impossible. Could it be this sword? His eyes were locked onto the truth sword, as if he was looking at the most terrifying existence in the world. Tell me, is there a mortal god in the Mortal Divine Range? Where are they? Zhou Xuanji looked into his eyes and continued to ask. The black-clothed youth replied, There are two of them. One is about to be given to the Tianyi Divine Range to show the long-lasting friendship between the two lineages. I'm not sure about the other one. It seems that she only recently found out about her identity. Previously, she was cultivating in an academy. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. How should I get those two mortal gods? He asked. Do these two mortal gods have any missions recently? Or will they come out? The black-clothed youth instantly despaired. If he continued to speak, would he still be able to live? Unfortunately, he couldn't control his mouth. Yes, they are about to go on a trip. This will be their last trip. How strong are the people protecting them? Not sure. How many are there? I really don't know. The black-clothed youth was on the verge of tears. He had already said everything he could. If he continued asking, he knew that death would be waiting for him. Do you know the exact time? I'm not sure. I only heard this from someone else. All right, thank you. Zhou Xuanji said seriously. The truth sword gave off a horrifying sword chi, and instantly turned the young man in black into dust without any pain. Little Sovereign watched from the side and asked curiously, Are you sure you want to capture the mortal god? Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to think of a countermeasure. Should he capture one mortal god, or both at the same time? He wasn't afraid of offending the Tianyi Divine Range and the Mortal Divine Range. However, he had to capture the two mortal gods without anyone knowing. Although he wasn't afraid, his strength was still there. He had to hide for now. Then I will help you. Once we capture the mortal gods, I have a cultivation method that can help you speed up your cultivation. I also have a way to speed up the devouring of inverse chaos chi, Little Sovereign said in a low voice. Little Sovereign muttered with a helpless expression on his face. He couldn't dissuade this kid and could only obey. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Little Sovereign rolled his eyes and said, "You are so crazy. Do you think I would dare to tell you?" He suddenly looked forward to it. If he really captured the two mortal gods, this kid might really become stronger. Next, Zhou Xuanji rushed toward the mortal divine range. After that, he continued to capture lone mortal divine range creatures. Through the truth sword, he collected a lot of information. After piecing it together, he roughly knew the itinerary of the mortal gods. 50 years later, they would leave the Anti-Kunlun and go to the origin of the mortal chi. It could be considered a farewell to the past. It was worth mentioning that the mortal gods were biological sisters. They were born in the mortal divine range. They were originally favored by the heavens, but now they had become cultivation furnaces. They were on the verge of collapse. This trip was to enlighten them. The mortal gods were supposed to be powerful and noble, but now they were the cultivation geniuses of all the powerful cultivators. It was really ironic. Since there were still 50 years left, Zhou Xuanji didn't want to wait any longer. He continued to hunt anti-Kunlun creatures. After 30 years, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had finally reached the consummation of the 36th grade Dao Ancestor realm. The inverse chaos chi had reached an extremely majestic level. But he was still far from cultivating inverse chaos chi. It was worth mentioning that he had already earned the title of exterminating god. In the anti-Kunlun, countless creatures knew that a swordsman with exterminating divine eyes was killing people everywhere. This matter caused quite a stir because the owner of the exterminating divine eyes said that no one in the future practiced the sword. Some people had already speculated that Zhou Xuanji came from outside the anti-Kunlun. Many divine ranges even issued a bounty to hunt down Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's strength had been growing. He could already fight against Origin Fusion Divine Lord Yiming. Once he encountered an opponent he couldn't defeat, he would immediately run away. With the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, it would be very difficult for enemies below Origin Fusion Divine Lord Yiming to catch him. Just like Wei Yi in the past, no divine ability could invade the space within 100 feet. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage traveled quickly in the anti-Kunlun universe. Thousands of creatures were chasing after it like a group of meteors. Each of them gritted their teeth. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up with it. It was driving them crazy. What's going on? Why can't we catch up? That magic carriage is weird. We can't teleport directly. This kid is so despicable. I can't stand it. I must catch up and kill him. Damn it, I don't believe it. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the carriage, heard the discussion behind him. The corner of his mouth rose. The Lesser Supreme Sword was still leaning against the wall of the carriage. Little Sovereign's soul was floating above the hilt. He smiled helplessly and said, "Kid, you aren't panicking at all. The number of people chasing after you will be bigger in the future." Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's okay. When we get out of the void boundary, it will be my turn to kill them." He had deliberately lured so many creatures to follow him. Little Sovereign shook his head and smiled. There was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. After leaving the void boundary, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage stopped. Zhou Xuanji cast the Suppressing the Universe. All the creatures chasing after him froze, unable to move. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Chapter 769. What happened? Little Sovereign asked with a faint smile. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's frown, he smiled very happily. The reason why Zhou Xuanji stopped and did not attack was because he sensed an unusual aura. It was faintly discernible, as if the moment he made a move, the mysterious existence would rush out. It was definitely an existence above the Origin Fusion Divine Lord level 4. He had encountered 3 Origin Fusion Divine Lords, but they did not give him such a terrifying feeling. He slowly sat down and controlled the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage to move forward. Once the Suppressing the Universe divine ability was lifted, those living beings didn't chase after him anymore. All of them were drenched in cold sweat. The Suppressing the Universe just now made them feel a lingering fear. If Zhou Xuanji acted, he would definitely be able to kill them. Why didn't he attack us? I'm not sure. Let's just forget about it. Exterminating divine eyes. This is too ridiculous. Whoever wants to kill me can go ahead. I give up. It's too difficult. The exterminating divine eyes are worthy of being one of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. All of the living beings exclaimed in admiration as they watched the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage disappear into the distance. Zhou Xuanji's sense of unease did not disappear. He could sense that the mysterious being was tracking him. Little Sovereign was also aware of it. He sighed and said, "You're going to fail this time. The other party is probably a branchmaster level existence." Zhou Xuanji heard him and frowned. A branchmaster had set his sights on him so quickly? Furthermore, the range master that he couldn't see through was definitely a divine range that was above the middle rank. There was a loud bang. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage came to a sudden stop. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a figure appear in front of him. He used his Dao energy to block the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage, almost causing it to flip over. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed and fear filled his eyes. Origin Court War God. The other party was the Origin Court War God. Compared to the sacred and domineering Origin Court War God of the Kunlun Origin Court, this Origin Court War God was wearing black armor and had a ferocious face. There were 3 black spears floating behind him, just like the evil god himself. Zhou Xuanji got up and walked out with the Lesser Supreme Sword in his hand. He came to the footboard, looked at Origin Court War God and said, "What can I do for you?" The Origin Court War God in front of him looked evil no matter how he looked at him. "You're killing people everywhere, and you're asking me why I'm here? Tell me where you came from, or I'll kill you immediately." Origin Court War God said with a sinister smile. The 3 spears of black light rose from his back, pointing straight at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Can't you sense my background? The auras of the creatures of the Kunlun Origin Court and the creatures of the anti-Kunlun were fundamentally different. In addition, creatures from the Kunlun Origin Court often came to anti-Kunlun. He didn't believe that the Origin Court War God couldn't guess his identity. It seemed like this guy had some ulterior motives. "How did you get here? Do you have a way to bring me to your plane?" Origin Court War God narrowed his eyes and threatened. In the anti-Kunlun, another plane had existed since ancient times. For the anti-Kunlun, the Kunlun Origin Court was also regarded as an illusory existence. Regardless of which plane was real and which was fake, the living beings in it both believed that the other was fake. "I was sent here by someone. He forced me to come here or else he would have killed me." Zhou Xuanji replied honestly, making Origin Court War God frown. He asked, "Why did that person send you here?" "Let me go back alive. It's that simple. Otherwise, why would I keep killing? I want to adapt to you and find a way back. With my strength, could it be that the other party expects me to wipe you all out? Do you think that's believable?" Seeing Zhou Xuanji acting like a hoodlum, Origin Court War God fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji continued, "Where I come from, you are my son's revered teacher. Are you sure you want to kill me?" As soon as he said this, Origin Court War God's face immediately turned gloomy. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was playing with him. Zhou Xuanji continued without giving him a chance to speak. He told him what he knew about Origin Court War God. When Zhou Xuanji mentioned Beast Sovereign, Origin Court War God's expression softened. In the anti-Kunlun, Origin Court War God and Beast Sovereign still had the best relationship. He was no longer righteous but evil and murderous. Beast Sovereign was no longer domineering and mighty. Instead, he was a yes man. "In that case, take me there. We will depend on each other in the future. How about it? I can help you kill your enemies," Origin Court War God said. Origin Court War God said with some expectation in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Why do you want to leave the anti-Kunlun?" Origin Court War God glared at him and said, "You are the anti-Kunlun. I have offended the sovereign. The sovereign is trying to punish me. Once he catches me, he can get rid of me fair and square. I am not his opponent." Zhou Xuanji was delighted. "Is this a hired thug coming to my door?" He pretended to hesitate and said, "If you want to leave the anti-Kunlun, you have to leave from the sovereign's place. But you have to wait for me to cultivate a special divine ability." Little Sovereign had said that the native creatures of the Anti-Kunlun couldn't learn the inverse chaos divine ability. Origin Court War God said solemnly, "It's okay, I will wait for you. When can you learn it?" As soon as he thought of the Sovereign, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji sighed with emotion. In the Kunlun Origin Court War God was the Sovereign's loyal lackey. But in the Anti-Kunlun, he was the Sovereign's mortal enemy. No matter how good the relationship between ruler and subject was, it couldn't compare to the beautiful brotherhood. "I need to kill your creatures to obtain the inverse chaos chi, which is equivalent to your luck. Otherwise, I can't break through the boundary here," Zhou Xuanji replied Zhou Xuanji. His eyes were so honest that Origin Court War God couldn't find anything fishy about it. Origin Court War God nodded and said, "Okay, I will take you to kill." Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. It was like a pie had fallen from the sky. However, he quickly calmed down. The Origin Court War God in front of him wasn't the Kunlun Origin Court War God. Who knew if he could keep his word? Origin Court War God disappeared into thin air, stunning Zhou Xuanji. The Lesser Supreme Sword slightly trembled as Little Sovereign transmitted his voice. "Be careful. This guy is very strong. It will be easy for him to kill you." Zhou Xuanji understood this. But facing Origin Court War God, he couldn't escape. After a while, Origin Court War God returned. With a wave of his right hand, countless creatures appeared out of thin air. All of them froze, unable to move. Each and every one of them looked horrified. Zhou Xuanji scanned them with his divine will. There were at least 1,000,000 of them. He was shocked. Where did this guy catch so many creatures? Origin Court War God looked at him and signaled him to take action with his eyes. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He had no choice. First, he used the extreme nightmare abyss, making millions of creatures fall into a sweet dream. Next, he used the ultimate chaos Tao, turning them into ashes. A majestic inverse chaos chi poured into his body, making his blood boil. Origin Court War God smiled in satisfaction. It seemed that Zhou Xuanji didn't lie to him. He could clearly feel that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was improving. "As long as I can escape," Origin Court War God's eyes turned fiery. He pinned his hopes on Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 770. Zhou Xuanji adjusted the inverse chaos chi in his body and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Origin Court War God and said, "Thank you." Origin Court War God waved his hand and said, "You and I each take what we need. If possible, we might be able to rely on each other in the future. I have done so many things for the Kunlun Origin Court, but Supremes still hate me. Those divine ranges even insult me behind my back, causing my luck to be unable to grow. It is really hateful." Speaking of this matter, he gritted his teeth. Seeing how angry he was, Zhou Xuanji could only pretend to feel pity. "Okay, from now on, you and I will cooperate. When we reach the Kunlun Origin Court, I will take you to see Beast Sovereign. Of course, you can go anywhere you want." Zhou Xuanji said seriously to show his sincerity. Origin Court War God nodded and said, "Let's go. I will take you to a very annoying divine range. You have to use your exterminating divine eyes to block time and space. Otherwise, supremacy will notice." When Zhou Xuanji heard this, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "The Sovereign won't notice the divine ability of the exterminating divine eyes?" In his opinion, a supremacy was omnipotent. The reason why the Kunlun Origin Court was in chaos was because of the mysterious disappearance of the Supremes. Origin Court War God smiled evilly and said, "He doesn't have the time to pay attention to the entire Kunlun Origin Court. Otherwise, he wouldn't need me." After that, he flew past Zhou Xuanji toward Anti-Kunlun. Zhou Xuanji immediately put away the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and quickly followed Origin Court War God. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji pretended to be relaxed, but he was very alert in his heart. Little Sovereign was also communicating with him via sound transmission, telling him what he needed to pay attention to. 30 minutes later, they arrived in front of a divine range. This divine range was located in a rather remote area with no living beings coming and going. Origin Court War God condensed 3 black spears of light behind him. His eyes narrowed, and one of the black spears of light shot out, directly breaking the array of the divine pulse silently. He waved his right hand and brought Zhou Xuanji inside. The hole in the spell formation recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, returning to its original appearance. After entering the divine pulse, Origin Court War God said in a deep voice, "Use your previous magical power." Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately used the suppressing the universe, freezing the space within the entire divine range. Origin Court War God raised his right arm, and the 3 black spears behind him spun violently. The violent black light raged in all directions. Who dares to invade the great hidden divine range? With a loud roar, Origin Court War God disappeared from where he stood. Zhou Xuanji did not attack but waited patiently on the spot. He believed in the strength of Origin Court War God and that he could do what he said. After a long while, Origin Court War God appeared in front of him and said with an evil smile, "Okay, you can start harvesting now. I have suppressed the cultivation of those stronger than you. They are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered." Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately took out thousands of swords, ordering them to kill on their own. Now, including the divine swords he had duplicated with the golden treasure basket, he had more than 5,000 divine swords in total. With a thought, he used the extreme nightmare abyss to cover the entire great hidden god range, causing everyone to fall into a beautiful dream. Then he repeated the same trick. Zhou Xuanji did not want to see what happened next, and he allowed the legendary swords to do as they pleased. He asked in his heart, "Little sovereign, are we really doing the right thing?" He had been trying hard to convince himself that anti-Kunlun did not exist. Otherwise, how could the composition of the 2 Kunlun origin courts be the same? There are not so many whys. Only when you are strong enough can you achieve everything you want, whether it is justice or fairness, Little Sovereign said in an indifferent tone. Little Sovereign said in an indifferent tone, but he was somewhat gratified in his heart. This kid has a benevolent and righteous heart. Killing enemies becomes a habit. It is easy to lose compassion for life. But after becoming the sovereign, he would have compassion for the common people. In the empty and invincible years, his compassion would be rekindled, and he would reflect on his own mistakes. This was something that every supreme martial artist would encounter. Being invincible was lonely, and loneliness would make one's imagination run wild. Even I can't figure out the existence of anti-Kunlun. If you want to understand all this, then you have to become the sovereign. Become the sovereign that surpasses me, the sovereign that surpasses the past and the present, understand? Little Sovereign advised. After getting along with Zhou Xuanji for so long, he liked Zhou Xuanji more and more. To be precise, he liked this kid's temperament. He was decisive but not cruel. He was bold but not reckless. He was adaptable. When this kid became the sovereign, he might reach a height that he had never reached. Zhou Xuanji fell into silence as he fell into deep thought. Even the sovereign didn't understand why anti-Kunlun existed. Then how was anti-Kunlun born? Was it created by some existence or was it guided by some powerful rules? No matter what, this power might very well be above that of a supreme being. Origin Court War God looked at Zhou Xuanji with interest. He didn't say a word. After this divine range was slaughtered, the berserk inverse chaos chi poured into his body, setting off a strong wind around him. The wind quickly grew and turned into a hurricane. Inverse chaos chi, what a pity! Origin Court War God clicked his tongue in amazement. Origin Court War God clicked his tongue in wonder. He really wanted this power, but he belonged to anti-Kunlun, so it was impossible for him to comprehend the inverse chaos energy. This was limited by the rules, unless he surpassed them. Perhaps only the sovereign of anti-Kunlun could surpass these rules. Zhou Xuanji began suppressing the inverse chaos chi. Great! If this goes on, you will soon be able to cultivate the inverse chaos divine ability. Little Sovereign said excitedly. He had to admit that it was really cool to have a powerful expert leading the way. All he needed to do was to reap the harvest. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. His mind was completely focused on the inverse chaos divine ability. Time flew by. It took him a full 7 days to suppress all the inverse chaos chi in his body. Origin Court War God said with a smile. Let's continue. He was looking forward to seeing what the inverse chaos divine ability looked like. Plus, he wanted to leave anti-Kunlun. So he did his best and had a good temper. Zhou Xuanji nodded and the two quickly left. After a month, Zhou Xuanji and Origin Court War God flew out of a divine range and quickly flew toward the void boundary. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was trembling all over, leaving behind countless afterimages. His aura was extremely unstable. He was receiving the inheritance of the inverse chaos divine ability. Origin Court War God lifted him up with his Tao energy and flew toward the void boundary. Along the way, Origin Court War God was observing Zhou Xuanji. Little Sovereign wasn't idle either. He kept transmitting his Tao to help Zhou Xuanji calm down. Zhou Xuanji was in an extremely mysterious state. He felt that two similar but completely different memories were attacking his mind. He saw everything in Kunlun Origin Court and Anti-Kunlun. All the same but opposite things appeared at the same time, shaking his soul. Little Sovereign's Tao voice continued to echo in his ears, preventing him from getting lost. Gradually, he understood the true essence of the inverse chaos divine ability. Reverse everything, primordial chaos. Reverse the beginning and end, create and transform. Turn the universe into the sovereign. Chapter 771. Zhou Xuanji's mind was confused by the inheritance of the inverse chaos divine ability. Gradually, he lost his perception of his surroundings. He seemed to have experienced a long time. Two planes with the same essence but completely different development made him lost. Even the Tao voice of Little Sovereign couldn't pull him back. After an unknown period of time, perhaps it would be a day, perhaps it would be a year, perhaps it would be 1,000 autumns, Zhou Xuanji felt like he was dreaming. He suddenly woke up from his dream. He grabbed his forehead with his right hand and gasped for breath. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. "You're awake? Have you learned it?" Origin Court War God's voice floated over from the side, his tone full of ridicule. Zhou Xuanji looked at him in confusion, feeling as if his head was going to explode. This kind of hardship made him wish he was dead. He quickly took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword and stabbed it into his abdomen to heal himself. Origin Court War God looked at him with interest and stopped talking. Zhou Xuanji looked around and found that he was sitting on a barren wasteland. Above his head was a resplendent starry sky, and looking into the distance, he could see floating islands. Where is this place? He was puzzled, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. The Tao energy and inverse chaos chi in his body had already disappeared. It was as if he was crippled. Inverse chaos divine ability. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled. When the dizziness and pain in his head subsided, a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. It was the inverse chaos divine ability. This feeling was very mysterious and he couldn't explain it clearly, but he could feel the existence of the inverse chaos divine ability. Any existence could be reversed by the inverse chaos divine art. At the same time, his body began to absorb Tao power involuntarily. "Your aura has changed. It has become the same as ours." He rubbed his chin and thought. Even though his cultivation was high, he couldn't see the changes in Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji recovered some of his strength and replied in a hoarse voice. "Yes, I have already learned the divine ability to go back. However, I need more inverse chaos chi to strengthen and familiarize myself with this divine ability." Origin Court War God nodded. Zhou Xuanji had mentioned these requirements before. "Just you wait." Origin Court War God dropped these words and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and continued to comprehend the inverse chaos divine ability. "Brat, you're amazing. You succeeded so quickly." Little Sovereign exclaimed in admiration. When he inherited the inverse chaos spirit technique, he had suffered for a long time, hovering between life and death. Zhou Xuanji asked, "When we reach the peak of Anti-Kunlun, how do we escape with the inverse chaos divine ability?" "Don't worry. You're not strong enough yet. Don't think about this for now." Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough speed was already exaggerated enough, but this kid was still anxious. Sometimes Little Sovereign wanted to strangle him to death. He really didn't know how lucky he was. However, he understood Zhou Xuanji's mentality. He was worried about his family. He still had the mentality of a mortal. Zhou Xuanji could only stop asking questions and focus on cultivating. Time ticked by. His mind became clearer, and his understanding of the inverse chaos divine art also became clearer. 3 hours later, Origin Court War God returned. There was a frightening scar on his chest, and it was filled with all kinds of black crystals. It was especially terrifying. He flew up to Zhou Xuanji and waved his right hand. A ball of light appeared out of nowhere, And it was a divine range. He actually captured a divine range in his palm. What kind of domineering power was this? Zhou Xuanji said. Give me some time. He needed to restore his cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to kill a divine range creature standing still. Origin Court War God nodded and then threw the ball of light on the ground. He then walked to the side and began to heal himself. The atmosphere became silent. After a month, Zhou Xuanji recovered to his peak state and slaughtered all the divine ranges in the ball of light. The amount of inverse chaos chi he absorbed was far more than before. No wonder Origin Court War God was injured. It seemed that this divine range wasn't simple. However, Zhou Xuanji was very curious. This was already the third divine range. Why hadn't the sovereign heard about it yet? Could it be that the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun had also mysteriously disappeared, just like the Kunlun Origin Court? He raised this doubt. How is that possible? That guy is alive and well. It's impossible for him to have disappeared. It's just that he's too lazy. He pushes everything to his subordinates. Most of the time, he is in closed-door cultivation. He would only come out once in a while. Now is the time for his closed-door cultivation. He won't open his eyes for at least 10,000 years, Origin Court War God said, waving his hand. Zhou Xuanji was immediately interested in the sovereign. What kind of sovereign would be so ambitious and obsessed with cultivation? Isn't the cultivation of the sovereign the strongest? Okay, let's continue. Origin Court War God got up and said. Origin Court War God got up and said. He couldn't wait to leave Anti-Kunlun. Once the sovereign came out, he would definitely die. So he was even more anxious than Zhou Xuanji. Okay. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The two quickly left and continued to hunt in Anti-Kunlun. Kunlun Origin Court, Evil Sky Divine Range, Pure Sword Heaven. At the edge of the forest, beside a small river, Zhou Tianhua was cultivating while facing the river. He still maintained the appearance of a teenager. The surface of the lake surged as a figure rose up. It was Zhou Fa. Aren't you annoying? I already said that I don't want to mess around with you. Zhou Tianhua didn't open his eyes. Instead, he frowned and reprimanded. In recent years, Zhou Fa always came to harass him, which made him very annoyed. Zhou Fa said with an evil smile, Your father's fate is no longer with him. He is very likely to be in danger. You don't have a father who has become a sovereign. How can you grow? Follow me, I will help you become a sovereign. In the future I see you will rise in the dark period and sweep the sovereign list. However, there is a genius stronger than you. When you are in high spirits and glorious, he will step on you to ascend. Zhou Tianhua was indifferent. He was still very impatient. He was tired of hearing these words. Every time it was the same words. Are you tired? Let's make a bet. Within 100 years, the Evil Sky Divine Range will perish. If the Evil Sky Divine Range perishes, you will follow me. If it doesn't perish, I will be your slave in the future. Zhou Fa said with a meaningful smile. Zhou Fa said with a meaningful smile. Zhou Tianhua opened his eyes when he heard this. Zhou Tianhua was born in the Evil Sky Divine Range. He still had a lot of feelings for the Evil Sky Divine Range. It could be said that in Pure Sword Heaven, he valued the Evil Sky Divine Range the most. After all, Beast Sovereign would occasionally come to visit him. What do you mean? What information did you get? Zhou Tianhua asked with a frown. He suddenly lost his composure. Zhou Fa shook his head and said, The destiny of the Evil Sky Divine Range is exhausted. It will perish. Just wait and see. If you figure it out, contact me. You should still keep the dagger I gave you. After saying this, Zhou Fa turned into a pool of water and merged into the river. Zhou Tianhua got up and paced back and forth. His heart was heavy and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He immediately turned around and went to look for his mother. At this moment, Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui were chatting in the small pavilion under the tree. They were naturally talking about the turmoil in the Evil Sky Divine Range. Even Ing Zhuge was sent to participate in the war. Although the Evil Sky Divine Range was harmonious, countless creatures died outside every day. Chapter 772. Zhou Tianhua appeared beside Xian Xianghua out of thin air and said anxiously, Mother, is our divine range in danger? Normally, he would focus on cultivation and ignore the affairs of the world. However, when he heard that the evil sky divine range was about to perish, he could no longer maintain his usual calmness. Xian Xianghua frowned and asked, "Who said that? Is it that Zhou Fei?" They also knew that Zhou Fei often looked for Zhou Tianhua. They had even told Beast Sovereign about it. However, Zhou Fei was so powerful that they couldn't catch him. "Just tell me if it's true or not," Zhou Tianhua urged as he stared at his mother. Jiang Shui smiled. "Don't worry. With your father around, the evil sky divine range won't perish." Xian Xianghua nodded in agreement. "But father still hasn't returned. Where is he?" Zhou Tianhua asked hesitantly. He admired his father very much, but he also understood that Zhou Xuanji's strength was really not enough in the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji didn't belong to the top ranks of the sovereign list. Xian Xianghua glared at him and snorted. "Don't worry, your father will come back sooner or later. You will understand how many miracles he created when he was your age." Zhou Tianhua had no choice but to give up. He had started cultivating early, and he was already very vague about the stories he had heard about Zhou Xuanji when he was young. As such, he felt that his two mothers trusted Zhou Xuanji too much. For a moment he was worried about his gains and losses. His father's whereabouts were unknown, the evil sky divine range was still on the brink of death, and his two mothers didn't care about anything. He was very flustered. "What should I do?" Zhou Tianhua frowned and left in a daze. Jiang Shui glanced at him and asked worriedly, "Will he be all right? You should pay more attention to him. If he can't figure it out and gets kidnapped by Zhou Fei, it won't be good." Xian Xianghua felt that it made sense. She immediately got up and left to chase after Zhou Tianhua. "Brat, do you want to know more about your father?" Xian Xianghua patted the back of his head and asked with a smile. At first glance, others would think that they were brother and sister, not mother and son, because she didn't have her mother's composure. Zhou Tianhua froze for a moment and subconsciously wanted to refuse. But Xian Xianghua grabbed his shoulder, and both mother and son disappeared into thin air. Jiang Shui sat in front of the stone table, supporting her chin with her hand. With a smile on her face, she sank into her memories. Every time she saw Zhou Tianhua, she thought of Zhou Xuanji when he was young. She and Zhou Xuanji had depended on each other since they were young, and she would always remember what Zhou Xuanji looked like when he was young. Every time she thought about it, she felt very happy. Their love was not easy to come by, and it was hard to remember. Anti-Kunlun. Xiu. Xiu. Zhou Xuanji and Origin Court War God shuttled through the void boundary at an extremely fast speed. Behind them, there was a large group of beings chasing after them. There were at least 1,000 of them, and the weakest of them was at the 9 vast heavens realm. Origin Court War God had already destroyed 7 divine ranges with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had completely mastered the inverse chaos divine ability. But the anti-Kunlun had also erupted. Thousands of Origin Fusion divine lords and 9 vast heavens cultivators were chasing after them. Even someone as strong as the Origin Court War God couldn't stop the attack of so many experts. Some of the Origin Fusion divine lords had surpassed the 5 realms. "If this goes on, we'll be caught," Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice. He continuously used suppressing the universe, but he was still unable to increase the distance between them and the enemy. Origin Court War God was also very anxious, but his face was very cold. He didn't panic. Seeing that he didn't speak, Zhou Xuanji began to think of a way to escape. "Idiot! Use the inverse chaos divine ability." Little Sovereign's voice rang in his ears. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Can the inverse chaos divine ability resolve this situation? Without hesitation, he immediately used the inverse chaos divine ability. A faint layer of light burst out from his body as the space behind him fluctuated. Thousands of experts only felt that they had hit an invisible barrier. Immediately afterward, Zhou Xuanji and Origin Court War God disappeared before their eyes. They were stunned, but they didn't slow down. Origin Court War God looked back and was stunned to find that all the enemies were flying backward. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose. The inverse chaos divine ability is really powerful. The enemies were still flying forward. The reason was that their senses were temporarily blocked. They thought that Zhou Xuanji and Origin Court War God were in front of them. The distance between the two sides instantly widened. "How did you do it?" Origin Court War God asked in surprise. It seemed that what this kid said before was true. That divine ability was really strong. Even he couldn't see clearly what was going on. Zhou Xuanji replied, "The inverse chaos divine ability can reverse everything. I didn't expect that it could even reverse the direction." He really didn't expect that the inverse chaos divine ability could be used in this way. Reverse the direction and mix divine sense. Origin Court War God sighed in his heart. Why can't I use this divine ability? The two quickly fled. When those experts came back to their senses, they could no longer find their whereabouts. They came to a planet and began to rest and cultivate. Today's battle had given Zhou Xuanji a deeper understanding of the inverse chaos divine ability. This divine ability must be mastered. It would definitely be a life-saving trump card to kill the enemy in the future. He sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Origin Court War God, sitting on a rock next to him, stared at Zhou Xuanji thoughtfully. He was interested in the inverse chaos divine ability. He suddenly wanted to plunder this divine ability. However, compared to the divine ability, he wanted to leave Anti-Kunlun more. So he was in a dilemma. He understood that he had to quell this greed. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. That guy is greedy. Be careful. Little Sovereign reminded him. Little Sovereign reminded with a teasing tone. Ever since he came to Anti-Kunlun, Zhou Xuanji had been holding the Lesser Supreme Sword most of the time. It was equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes and an extra sense of awe. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change. He had already guessed this, so he did not panic. Fortunately, Origin Court War God didn't make a move. 9 days passed just like that. On this day, the peace was broken. What do you want? A familiar voice came, and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in shock. Beast Sovereign. Origin Court War God opened his eyes, and his expression turned ugly. Zhou Xuanji noticed his subtle expression. Beast Sovereign appeared above their heads, looking down at them with a furious expression. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. This Beast Sovereign didn't look timid at all. He was still very strong and his eyes looked very gloomy. Humph, I didn't expect you to find this place. Origin Court War God snorted coldly and slowly stood up. 3 black spears of light floated behind him, ready for battle. At this point, Zhou Xuanji finally understood. F***CK. Origin Court War God and Beast Sovereign were enemies in Anti-Kunlun. Furthermore, they were mortal enemies. Sure enough, it was the opposite relationship. Beast Sovereign raised his palm and slammed it down. Origin Court War God followed suit. Boom! The entire planet exploded in an instant. Zhou Xuanji relied on the inverse chaos divine ability to reflect the damage and quickly moved away, dodging their battle. Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God fought fiercely in the void. Their figures intertwined, forcing Zhou Xuanji to stay away from them. He didn't dare to come close to the area of 10,000 miles. Chapter 773. Boom! 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 Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God crazily collided like 2 rainbows. All kinds of magical abilities were at their fingertips, and their destructive power was extremely strong. The void boundary shook violently. Zhou Xuanji watched with narrowed eyes and asked softly, "How high are their cultivations?" Little Sovereign replied with a sound transmission. Peak Origin Fusion Divine Lord. The difference in stages within Origin Fusion Divine Lord was huge. The gap between each stage was almost insurmountable, unless one was like Zhou Xuanji, who had endless trump cards, and each of them was a great serendipity. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered. Even someone as strong as Beast Sovereign is only at the peak of Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Then what kind of realm would it be if he took another step forward? Somehow, he felt that the Supremes weren't the strongest. Otherwise, where would the previous Supremes have gone to? Why did the current Supreme still cultivate so hard? And why did the Supremes of the Kunlun Origin Court disappear? There were too many riddles that he couldn't understand, but it also made him very interested in the position of a Supreme Being. After ascending to the throne of the strongest in the Kunlun Origin Court, he might be able to see everything clearly. Zhou Xuanji didn't leave. He still wanted to rely on Origin Court War God to fight his way out. How could he leave? Moreover, he had inquired in the Kunlun Origin Court that Origin Court War God and Beast Sovereign often fought, and most of the time Origin Court War God won. However, this was anti-Kunlun. Zhou Xuanji frowned and tried his best not to overthink. The battle lasted for a long time, and even Zhou Xuanji felt quite tired. These two were in a love-hate relationship. When would a victor be decided? In the Kunlun Origin Court, Beast Sovereign could give up everything for the Origin Court War God. In the anti-Kunlun, Beast Sovereign could do anything to kill the Origin Court War God. TSK. Just as Zhou Xuanji was watching the show, Beast Sovereign suddenly punched through Origin Court War God's chest, blasting the void behind Origin Court War God. The Origin Court War God was shocked and hurriedly dodged. A burst of black gas emerged from behind Beast Sovereign. Like a black net, it enveloped Origin Court War God. In an instant, the two of them were in a black ball. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Would Origin Court War God be defeated? Little Sovereign reminded them. Aren't you going to run? That guy is dead for sure. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately reacted. He quickly escaped. During the flight, he had a strange expression. He really didn't expect this to happen. He thought that Origin Court War God might die, but he never thought that Origin Court War God would die in the hands of Beast Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of himself. Would he die at the hands of the people closest to him? They were closest to each other in the Kunlun Origin Court, but it was very likely that they would become enemies here. He shook his head and smiled, too lazy to think too much about it. He would try his best to avoid his family in the Kunlun Origin Court. 12 hours had passed since they started their journey. Zhou Xuanji came to the other side of Anti-Kunlun. Just as he found a foothold, Beast Sovereign came to his door and appeared in front of him out of thin air. Kid, where do you think you're going? Beast Sovereign sneered. His eyes were dark and fierce, like a poisonous dragon. Zhou Xuanji panicked in his heart, but he looked calm on the surface. Do you have enmity with me? He glanced over and saw Beast Sovereign holding Origin Court War God's head in his right hand. Origin Court War God's face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Seeing this head, Zhou Xuanji realized how terrifying Beast Sovereign was. After one's cultivation surpassed the Saint Realm, one would generally destroy the enemy's body and soul. Leaving the head behind showed that there was still a certain gap in strength between the two sides. Why are you with Origin Court War God? And are you from Anti-Kunlun? Beast Sovereign asked, staring at Zhou Xuanji. For the creatures of Anti-Kunlun, Kunlun Origin Court was Anti-Kunlun. Zhou Xuanji replied. He wants to use me to leave this place. You should have already confirmed the last question. Beast Sovereign narrowed his eyes and asked. Do you have a way to go back? He had seen many creatures from Kunlun Origin Court die here. None of them could go back. After all, those who could go back were all sovereigns. Yes, if you let me go, I will repay you one day. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was curious in his heart. Why didn't the Beast Sovereign kill him? Could it be that he also wants to leave Anti-Kunlun? Beast Sovereign asked. If you leave this place, how will you repay me? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said. Any verbal promise is meaningless. But forming a good relationship is also a hope for you. I have no reason to harm you. I killed to become stronger. There are so many divine ranges. Your evil sky divine range is a super divine range. Only if my brain is damaged would I go looking for trouble with you. Beast Sovereign fell into deep thought. His eyes were filled with scrutiny, never leaving Zhou Xuanji. After a long while he said, Help me do one thing and I won't chase you. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had no other choice now. Even with the inverse chaos divine ability, he wasn't sure he could defeat Beast Sovereign. Go to the mortal divine range and capture the mortal god sisters. You don't have to worry about danger. I will take the lead and then you will take them away. Remember, you must bring them to me in one piece. Beast Sovereign said in a deep voice. Beast Sovereign asked in a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised when he heard this. Why is he also targeting the mortal gods? Okay. When will we act? Zhou Xuanji agreed. He was thinking that he could take this opportunity to intercept the mortal gods. The corner of Beast Sovereign's mouth rose as he waved his right hand. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the universe shrink. The sky turned dark. Before he could react, Beast Sovereign disappeared, leaving him alone in absolute darkness. You stay here and wait for my order, Beast Sovereign's voice floated in. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow when he heard Beast Sovereign's voice. This guy is really overbearing. Killing intent rose in Zhou Xuanji's heart, but he could only endure it for the time being. Although your physical strength is not as good as his, you have the inverse chaos divine ability. You can escape. Little Sovereign's voice rang in his ears, causing him to be stunned. How can I escape? The inverse chaos divine ability can reverse everything. If you reverse time and space, he naturally won't be able to find you, Little Sovereign said with a contemptuous smile. Zhou Xuanji wasn't pleasantly surprised after hearing this. Instead, he was thinking about his future plan. Since that was the case, he could use the inverse chaos divine ability after capturing the mortal gods. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth rose into a strange smile. Beast Sovereign didn't speak for a while. Zhou Xuanji wasn't idle either. He was concentrating on cultivation. After 3 years, get ready to act. Beast Sovereign's voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding through this dark space. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and immediately got up, ready to fight. Suddenly, a screen of light appeared in front of him. There were 2 women on the screen. One looked cold and elegant. She was wearing a luxurious palace dress. The other looked only 16 or 17 years old. She had a delicate face and was wearing a red dress. She looked terrified. Both women were devastatingly beautiful and had outstanding temperaments. At this moment, they were leaning against each other like princesses in distress. Huh! Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. He suddenly discovered that the girl in red looked very similar to the mortal gods he had seen in the Kunlun origin court. But that mortal god had no hair. She looked like a little nun. Chapter 774. Zhou Xuanji became curious about the mortal god sisters on the light screen. Since the girl in red might be the same person as the mortal god of the Kunlun origin court, then who was this woman in the palace dress? At the same time, the 2 mortal gods were in a panic. Sister, what should we do? The red-clothed girl asked nervously. She had been curled up in the arms of the palace-dressed woman, hugging her tightly. The woman in the palace dress was also very nervous. Although they were mortal gods, they hadn't awakened their innate talent and their cultivation wasn't high. In the face of the powerful beast sovereign in front of them, they could only be frightened. The woman comforted him. Don't be afraid, I'm here. They were in the middle of an array, protected by dozens of origin fusion divine lords. A great battle was taking place in front of them. The mortal divine range's old ancestors were surrounding Beast Sovereign. In the distance, there were still countless evil sky divine range experts blocking the way. There was no way to escape. If your mortal divine range doesn't cherish the mortal god, then leave it to me. Beast Sovereign laughed wildly, his murderous aura thick and dense. The patriarchs of the mortal divine range almost exploded with rage. Beast Sovereign, you're courting death. Is your evil sky divine range worthy of fighting with our sovereign divine range? When we return, we will definitely bring an army to flatten your evil sky divine range. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him. You are too arrogant. This old man will make you regret it. Don't let him escape. All of these ancestors possessed remarkable abilities. Every move they made was extremely powerful and could shake the universe. Zhou Xuanji watched the battle from the dark space. The light screen that Beast Sovereign had turned on for him was always facing the mortal god sisters, so he couldn't see the whole battlefield. He waited patiently for an opportunity. When we get out, we'll kidnap them. Get ready. Beast Sovereign's voice sounded again. And after 3 seconds, the dark space suddenly shattered. Zhou Xuanji was pulled to the mortal god sisters by a violent suction force. The mortal deities were also frightened and subconsciously retreated. Zhou Xuanji moved extremely quickly. He quickly reached out and pulled them into his arms. Then he cast the inverse chaos divine ability, reversing the space within a radius of 10 feet. The surrounding origin fusion divine lords were shocked and furious. Just when they were about to attack, Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 disappeared before their eyes. They were instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? They immediately used their divine sense to search, but they were unable to find any traces of Zhou Xuanji and the others. The expression of Beast Sovereign who was fighting changed. He suddenly felt that something was wrong, because he could not sense Zhou Xuanji's aura either. Where did that kid go? Zhou Xuanji looked at the murky space around him and was pleasantly surprised. Apart from the mortal god sisters next to him, he could no longer feel the aura of any other living beings. "What do you want?" the woman in the palace dress asked warily. The red-clothed girl in her arms was so scared that she almost cried. Zhou Xuanji looked back at them and said with a smile, "I heard that mortal gods can help people cultivate, so I need your help." As soon as he said this, the two women's faces turned pale. They naturally knew about these things. So, ever since they found out that they were mortal gods, they had been in despair. Who would have thought that misfortune would come so quickly? The girl in red gritted her teeth, her eyes red. She raised her right hand and prepared to stab her throat. "Don't be in such a hurry. The help I'm talking about isn't those lowly third-rate methods. I want to talk to you about cultivation methods. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to stand before me unscathed, right?" Zhou Xuanji immediately interjected. The two women were stunned after hearing this. He helplessly said, "I have 2 wives, a son and a daughter. I'm not that desperate." The two women's eyes immediately lit up when they heard this. The woman in the palace dress asked with a frown, "Who are you? Can you tell us your name?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "My name is Zhou Xuanji. I'm not from your Kunlun origin court. In fact, the Kunlun origin court has 2 planes. The composition of living beings is the same, but the development is completely different. I come from the other plane. I want to become stronger, strong enough to leave this place." Hearing this, the girl in red excitedly asked, "Then can you take us with you? We also want to leave this place." They had also heard of the existence of anti-Kunlun before. As long as they left with Zhou Xuanji, they could get rid of the shackles of the mortal divine range and their destiny. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, "In the other Kunlun origin court, the mortal gods have the same destiny as you. However, if you help me become stronger, I will protect you in the future." The two women fell into despair when they heard the first half of Zhou Xuanji's words. But when they heard the second half, they were pleasantly surprised. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword as Little Sovereign's soul floated out. The two women were so scared that they hugged each other again. Little Sovereign floated in the air, looking at the two women. He then said with a satisfied smile, "They seem to have good aptitudes. Maybe they can really awaken into mortal gods. It's a waste to use them as furnaces. They should be cultivated." His words immediately made the two women feel relieved. The soul's words obviously didn't mean to harm them. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Aren't they mortal gods?" Little Sovereign smiled contemptuously and said, "They just have the bloodline of mortal gods. How can a real mortal god be controlled by others? A real mortal god can be powerful enough to suppress the sovereign divine range. They are invincible under the sovereign." His words made the two women excited. Zhou Xuanji also knew how powerful mortal gods were. But his priority wasn't to cultivate them but to help him become stronger. Little Sovereign saw through his thoughts and chuckled. "Actually, I know a way. Once these two mortal gods awaken their talents and cultivate with you, they can guide the inverse chaos chi into your body, helping your cultivation soar. Not only that, but they can also become stronger," Little Sovereign explained with a smile. The eyes of the two mortal gods couldn't help but light up. They also wanted to become stronger. As long as they became stronger, they could get rid of their destiny. If it was as Little Sovereign said, they were powerful enough to suppress the mortal divine range. "Tell me," Zhou Xuanji urged. He had been in anti-Kunlun for a long time. He didn't want to wait any longer. Little Sovereign rolled his eyes and said with a sinister smile, "I can teach you this method. But there are some shortcomings in this method. When you cultivate, the inverse chaos chi will become violent. You must cultivate naked. The magical clothes will block the flow of the inverse chaos chi. Ordinary clothes will also turn into ashes." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. The mortal god sisters blushed and lowered their heads. Little Sovereign raised his brow and said, "One of you wants to become a sovereign and go against fate. The other two have a bad fate. Why don't you get married? Think about it. If you succeed in the future, you will be a sovereign and two mortal gods. You will be able to create an unprecedented golden age." No supreme martial artist could have two mortal gods who had grown to the pinnacle. Just thinking about it made little sovereign a little excited. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and angrily said, "Nonsense, I don't want to marry anyone. I won't accept any woman if I have no feelings." These words didn't humiliate the two mortal gods. On the contrary, they looked at him in a different light. Chapter 775. Zhou Xuanji found it a little hard to accept the cultivation method that little sovereign had told him. The mortal god sisters remained silent. They also wanted to become stronger, and Zhou Xuanji had a dignified appearance and treated them well. Following someone like this was much better than becoming a cauldron for some old ancestor. What's there to bicker about? This is the only way for your cultivation base to increase quickly. Otherwise, you'll only be able to use them as cultivation materials. Little sovereign glared at Zhou Xuanji with dissatisfaction. Why was Zhou Xuanji so hesitant at such a critical moment? Weren't you the one who insisted on obtaining the mortal god? Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before sighing and saying, "All right, pass the cultivation method to us. When the time comes, I will close my eyes and shut off my divine sense. I will not look at indecent things." Hearing this, the two mortal gods nodded shyly. At the same time, they were full of expectations for the future. Their previous situation was already desperate. Now that they could become stronger, they naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, they were not stupid. They knew that they had no room to refuse. Let's cultivate here. This place is between Anti-Kunlun and Kunlun Origin Court. Only those who have mastered the inverse chaos divine ability can come here. Zhou Xuanji nodded upon hearing this. He couldn't help but wonder how many people in the world had learned the inverse chaos divine art. No matter what, he still had to be careful when he cultivated in the future. Subsequently, little sovereign taught the three of them the cultivation method. This technique was called the red dust reversal. It was created especially for Zhou Xuanji's situation. After Zhou Xuanji learned it, he opened his eyes and asked, "Who created the red dust inverse? Could it be that someone married a mortal god and entered Anti-Kunlun by mistake?" Little sovereign revealed a sad smile and said, "In the past, I mistakenly entered the Anti-Kunlun mountains and met a mortal god. The world calls her ancestor Jade Disc. After so many years, I don't know if she's still alive." "Female ancestor Jade Disc? Is she your wife?" The red-clothed girl cried out in surprise, and her face was filled with disbelief. The woman in the palace dress sighed and said, "Female ancestor Jade Disc is the representative of the mortal deities. Who are you?" They were all interested in Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign said arrogantly, "I'm a sovereign. Is Jade Disc female ancestor not worthy of me?" The two girls were shocked and their mouths were agape. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Since you became the sovereign, why didn't you bring her along?" Little Sovereign shook his head and said, "Even if you are a sovereign, you can't enter the Anti-Kunlun at will. The Anti-Kunlun also has a sovereign." His tone was a little sorrowful. The world had changed, and the beauty of the past was probably gone. The red-robed girl said cautiously, "Matriarch Ud seems to have." The woman glared at her, scaring her into silence. "I know that she might have already fallen. After so many years, I won't be sad. If she wants to blame someone, she can only blame herself for not leaving with me back then," Little Sovereign said faintly. These past events were in the depths of his memory, and he had thought about them countless times. Now that things had come to this point, he was at most depressed. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt, but he sighed in his heart. With such a comparison, he was filled with pride. He had always tried his best to protect the people he cared about, and never let himself have any regrets. "All right, let's start cultivating." Then he stored the Lesser Supreme Sword into the Supreme Storage. He also told Little Sovereign not to look at him. The two girls immediately blushed upon hearing this. They shyly sat cross-legged on both sides of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji then said, "Close your eyes, take off your clothes and start cultivating. Remember, don't open your eyes. I respect you, so you have to respect me too." The red-robed girl was infuriated. He said it as if they wanted to see him. However, she didn't dare to talk back since she was living under someone else's roof. Next, Zhou Xuanji took the lead in closing his eyes and began taking off his purple sky stardust robe. The two girls quickly closed their eyes and followed suit. After Zhou Xuanji took off his clothes, he waited for a few breaths before saying, "Let's cultivate together." The two girls were mortal gods. Their talent was naturally not bad. They quickly followed Zhou Xuanji and entered a state of cultivation. Even in this independent space, there was still the existence of Tao energy. At first, Zhou Xuanji didn't notice the existence of inverse chaos qi. But as the two girls entered a state of cultivation, he was pleasantly surprised to find inverse chaos qi around him. Even his Tao energy was skyrocketing. Tao energy and inverse chaos qi drilled into the two girls' bodies, overflowed through their pores, and poured into Zhou Xuanji's body. Faintly, Zhou Xuanji also felt another special gas. Mortal qi. His cultivation began to grow faster and faster. Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed and began to concentrate on cultivation. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had skyrocketed. He began to break through from the peak of Tao ancestor to one vast heaven. The cultivation of the two mortal gods had also made great progress. They had already reached the Tao ancestor realm. The elder sister was a 7th grade flower, and the younger sister was a 2nd grade flower. In these 5 years, Zhou Xuanji didn't open his eyes. But the red-robed girl occasionally couldn't help but open her eyes. She didn't dare to look at Zhou Xuanji. 9 vast heavens. 9 vast heavens for the soul. The greatly divine suppressor technique had a way to break through to the 9 vast heavens. Previously, his realm wasn't high enough. But now that the time and cultivation were ripe, he could directly comprehend the way to break through when he operated this technique. This was a great divine ability. The same words had different effects for different cultivations. Between the anti-Kunlun and the Kunlun origin court, there was no need to undergo tribulation to break through. As his aura skyrocketed, the two mortal gods subconsciously opened their eyes and looked at him. Their faces instantly turned red, even their necks and ears. They quickly closed their eyes and began to communicate through voice transmission. "Sister, he is so powerful. He broke through a major realm so quickly. Will the person favored by the sovereign be bad? Are we really going to follow him in the future? If we only support each other, can we survive? I don't want to. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. When I become stronger, I will protect you too. And I feel that he is really a gentleman. He has never opened his eyes or humiliated us verbally. Let's wait and see. You can't be too narrow-minded when looking at a person. You have to look at him from many aspects." Zhou Xuanji didn't know the conversation between the two women. He was focused on breaking through. In the depths of his soul, a golden ocean appeared. It was bright and mysterious. In the golden ocean, there were countless swords of light floating in the air. They were all in the shape of his legendary swords. The vast heavens were condensed, and Tao energy manifested. Zhou Xuanji's Tao energy began to transform into a brand new force. Primordial energy, or primordial energy for short, was an existence higher than Tao energy. It could absorb Tao energy and spiritual qi to transform. He fell into a wonderful feeling. Even if he didn't open his eyes, he could see everything around him clearly. Of course, his eyes didn't stop on the two women. Instead, he was looking at anti-Kunlun and Kunlun origin court. He could see the miniature of the two planes, but he couldn't see them clearly. He began to clearly feel the existence of the two worlds. This perspective was like a god peeping into the mortal world. Chapter 776. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the first vast sky realm. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner. You have obtained myriad life fusion, heavenly fate moon, invincible pill. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, interrupting his shock. While he was shocked by the magnificence of the two worlds, the sword spirit's voice was like a bell, waking him up from a dream. Another omni-fusion divine sword. And what was the invincible pill? Information about the fate of the moon appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Glorious Destiny Moon Level. Myriad fusion description. Contains the divine power of the legendary moon god ancestor. It can command fate and praise the heavens with its sword. To use this sword, one needs to be at least at the second vast heavens realm. The threshold was only the second vast heavens? The reversal divine sword was also a myriad life divine sword. But it required the cultivation of origin fusion divine lord level 3. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. It seemed that there was a certain gap between the Great Destiny Moon and the reverse legendary sword. He started to wonder what the invincible pill was again. A line of words appeared before his eyes. Invincible pill. After taking it, one could maintain an invincible state for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The invincible state meant that one could not be defeated. It did not include invincible strength. Invincible state? Zhou Xuanji blinked. This is an overlord physique? With this pill, he would have a higher chance of success when he reached the peak of Anti-Kunlun. With that thought, he began to adjust the primordial power in his body to consolidate his cultivation. Another half a year passed. He decided to stop for a while, so he said, "Let's get dressed. Let's take a break." He took out the purple sky stardust robe and put it on. The sound of clothes being put on came from the side. 3 breaths later, the voice of the woman in the palace dress sounded. Done. Her voice was very soft, not as cold as before. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and took a deep breath. After painstakingly cultivating for 5 years, he had reached the one vast heavens realm, which made him feel refreshed. He had become stronger again. Once upon a time, he still had to look up to the one vast heavens. Congratulations on your breakthrough, the woman said with a charming smile on her face. The red-clothed girl was also very excited, but her pretty face was still flushed. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "That's right, I still don't know your names." "My name is Shun Tang," the woman replied. "My name is Shun Yanxing." The girl in red giggled. These 2 names were quite pleasant to the ear. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "In the future we will depend on each other. I will not mistreat you, nor will I restrict your wills." It had to be said that with 2 mortal gods by his side, it was equivalent to having 2 more cultivation plugins. Of course, the Red Dustin verse played a key role. "When are you leaving the Kunlun origin court?" Shun Tang asked curiously. Now that she had let down her guard, she behaved naturally and gracefully. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "When I'm powerful enough to reach where the sovereign is, I can leave this place." Supremacy. The 2 women's eyes were filled with splendor. They had no doubts because Zhou Xuanji's sword had a sovereign's soul. Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. "Yo, looks like you guys are having a good time." Little Sovereign winked and said with a smile. When he saw the 2 girls blushing and smiling, his thoughts went astray. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, "Be more respectful. I have a wife and children. I won't mess around. Now that I have broken through to one vast heavens, are you still going to cultivate like this?" Little Sovereign looked at Zhou Xuanji, Shun Tang, and Shun Yanxing before nodding. "Let's continue. Their cultivation speed will get faster and faster until they truly awaken. It will be faster than massacring you. Why not? It will be safer this way," Little Sovereign said with a smile. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. He felt more and more that Zhou Xuanji was likely to become the sovereign. Once he became the sovereign, he would be a super sovereign that would shake the world. Some sovereigns could make the Kunlun origin court peaceful and stable. Some sovereigns could bring turmoil to the Kunlun origin court. And some sovereigns could have great fortune, creating a new world and creating rules that blessed the world. Even sovereigns were divided into high and low levels. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then asked, "At this speed, when can I leave? Don't tell me I will become as powerful as the sovereign. Otherwise, I will have to wait forever." He wanted to go back as soon as possible. After all, the Kunlun origin court was in a dark period. Before he left, the evil Sky Divine range was still in danger. Even if the Super Divine ranges had a deep foundation, they wouldn't be able to afford it for a long time. Don't worry. As I said before, if you can break out of Anti-Kunlun, you will have the hope to become the sovereign. If you break out and have the cultivation of the sovereign, what hope is there? Little Sovereign said, waving his hand. His expression was meaningful. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Then can you let me know?" Ever since he could see the miniature of the Kunlun origin court, his longing for it had begun to overflow. "You will know when the time comes. It won't be too long. Within 100 years, Little Sovereign said impatiently. Little Sovereign said impatiently. This kid cared too much about relationships. Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing glanced at each other before the two sisters began to chat via voice transmission. Naturally, they were talking about Zhou Xuanji. They could also hear that Zhou Xuanji really cared about his family. A man who valued affection could easily attract the attention of women. Not to mention that Zhou Xuanji's appearance and talent were top-notch. Next, Zhou Xuanji put away the lesser supreme sword and continued to cultivate with Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing. As always, look no further. Evil Sky Divine Range, Pure Sword Heaven Jiang Shui, and Xian Xianghua were sitting in the stone pavilion, chatting while cultivating. Recently, the Evil Sky Divine Range has become more and more chaotic. It is said that it will be annexed by the Mortal Divine Range. I don't know if it's true, Jiang Shui sighed. Her eyes were filled with worry. Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said, I hope not. After all, Zhou Xuanji has offended the Mortal Divine Range. She became angry at the mention of this matter. Back then, Beast Sovereign asked Zhou Xuanji to deal with the Mortal Divine Range. Wasn't that digging a pit? Jiang Shui became even more worried after hearing this. After so many years, Zhou Xuanji still hadn't returned. No matter how much confidence she had in Zhou Xuanji, it would be obliterated. Zhou Xiaoxian suddenly appeared beside her. She crossed her arms over her chest and snorted. Aunt Xian, can you control Tanhua? That kid is getting more and more arrogant. I asked him to spar with me, but he ignored me. When he was forced into a corner, he used the exterminating divine light. She was very angry. She couldn't move after being hit by the exterminating divine light. She was directly defeated. How can I fight like this? Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at her and angrily said, Why do you always like to mess with your brother? Are you jealous that his talent is better than yours? Zhou Xiaoxian was immediately annoyed when she heard this. She snorted and said, Why would I be jealous of him? I just want to find someone to spar with. Recently, the Evil Sky Divine Range has been sealed. I can't even take a step out of Pure Sword Heaven. Although her Kong Tong Divine Eyes had been awakened, she hadn't developed her original divine ability yet. Now she felt that she couldn't beat Zhou Tanhua, so she decided to compete with him. Unfortunately, that kid was too calm. No matter how she teased him, he was unwilling to compete with her seriously. Just as they were chatting, Daoya Old Man flew over and said anxiously, This is bad. Chapter 777. Seeing Daoya Old Man's panicked look, Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes and said, What? What did you foresee? This guy always foretold a bad fate and came to disturb them every time. In the beginning, they were still surprised and flustered. But in the end, the danger that this guy foretold didn't appear. But he had the cheek to say that it wasn't because the time hadn't come yet. I foretold that the Evil Sky Divine Range would turn into ashes. The one who did it was a mysterious woman. Daoya Old Man said in a trembling voice as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. However, Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, and Zhou Xiaoxian all rolled their eyes and ignored him. Seeing that they didn't care, Daoya Old Man became anxious and said, I have never foretold so clearly. This time it's definitely true. That woman is too strong. Beast Sovereign was directly beheaded by her. The three women couldn't help but look at each other when they saw that he was so serious. Zhou Xiaoxian said angrily, Can you show the woman's face? Daoya Old Man nodded. He flipped his right hand as a mirror of light emerged from his palm. The beautiful face of a woman appeared in the mirror. Surprisingly, it was mortal god Shen Tang. The corner of her mouth rose slightly. Her smile was very domineering. Her eyes were full of disdain. Coupled with her coquettish clothes, she had the temperament of an invincible monarch god. The three women frowned and looked at each other. Just by looking at this woman, they felt that she was very strong. Could it be that Daoya Old Man didn't slack this time and really foretold it? See? Don't you think it's scary at first glance? Daoya Old Man swallowed and said nervously. He didn't dare to look at the woman's face. Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian, and Xian Xianghua remembered this woman's appearance. If they really met her in the future, they had to avoid her. In the inverse chaos space, Zhou Xuanji, Shen Tang, and Shen Yanqing were still cultivating. No one had disturbed them. The two mortal gods provided him with a steady stream of inverse chaos qi and Tao energy, allowing his cultivation to grow. His current cultivation speed didn't slow down, nor did it slow down. On the contrary, it was increasing. But after so many years he had already gotten used to it. His cultivation had already reached the three vast heavens realm. A few years ago he had stepped into the one vast heavens realm, which showed how heaven-defying a mortal god was. It was already a great fortune to have one mortal god. And Zhou Xuanji had two. Since ancient times, the number of people who had this kind of opportunity could be counted on one's fingers, and they were all forgotten by history. Zhou Xuanji did not stop but continued to cultivate. Xin Yanqing couldn't help but open her eyes again. She turned her gaze in another direction, her heart beating faster. She quietly glanced at Zhou Xuanji cautiously. The cultivation state of the three was a little awkward. The two women were on Zhou Xuanji's left and right. They weren't far from each other. They could feel each other's temperature. Coupled with the fusion of inverse chaos qi, even if Zhou Xuanji's heart was as calm as water, the two women's hearts, which were like a pool of water, were already rippling. "Don't look at indecent things, understand?" Zhou Xuanji said, scaring Xin Yanqing so much that she quickly closed her eyes. Her face turned red. She muttered, "How do you know? Don't tell me you're using your spiritual will." As soon as these words came out, Shen Tang's pretty face quickly blushed, especially her ears, which were as red jade. "I'm not that despicable. I can feel other people's gazes," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If it was him 1,000 years ago, he might not be able to bear the restlessness in his heart. But after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, his heart was already as calm as still water. Xin Yanqing still wanted to ask, but Shen Tang interrupted her. "Cultivate well, don't make trouble." Xin Yanqing relied on Shen Tang the most. She immediately didn't dare to say anything. After all, this matter was really embarrassing for a woman. Zhou Xuanji didn't speak anymore and focused on cultivating. Another 20 years passed. His cultivation had reached the five vast heavens realm. Xin Yanqing really couldn't bear it anymore. She asked for a rest. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Get dressed and open your eyes." He also wanted to talk to Little Sovereign. After a while the three got dressed. Xin Yanqing stood up and stretched her body. A happy smile appeared on her face. Ever since she followed Zhou Xuanji, she was no longer afraid. All she needed to do was to cultivate well every day. This feeling brought her back to the experience of being the young miss of the divine range. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes, took out the lesser supreme sword, and summoned Little Sovereign. Shen Tang sat next to him, silently looking at him. But her eyes were a little blurry. Which woman didn't yearn for love? Zhou Xuanji's temperament and character had made her fall in love with him. Unfortunately, Zhou Xuanji didn't pay attention to them at all. Little Sovereign appeared. He said impatiently, "How long have I slept? You summoned me again. I'm with two stunning women and I'm naked. Aren't you happy? Or are you saying that your hobby is me?" Zhou Xuanji's forehead was full of black lines. He couldn't help but say, "Don't talk nonsense. Is it time for me to leave Anti-Kunlun?" Little Sovereign couldn't help but look at him, sizing him up. 5 vast heavens? Not bad, you barely reached this threshold. Little Sovereign said hesitantly. Little Sovereign said hesitantly. His eyes turned and no one knew what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can I leave now?" Little Sovereign hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay. Get ready to go, fly to the peak of Anti-Kunlun." Zhou Xuanji was immediately overjoyed. He immediately got up. Shen Tang also got up. Little Sovereign looked at the two mortal gods and said with a smile, "Are you ready to follow him? Once you leave, you can't come back unless you die." Shen Tang nodded and said, "We have no other choice." Her gaze couldn't help but fall on Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji noticed the look in her eyes. He couldn't help but be surprised. Is this woman attracted by my elegance? Next, he left the inverse chaos space with the two mortal gods. After arriving at the Kunlun universe, Zhou Xuanji took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and boarded it with the two girls. The two girls were stunned by the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. After entering the carriage, they felt like they had entered a loft. The interior was gorgeous and antique. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew upward at an extremely fast speed. Little Sovereign, hovering above the lesser supreme sword, said with a smile, "Don't be surprised when we reach the peak." Surprised? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing, sitting next to him, didn't say a word. They curiously watched the two chatting. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign continued chatting. They were talking about the sovereigns. About 2 hours later, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage still hadn't reached the peak. At this time, a murderous aura locked onto the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He immediately appeared on the footboard outside the carriage with a sword in his hand. This sword was like a silver moon. It was 4 fingers wide and nearly 2 meters long. It was shining with a sparkling brilliance. Great Destiny Moon. Zhou Xuanji stared ahead and saw Beast Sovereign looking at him with a murderous aura. Brat, you finally showed up. You dared to lie to me. You will die today. Beast Sovereign said in a cold voice as he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. If the 2 mortal gods weren't in the carriage, he would have already attacked. Chapter 778. Zhou Xuanji didn't panic in the slightest in the face of Beast Sovereign. He was no longer the same as before. His cultivation had reached the 5 vast heavens realm, and he had the universal life fusion divine sword in his hand. He wanted to test his strength. He mobilized the divine energy in the Great Destiny Moon and slashed at Beast Sovereign. Sword chi came from all directions trying to drown Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign's expression changed slightly. He immediately punched, scattering the sword chi. Before he could make his next move, Zhou Xuanji had already arrived in front of him. The Great Destiny Moon slashed horizontally, aiming at Beast Sovereign's neck. So fast. Beast Sovereign was shocked. How long has it been? This kid has already transformed to such a level. Wait. 5 vast heavens. How is this possible? Beast Sovereign was shocked while dodging. Monstrous waves were set off in his heart. What the hell has this kid experienced? Could it be that he and the 2 mortal gods have already? Beast Sovereign flew into a rage. He felt insulted. With a loud roar, his aura erupted, shaking the universe. Zhou Xuanji cast the sword fusion technique. Thousands of divine swords merged into his body as a layer of dazzling silver light burst out of his body. It was extremely magical. He raised the Great Destiny Moon and cast the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows appeared out of thin air, occupying this space and sealing them off. The tips of the swords pointed straight at Beast Sovereign. The blades vibrated with great momentum. Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing in the carriage were very excited. They didn't expect Zhou Xuanji to be so strong that he dared to challenge Beast Sovereign head-on. One should know that he was only at the 5 vast heavens realm. In the super divine range, the cultivation of the 5 vast heavens realm was nothing. Zhou Xuanji's primordial chaos sword shadow was no longer what it used to be. Every sword was very strong. They moved together like the shrinking universe, crushing everything. Beast Sovereign raised his arms and cast a black light shield to resist the violent attack of the primordial chaos sword shadow. He gritted his teeth as his arms trembled slightly. Zhou Xuanji's divine swords had many powerful existences. After merging with his body, his strength had surpassed the 9 vast heavens realm and was comparable to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji could also judge the rank of his strength. Beast Sovereign seemed to be seriously injured. He was far from being as strong as he was when he fought with the mortal divine range. However, he wasn't an ordinary Origin Fusion Divine Lord. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he squeezed out the soul source orb from his glabella. He immediately used the suppressing the universe, causing Beast Sovereign's speed to instantly slow down. Beast Sovereign didn't panic. Black lightning overflowed from his eyes and rapidly expanded, covering the entire space like countless black dragons. Zhou Xuanji used the Emperor's Way Thousand Hand Sword Buddha, as a 1,000,000 feet tall golden Buddha appeared. Thousands of arms stretched out, each holding a sword as they madly hacked at Beast Sovereign. Boom! 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 The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage activated its defensive array to resist these attacks. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji continued to cast all kinds of Sword Dao divine abilities, completely suppressing Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign was furious. He couldn't even beat this junior. He was very aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. The disappearance of the 2 mortal gods had caused the mortal divine range to go berserk, almost destroying the evil sky divine range. He was also seriously injured. No, we can't go on like this. Beast Sovereign gritted his teeth. His robe suddenly swelled, and a burst of gray mist suddenly burst out, sweeping across the entire universe. Zhou Xuanji used all kinds of divine abilities at his fingertips, wave after wave. He didn't give Beast Sovereign a chance to catch his breath. At this moment he seemed to be above Beast Sovereign. He was standing on the head of the 1,000-hand sword Buddha, looking down at Beast Sovereign. Shun Tang and Shan Yanqing in the carriage were dazzled. Such a Zhou Xuanji was the most attractive to women. What's more, Zhou Xuanji had saved them from a desperate situation. Sister, he is so powerful. He might really become a sovereign in the future, Shen Yanqing said with a look of admiration. Shen Yanqing said with a look of worship and a calm expression. Shun Tang nodded and said with a smile, definitely. He has a certain temperament that makes people feel that he will reach the top sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Shen Yanqing looked at her in surprise and asked, Sister, don't tell me you have fallen in love with him? Hearing this, Shun Tang blushed and glared at her. Shen Yanqing rolled her eyes. She finally understood what was going on. Recalling what Little Sovereign had said before, she blushed. Two sisters serving the same husband? Outside, Zhou Xuanji and Beast Sovereign were still fighting fiercely. Beast Sovereign fell into a more and more decline. He was shocked to find that Zhou Xuanji was absorbing his power. World internalization. He didn't understand. This was the first time his cultivation was being absorbed by a junior whose cultivation was far weaker than his. This feeling made him feel like he was about to collapse. You will lose. Why don't you leave now? Zhou Xuanji said condescendingly. He deliberately provoked Beast Sovereign. He didn't want to waste any more time. After all, their battle was huge. If they continued to fight, it would definitely attract many powerful cultivators. At that time, he would be in big trouble. Beast Sovereign's expression changed. He suddenly turned around and fled. Zhou Xuanji pretended to chase after him. This shocked Beast Sovereign so much that he quickly tore the space open and fled. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha shattered, turning into golden light that filled the sky. Zhou Xuanji teleported into the carriage of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage followed him and flew up at an extremely fast speed. After Beast Sovereign was defeated, no one came to stop them. After another hour, they came to a cosmic space filled with purple qi. There was no trace of the divine range here. Zhou Xuanji scanned the surroundings with his divine will. He was very curious. He didn't expect that there would be such a space above the divine range. The Tao energy here was extremely abundant. There was also a lot of spiritual qi surging. It was very high level. It was even more powerful than the spiritual qi in pure sword heaven. We will soon reach the apex of Anti-Kunlun. Get ready, Little Sovereign said with a smile. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. When he went to the apex of Anti-Kunlun, he was also uneasy. But now he was only curious. Zhou Xuanji was very puzzled by his expression. Isn't this guy worried? If he is killed by the Sovereign, Little Sovereign won't survive either. Could it be that there is no danger ahead? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought while Shun Tang and Shan Yanqing whispered to each other. After flying for a while, suddenly the carriage shook violently. A mysterious force directly moved them out of the carriage. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes again and found himself standing above the sea of clouds. What's going on? Shen Yanqing asked nervously. Her voice was very low for fear of disturbing the Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and stored the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage into the supreme storage. He then walked forward with the lesser supreme sword in hand. Shun Tang and Shan Yanqing followed him, vigilantly watching the surroundings. The sea of clouds was layered and the sky was filled with a dazzling glow. As the three strolled forward, Little Sovereign suddenly flew out of the sword and said with a smile, "Don't worry, let's go boldly." Although Zhou Xuanji was puzzled by this, he still quickened his pace. The two women followed closely behind. They didn't dare to lose track of him. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they saw a wooden house in front of them. Its back was filled with a dazzling glow. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. This wooden house looked simple and unremarkable, but it exuded a vast aura. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. For some reason, he felt that this wooden house was a little familiar. Could it be? As if he had guessed something, his pupils shrank. Impossible. Chapter 779. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's expression change, Shun Tang couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Shen Yanqing couldn't help but look back at him. Nothing, I just guessed a possibility. Let's move on, Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head. Little Sovereign snickered on the side, looking a bit treacherous. They walked up to the wooden house. This wooden house wasn't big. There was probably only one room inside. There was a garden in front of the door. There were no trees, only some flowers and plants. There was no wind, but they swayed slightly. Zhou Xuanji looked at the wooden door, a little hesitant. Hey Sovereign, don't you want to come out and meet me? Little Sovereign asked casually. Hearing this, Shun Tang and Shen Yanqing glanced at each other. They were very puzzled. Does Little Sovereign know the current sovereign? They were so nervous that they didn't dare to speak. After all, the sovereign was living inside. Crack! The wooden door suddenly opened. It was pitch black inside. They couldn't see anything. A figure slowly walked out. Shun Tang and Shen Yanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You! Shen Yanqing almost cried out in alarm. She quickly covered her mouth before looking at Zhou Xuanji, and then at the sovereign. This sovereign was none other than Zhou Xuanji. He was wearing a pure black robe. His hair was naturally loose and there was a smile on his face. His eyes were deep as if he had seen through all the true meaning of the world. Zhou Xuanji wasn't shocked, but there was a complicated look in his eyes. Ji Zun also looked at him, carefully sizing him up, revealing a satisfied expression. Little Sovereign clicked his tongue in amazement and said, I guessed it would be like this. Sure enough. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, What do you mean? How did you guess this? Little Sovereign smiled and said, I was like this back then. I came here nervously only to find that the sovereign was me. Later, I understood that everything has its own cause and effect. At every stage, those who are qualified to break out of Anti-Kunlun are all sovereigns. This involves time and cause and effect. It's hard to understand. Zhou Xuanji was still confused. He didn't understand the true meaning. Shun Tang and Shen Yanqing were still in a state of shock. The Supreme Being smiled and said, To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the Supreme Being's reverse body, those who come here from another plane won't be able to live long. Every Supreme Being will encounter their own reverse body. This is a test for you and for us too. With a wave of his right hand, a rocking chair appeared behind him. He sat down and began to rock like an old man. He leisurely said, The Kunlun Origin Court and Anti-Kunlun have been a mystery since ancient times. Speaking of which, it is most likely to be related to the mortal god. Only the mortal god is unique in these two planes. Little Sovereign nodded and said with a smile, If his two mortal gods can survive, they might be strong enough to dominate the two realms. As soon as he said this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but look at Shun Tang and Shen Yanqing. It seemed that the red-clothed bald girl he met at that time was not Shen Yanqing. Why was the mortal divine energy unique? Could it be that the rules of the two realms were created by the mortal god? Zhou Xuanji did not think further and asked, Then can you let me go? The most important thing now was to get out of here as soon as possible. The rules of the two realms had nothing to do with him. He could not understand it. If he wanted to understand it, he would have to reach the level of a supreme being. Ji Zun glanced at him and smiled mysteriously. If you want to leave, you have to rely on yourself, not me. Little Sovereign also smiled. Zhou Xuanji felt that the smiles of the two were very treacherous in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji asked, How can I leave? The sovereign shook his head. His body swayed as he said with a smile, No hurry. I want to ask you, how do you feel after coming here? How is it compared to Anti-Kunlun? The creatures of the two Kunlun Origin Court all thought that the other was Anti-Kunlun. From the ordinary creatures to the sovereign. Zhou Xuanji replied, There's no life here. It's like hell. Shun Tang and Shen Yanqing nodded. Ever since they were young, they rarely left the mortal divine range because the elders said that it was too dangerous outside and restricted the actions of the younger generation. Do you know why it's like this? The sovereign asked with a smile, making Zhou Xuanji feel like he was looking at a mirror. Zhou Xuanji had already met two people who looked exactly like him. It made him feel very awkward. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, I should ask you this question, right? The sovereign wasn't just the strongest. He had to have his own responsibilities and responsibilities. Your anti-Kunlun should have a dark period. Our Kunlun origin court has just experienced it. If I hadn't appeared out of nowhere, dominated the sovereign list, and suppressed all the divine ranges, the Kunlun origin court would have been more like hell than it is now, the sovereign said with a smile. His smile was a little proud. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Since you and I are the same, you should understand how I feel right now, right?" The sovereign nodded as his smile began to fade. Zhou Xuanji keenly caught it. He immediately asked, "Do you have a family?" The sovereign, expressionless, replied, "No, the path to becoming the strongest is lonely. Only by being alone can one have no distractions." Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. After coming to the anti-Kunlun, he had imagined many scenes of reuniting with his family, but he didn't expect it to be like this. They are already dead? Looking at the calm sovereign, he inexplicably felt that he was looking at a dead person. The two fell into silence. Shen Yanqing looked at them in confusion. She didn't know what they were thinking. Shen Tang seemed to be thinking of something. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with pity in her eyes. "Okay, just say it." Little Sovereign broke the silence and said with a meaningful smile. Little Sovereign broke the silence with a meaningful smile. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of expectation. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked with his eyes. "It's very simple. You just have to prove to the sovereign your strength and will to become the sovereign. As long as you pass, he will open the passage between the two worlds. To enter the passage between the two worlds, you need at least the strength of Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Plus, you need the Inverse Chaos Divine ability to stabilize the passage between the two worlds," Little Sovereign explained. Little Sovereign introduced, his eyes fixed on Zhou Xuanji. "At this point, brat, don't let me down." Zhou Xuanji looked at the sovereign and asked, "Is that so?" The sovereign nodded and said with a smile, "I will sit here. If you can make me stand up, I will consider it your victory." With a wave of his right hand, Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing immediately moved 100 feet away. A circle of light appeared out of thin air, isolating them. Zhou Xuanji directly used the sword fusion technique. He held the Lesser Supreme Sword in his left hand and the Great Destiny Moon in his right. With the two swords in hand, his aura erupted, shaking the sea of clouds. The sovereign raised his brow and said with a smile, "Sword fusion technique, not bad. It seems that you have a lot of swords, and each and every one of them is extraordinary." Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. He immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of swords appeared above him out of thin air, violently rushing towards the sovereign. As soon as these sword shadows touched the sovereign and the wooden house, they disappeared into thin air, turning into smoke. Zhou Xuanji arrived in front of the sovereign in a single step. He raised his sword and slashed at the sovereign. With a loud bang, he was directly bounced back by an invisible force. "It seems that your cultivation is not enough," the sovereign said with a smile. Ji Zun laughed, his expression somewhat contemptuous. Chapter 780. Zhou Xuanji was not enraged by the sovereign's provocation but became even more focused. He used all kinds of divine abilities and attacked Ji Zun crazily. He even used the exterminating divine eyes. But the sovereign remained motionless on the rocking chair with a smile on his face. None of Zhou Xuanji's attacks could touch him. Not enough power. Move faster. This sword has to follow a certain trajectory when swinging it. It has to move with the wind. Your exterminating divine eyes have to be used at any time, not after a pause. You're too weak. What qualifications do you have to become a supreme being? The sovereign's words pierced Zhou Xuanji's heart, but they did not disturb Zhou Xuanji's heart. Instead, he closed his eyes and devoted himself to the battle. The soul source orb between his eyebrows rotated constantly, like an eyeball. Little Sovereign was attached to the Lesser Supreme Sword. His soul was behind Zhou Xuanji. He noticed Zhou Xuanji's expression and immediately began to preach. Ji Zun couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Hearing the Tao preaching, Zhou Xuanji's attacks did not slow down but instead became faster. His strength was also gradually increasing. From the perspective of Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing, it seemed as if countless Zhou Xuanji were besieging the sovereign. Ji Zun, who was in the sword chi storm, still maintained a smile, as if she was in another world. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, entered a wondrous state of enlightenment. After a while, the situation had changed. Every time Zhou Xuanji tried to break through to the sovereign realm, the invisible barrier would ripple. At first glance, the sovereign seemed to be in a ball of water. Jizun's eyes lit up and she began to size up the surrounding attacks. Inverse Chaos Divine Ability. This kid's control over the Inverse Chaos Divine Art had reached such a deep level. In order to resist the sovereign's invisible defense, Zhou Xuanji was also using the Inverse Chaos Divine Ability while attacking, using the sovereign's rules to deal with the sovereign. Under such attacks, Zhou Xuanji's sword was getting closer and closer to the sovereign. Interesting. The corners of Jizun's mouth curled up as she smiled in satisfaction. As expected of his reverse body, his comprehension ability was indeed very strong. Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing also noticed this scene. "Sister, he's amazing," Shen Yanqing said with a face full of admiration. The opponent was a supreme being. If it was her, she wouldn't even dare to make a move against a Jizun. Shen Tang nodded and said softly, "Be quiet. Don't disturb him." Shen Yanqing couldn't help but turn her head to look at her. She said meaningfully, "Sister, are you starting to turn away?" Shen Tang glared at her when she heard this, but she didn't retort. She felt rather sweet in her heart. The battle continued. Zhou Xuanji's sword kept approaching the sovereign. At this rate, he would encounter the sovereign after a while. If the sovereign didn't want to get hurt, he had to avoid him. At that time, Zhou Xuanji would pass the test. However, Zhou Xuanji did not let his guard down. He was still in a state of enlightenment. His state of epiphany was very advanced. His consciousness could still focus on the battle, but his body was instinctively in the state of epiphany. Jizun's eyes turned cold. She suddenly raised her right hand and waved it casually. Puff! Zhou Xuanji immediately vomited blood and flew backward. He didn't even come into contact with the sovereign. Little sovereign became angry and said, "What do you want to do?" Zhou Xuanji quickly steadied himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly opened his eyes. Jizun looked at him from afar and smiled. "You have passed the test." He passed? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing were also stunned. In their opinion, this test should be very difficult. How could he pass so easily? How long did this battle last? Only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? Little Sovereign was also stunned. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Don't joke with me." The Sovereign smiled and said, "It's that simple. He is qualified to be the Sovereign. Do I have to go all out? If that's the case, who can pass this test?" Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of him and asked, "Can I go back now?" The Sovereign looked at him and locked eyes with him. Facing the Sovereign's eyes, Zhou Xuanji was inexplicably in a trance. "Are you ready to go back? Once you go, you will never come back," the Sovereign asked seriously. His tone was full of deep meaning. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I don't want to come back either." In the distance, Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing were a little nervous. They also wanted to leave with Zhou Xuanji, especially Shen Tang. "You can only go back by yourself. You can't take the two mortal gods with you. They have their own destiny. It has nothing to do with you for the time being. But they are closely connected to you in the future," the Sovereign said with deep meaning. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He had already promised the sisters that he would take them away. At this point, how could he go back on his word? He asked, "How can I take them away?" The Sovereign stared at him. His eyes turned sharp as he said, "If you take them with you, something bad might happen. Even as the Sovereign, you can't see through the mortal gods. Not to mention that both of them are mortal gods. With two mortal rules together, their future is limitless." Zhou Xuanji remained unmoved by his words. Promises were very important. As for the price, he didn't want to think about it. "I must take them with me," Zhou Xuanji said firmly. Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing were very moved by his words. The Sovereign waved his right hand, and the two women flew to Zhou Xuanji's side. He stared at the two women and asked seriously, "Are you ready? Your future will not be peaceful. Your potential is unimaginable." Shen Tang took a deep breath and said, "We want to leave this place." They were heartbroken by Anti-Kunlun. They didn't want to stay here anymore. Then what will you do to him in the future? The sovereign asked. His eyes were full of oppression. Shun Tang replied without thinking. He saved my life and gave me a new lease on life. I will always follow him and serve him. I will never abandon him. Xin Yanqing didn't speak. She was very nervous. She was afraid that the sovereign wouldn't allow them to leave. Remember what you said. Promises are always harder to carry out than to make, the sovereign said meaningfully. He raised his right hand as a halo of light appeared beside him. It quickly grew until it reached 6 feet in diameter. It was filled with golden light, making it impossible to see anything. He continued. This is the passage between the two worlds. If you want to cross it, you will encounter various rules. You can't hide in artifacts. You must cross it in person. Otherwise, the rules of the other Kunlun origin court will reject you and directly obliterate you. Zhou Xuanji turned his head and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Little Sovereign looked at the sovereign and asked, Did you divine something? As soon as he said this, Zhou Xuanji and the other two turned their attention back to the sovereign. The sovereign shook his head with a smile. He didn't say anything. Zhou Xuanji also didn't ask. Instead, he led the two women to the golden halo. Hey, how are your wives and children? The sovereign couldn't help but ask. His tone was a bit complicated. Zhou Xuanji didn't look back and replied softly, I don't know, but I will protect them. After saying this, he stepped into the passage between the two worlds without hesitation. Shun Tang and Shun Yanqing followed closely behind. The sovereign showed a strange smile and murmured, Mortal gods, who is the one behind this? Chapter 781. After entering the passageway between the two worlds, Zhou Xuanji looked around. There was light all around him, and he could only see things within a 10-meter radius. He looked back at Shun Tang and Xin Yanqing and said, Follow me closely, don't lose me. The sisters nodded, not daring to let their guard down. The three of them flew forward. Shun Yanqing looked back and could no longer see the entrance. Little Sovereign reminded, If you get lost here, it will be very difficult for you to find your way back. No one knows what will happen to you. Hearing this, the two girls became even more nervous. They stuck close to Zhou Xuanji, afraid that they might lose him. How long will it take to fly out? Asked Zhou Xuanji. With the Lesser Supreme Sword and Great Destiny Moon in his hand, he glanced around. Ever since he entered the passageway between the two worlds, his hair stood on end. There was a feeling of being spied on by countless enemies, but he didn't show it. Instead, he pretended to be calm to reassure Shun Tang and Shun Yanqing. I'm not sure. Time has no meaning here. Back then, I didn't even know how long I had to fly to get out. This is a test of willpower. Little Sovereign replied in a somewhat emotional tone. Time passed quickly. Before meeting Zhou Xuanji, he swore that he would never come to the passageway between the two worlds again. Whatever he was afraid of came. Shun Tang asked, Time is meaningless. If we don't fly out at the same time, won't we end up in different timelines? Little Sovereign glanced at her and praised. You're right. So in the end you must follow him closely. If you're a step slower, there may be unpredictable results. Shun Tang nodded. Her eyes were filled with apprehension. Xin Yanqing was the most nervous. She held her sister's arm tightly in her arms and kept looking around. There was light in all directions, and he still couldn't see anything. For the rest of the journey they moved forward in silence, no longer speaking. Days passed by. They never stopped. If it was just flying, it would not consume too much of their primordial power or Tao power. Gradually they became numb and lost track of time. Unknowingly, Zhou Xuanji began to feel sleepy. He became absent-minded, and his eyes lost their spirit. What are you doing? Little Sovereign suddenly shouted, causing him to tremble and instantly sober up. Not only him, but even Shun Tang and Xin Yanqing were also shocked. They almost fainted just now. What happened? Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself with a frown. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Little Sovereign sighed and said, Hold on. Don't forget, you have the Inverse Chaos Divine ability. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Inverse Chaos Divine ability, enveloping him, Shun Tang, and Shun Yanqing. In an instant they felt their bodies relax, as if an invisible shackle had been expelled. Shun Yanqing patted her chest and said with fear, "Was it some kind of restriction just now?" Little Sovereign shook his head and said, "It's not a restriction but an extremely high-level law. Even I don't know the origin of this law. A law that even a supremacy couldn't see through?" The sisters looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In their hearts, the Supremes were the strongest. They were omnipotent and omniscient. How strong were the rules that the Supremes were unable to see through? Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. "Be careful." Zhou Xuanji spoke suddenly, and the sisters turned around in shock. A silhouette appeared in front of them. It was like a shadow, and it was impossible to see its face clearly. He held his sword and did not move, as though he was waiting for Zhou Xuanji and the others to fly over. Zhou Xuanji didn't stop. Instead, he used the exterminating divine light. 2 beams of exterminating divine light shot out from his eyes, directly penetrating the black shadow. The black shadow dissipated like a cloud of smoke, no longer existing. The 3 quickly flew past the place where the black shadow was. They didn't encounter any attack. What happened? What was that just now? Shun Yanqing asked nervously. Her voice was trembling. The black shadow just now made her hair stand on end. She could feel a chill running down her spine. Time remnant. Since ancient times, many creatures have been lost in time. There are many powerful cultivators among them. Their will never die. They have become remnant existences in this chaos of time. Some are extremely aggressive, while some are just phantoms that pass through. Little Sovereign introduced in a solemn tone. Little Sovereign introduced with a solemn tone. It wasn't a good thing to encounter the time remnant so early. However, he didn't say it out loud lest Zhou Xuanji and the others panicked. Their current state was very good. As long as they maintained it, they would be able to get through safely. But I'm afraid Zhou Xuanji expanded the inverse chaos divine ability to cover a radius of 10 feet. The existence of the time remnant cast a shadow over the hearts of the 3. They became even more vigilant. Later on, the time remnant continued to appear. Occasionally, some of the time remnant would take the initiative to attack them. In Little Sovereign's words, these time remnant had already integrated with the space rule and became a space-time remnant. Once they killed them, their souls would be devoured by them and become a part of their strength. The passage between the 2 worlds seemed to be endless. Boredom and confusion would obliterate all emotions. The tension and fear of Zhou Xuanji and the others were also obliterated. God knows how long had passed. Maybe it had been a month. Maybe it had been decades. Time was meaningless. Even the sword spirit didn't remind him of his birthday. This situation was very similar to how fate had knocked him down to earth. Hold on. Could it be that fate sent me into the passage between the 2 worlds? But instead of falling into Anti-Kunlun, I ended up on Earth thousands of years later? Thinking of this, Zhou Xuanji suddenly became spirited. He didn't notice that the distance between him and Shun Tang and Shun Yanqing was growing. They were already 2 feet away from each other, which was equivalent to more than 6 meters. The 2 women seemed very tired. Their eyes were hollow. They didn't even have the strength to speak. Shun Tang supported Shun Yanqing, but her hands were trembling. They can't hold on any longer. Little Sovereign suddenly flew out of the sword and reminded him. Zhou Xuanji looked back and found that he had already shaken off the 2 women. He immediately slowed down and waited for the 2 women to come to his side before asking, "Are you okay?" Shun Tang wanted to say something, but she couldn't say a single word because she looked like she was going to muddle through at any moment. This is why you have to learn the inverse chaos divine ability. Without the inverse chaos divine ability, you will end up like them and die sooner or later. Little Sovereign sighed, making Zhou Xuanji frown. He said in a deep voice, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Little Sovereign's face was expressionless as he said, "Their existence will help you be more confident. If they die, you can absorb their worldly aura to strengthen yourself. You can even become half a mortal god." Shun Tang and Shun Yanqing were not angry. They no longer had the strength and spirit to resent him. At this moment they had already fallen into a state of reminiscence. It was like a person recalling his past life before he died. Zhou Xuanji took out 2 holy light redemption swords and stabbed them into the 2 women's legs. "Since they're here, I want them to follow me out alive," Zhou Xuanji said with a cold voice. Chapter 782. Get out of here alive? Little Sovereign sneered. How could it be that easy? He said faintly, since ancient times, the chances of survival through the passage between the two worlds are very slim, let alone carrying two people. Brat, you have to understand one thing. If you want to become a supreme being, you have to abandon everything and let your heart be free of worries. The strongest is also the loneliest existence. Do you see your reverse body? He lives alone in that wooden hut. He has nothing to worry about and can completely focus on his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji was not moved by his words. Turning around was just turning around. It did not mean that Zhou Xuanji could do the same. Since it was a reversal, then Zhou Xuanji should live a completely different life. Under the healing of the Holy Light Redemption Sword, the two women began to recover. After a while, Shen Tang said gratefully in a weak voice, "Thank you for not giving up on us." Shen Yanqing stared angrily at Little Sovereign. She had always respected Little Sovereign. She didn't expect that Little Sovereign would use them as chess pieces. Zhou Xuanji said seriously, "Don't stay too far away from me. I can use the inverse chaos divine ability to protect you." Without Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing, how could he have reached the fifth vast heaven so early? He didn't want to break his promise unless the other party betrayed him. The two women nodded and quickly moved behind him. Shen Yanqing also reached out and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Little Sovereign shook his head and didn't say anything. The three of them continued forward. The boredom and torment of the passage between the two worlds were far beyond their imagination. Even Zhou Xuanji suspected that there was no end. The atmosphere became silent. Another long time passed. The passageway between the two worlds started to change, and a starry sky appeared in front of them. When they flew into it, they felt like they were traveling through the vast universe. The scenery changed, and so did their emotions. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji summoned Little Sovereign and asked. Little Supreme glanced around and said, "This means that you have left Anti-Kunlun, but you are still far from the Kunlun origin court. You are still in the channel between the two worlds." Zhou Xuanji frowned. There was a vast space between the two Kunlun origin courts? Then what is this space? Could it be that this was the motivation for the supreme beings to keep cultivating? After coming to this starry sky, the pressure on Zhou Xuanji and the others lessened significantly. The familiar environment made them feel much more at ease. However, the rest of the journey was still boring. Kunlun Origin Court. Xiao. Xiao. Two ear-piercing sounds rang out in the universe. Two people were chasing each other. The person chasing after him was Old Demon Soul Mover. The person in front was Chu Machin, a 17-star genius who was once in the same realm as Zhou Xuanji. He gritted his teeth and pushed his speed to the limit, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake off Old Demon Soul Mover. Damn it, what is this guy trying to do? He can obviously catch up to me, but he keeps maintaining a distance. Could it be that he wants to force me out of the Kunlun Origin Court? Chu Machin frowned and thought in horror. No matter what, he could only rely on himself now. What should I do? As Chu Machin flew at full speed, he swept his gaze forward, trying to find a place to escape. The creatures they encountered along the way were almost scared out of their wits when they saw Old Demon Soul Mover. They didn't even have time to hide and didn't dare to support Chu Machin. The Kunlun Origin Court had completely entered a dark period. Most creatures already knew that the Supremes had disappeared, so the various divine ranges began to fight. Lone geniuses like Chu Machin would be hunted down. The Supreme ranking was still there, and the Origin Court tacitly allowed this kind of killing, hoping to select the Supreme in this chaotic world. Kid, where do you think you're going? Old Demon Soul Mover grinned with a playful look on his face. Suddenly, a soul mountain appeared behind him. Countless wronged souls began to struggle and roar silently. Chu Machin's divine sense had been paying attention to Old Demon Soul Mover. When he saw the soul mountain, he was so scared that his scalp almost exploded. It's over. This time it's completely over. Chu Machin was disheartened and desperate. He didn't want to become a pitiful creature on the soul mountain. Instead of enduring the endless torment, it was better to die. He gritted his teeth and prepared to detonate his soul. At this moment, a red figure appeared in front of him out of thin air. Looking at the figure, it was obviously a woman. She had a graceful figure and was surrounded by red gas. He couldn't see through her. Chu Machen's eyes widened and he subconsciously wanted to go around her. The other party suddenly raised her right hand and pointed at him. Chu Machen only felt a terrifying force hit him, and his soul was directly knocked out of his body. Old Demon Soul Mover, who was behind him, widened his eyes and quickly stopped with a look of horror. The red figure raised her hand and sucked Chu Machen's soul and body into her palm. She then rushed toward Old Demon Soul Mover, leaving behind countless afterimages like illusions. Old Demon Soul Mover was just about to dodge when the red figure arrived 10 feet away. She slapped Old Demon Soul Mover's soul out of his body. With a wave of her left hand, Old Demon Soul Mover's body, soul and soul mountain were all taken away. After doing all this, the red figure disappeared into thin air, as if she had never been there. Inside the passage between the two worlds, the vast starry sky above their heads, Zhou Xuanji's group of 3 was still moving forward. Little Sovereign came out and looked ahead. He muttered, "From the looks of it, the first tribulation is coming." The first tribulation? Zhou Xuanji's group of 3 was a little sleepy, but his words scared them to death. What tribulation? Shen Yanqing asked nervously. She carefully looked ahead. Zhou Xuanji was also very vigilant. Little Sovereign leisurely replied, "The first tribulation is the tribulation of cultivation. There are all kinds of heavenly tribulations. Let's leave it to fate." Leave it to fate? This kind of thing can be left to fate? Even Zhou Xuanji couldn't bear it anymore. He sneered and said, "Is that so? Be careful, or I will throw the Lesser Supreme Sword down." When Little Sovereign heard this, his expression changed greatly. He quickly shouted, "Don't panic. I have an idea." Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and waited for him to continue. "I just need to use the inverse chaos divine ability to send the heavenly tribulation back," Little Sovereign said helplessly with a sullen expression. Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing couldn't help but laugh, feeling very relieved. They had long disliked Little Sovereign. This guy always looked like it was easy for him to talk, and he would always make fun of them. Right at this moment, a horrifying gale blew from the side, and even someone as powerful as Zhou Xuanji was almost flipped over. Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing couldn't bear it and were directly blown away. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji quickly put down his sword and stretched out his hands to grab the 2 women's hands, pulling them into his embrace. This movement caused Zhou Xuanji to instantly lose his balance, and he was swept away by the wild gale. "Brat!" Little Sovereign was shocked. He quickly controlled the Lesser Supreme Sword and Great Destiny Moon to fall on Zhou Xuanji's group of 3. This gust of wind came and went quickly. Zhou Xuanji's group of 3 stabilized themselves. Shen Tang cried out in horror. "What is this?" Little Sovereign replied, gritting his teeth. "The first tribulation has begun. As long as we survive it, the rest will be stable. I have countless divine swords. I have countless divine swords." Chapter 783. "Isn't this too sudden?" Shen Yanqing said, still in shock. Her body was still trembling slightly. The gale just now was really scary. If Zhou Xuanji hadn't caught them, what would have happened to them? Little Sovereign said, "Otherwise, why would so many powerful cultivators die on this path?" Zhou Xuanji adjusted the primordial energy in his body. He asked with a frown, "Even the inverse chaos divine ability can't block the wind of the first tribulation?" Shen Tang hugged Shen Yanqing tightly, fearing that her sister would be blown away. "This isn't an ordinary wind. If you didn't have the inverse chaos divine ability, you wouldn't be able to withstand it even if you had the cultivation of origin fusion divine lord," Little Sovereign replied. Little Sovereign replied and couldn't help but sigh. He was ashamed to say that he knew very little about the passage between the two worlds. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "We can only be more careful." The 2 women nodded. They immediately urged the mortal chi in their bodies to form a mortal armor on the surface of their bodies to prevent the tribulation. After a while, the gale came again without any warning. This time Zhou Xuanji grabbed the 2 women in time. They weren't blown away. Such a gale came 5 more times. After 5 times, the gale no longer appeared. However, Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 didn't dare to be careless. According to Little Sovereign, the wind tribulation was just the beginning. There were still fire tribulation, water tribulation, metal tribulation, wood tribulation, cloud tribulation, and so on. There might even be a tribulation that little sovereign couldn't even imagine. The passage between the two worlds didn't count time. Zhou Xuanji and the other two had experienced countless tribulations here. They were almost numb. Not to mention Shantang and Shen Yanqing, even Zhou Xuanji looked exhausted. His eyes were hollow. They had already passed the first tribulation. Their cultivation had taken a huge leap. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had reached 8 vast heavens. The two mortal gods had broken through to one vast heaven realm. But even so, they weren't happy. No matter how strong their cultivation was, they couldn't withstand such a boring and difficult torture. Little Sovereign appeared again. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the state and expressions of the three. It won't be good if this continues. Little Sovereign thought with a frown. He couldn't help but look ahead. The passage between the two worlds was still surrounded by the boundless universe of stars. No matter how magnificent the scenery was, it would become boring. Little Sovereign's pupils suddenly shrank as he exclaimed, "Something's coming." With these words, Zhou Xuanji looked up abruptly, and his eyes turned cold. Shantang and Shen Yanqing also raised their heads. Black shadows appeared in front of them, attacking them like a swarm of locusts. There were so many of them that it was difficult to estimate their numbers. Zhou Xuanji immediately unleashed the primordial chaos sword shadow, and billions of sword shadows shot out from behind him. Boom! 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 Countless black shadows were destroyed one after another, as if the universe was exploding. Shantang and Shen Yanqing also made a move. Their palms struck out, and the mortal chi turned into countless arrows that followed. Now that things had come to this, they no longer panicked when they encountered such a scene, and they even felt that it was normal. Until now, there's still no hope of getting out? Zhou Xuanji asked in a deep voice. His heart was in a mess. He didn't know how much time had passed in the Kunlun origin court. The sword spirit had yet to remind him of his birthday. I don't know either. The situation you encountered has already deviated from what I encountered in the past. Little Sovereign sighed, looking a little embarrassed. Zhou Xuanji's brow furrowed even tighter. Just as he was about to speak, a violent storm of ice and snow blew over from the front. Everything happened too fast. Zhou Xuanji and the other two had no time to dodge. Even the inverse chaos divine ability couldn't block this snowstorm. Boom! The three were instantly frozen into ice. An irresistible suction force came from the left and right, pulling Shantang and Shen Yanqing. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. He frantically mobilized the primordial energy in his body, but he couldn't break the ice. The two women looked desperate. They could only see the distance between them getting farther and farther. In less than 2 breaths of time, they had disappeared in different directions. Another suction force came, pulling Zhou Xuanji forward. How could this be? Zhou Xuanji's heart fell into a rage. He had persisted for so long. Was he going to fail like this? More importantly, even if he could survive, what about Shantang and Shen Yanqing? His promise had become ridiculous. Little Sovereign's soul was also frozen. He couldn't get into the Lesser Supreme Sword. He sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji crying, "We are dead. This is a space-time turbulence. I encountered it once and almost died. But the space-time turbulence at that time was far less powerful than it is now. It's over. It's over." Little Sovereign's reaction was even bigger than Zhou Xuanji's. It wasn't easy for him to have a chance to resurrect. Naturally, he didn't want to die. If he died this time, there would really be no hope of resurrection. Zhou Xuanji cast the Sword Fusion Technique and 9 Soul Fusion Technique, raising his strength to the peak. The ice on his body began to tremble. No matter how hard he struggled, he still couldn't break the ice. He immediately cast the Greatly Divine Suppressor Technique, splitting thousands of Greatly avatars and slashing at him. The sword chi bombarded from all directions, causing the layer of ice to shatter into pieces. But he still couldn't break the ice. This time Zhou Xuanji was in complete despair. Little Sovereign was also in despair. He no longer spoke. They began to wait for death. At this moment, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Looking at the figure, it was obviously a woman. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji felt inexplicably familiar when he saw her. It was as if he had seen her somewhere before. The red figure quickly arrived in front of him and slapped the ice with her palm. The ice immediately turned into mist and dissipated. Zhou Xuanji was finally saved. He heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Thank you, who are you?" The red figure touched his face before turning around and leaving. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. What was that just now? How could she destroy the space-time turbulence with a single palm strike? Little Sovereign cried out in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "You don't know, how would I know?" He subconsciously touched his face. Why did she touch my face? What is she trying to tell me? Who the hell is she? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. Don't think about it, get out of here quickly. Little Sovereign urged in an anxious tone. Zhou Xuanji looked back, trying to find the Shun Tang sisters. But he couldn't even capture their aura. Little Sovereign sighed and said, "Give up, you can't find them." In the end, the two mortal gods still died. If he had known this earlier, it would have been better for Zhou Xuanji to become stronger and leave this place alive. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and asked, "What will happen to them?" Little Sovereign replied, "They will either die or be lost forever. If I knew this, I wouldn't have become the Sovereign." He had left the passage between the two worlds alive back then. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment. In the end, he could only continue on his way. Although he felt guilty, he couldn't delay any longer. He had to rush back to protect his family. Chapter 784. After the disappearance of Shuntang and Shen Yanxing, Zhou Xuanji's confidence was severely damaged. Along the way, he didn't say a word. Even if Little Sovereign comforted him, it was useless. Now, Zhou Xuanji could only charge ahead without thinking about anything else. As for Little Sovereign, he couldn't predict what he would encounter next. "This is troublesome. Looks like your aptitude is stronger than mine. Otherwise, how could you encounter such a monstrous space-time turbulence?" Little Sovereign sighed as he looked ahead with a dignified expression. The starry sky in front of him was still beautiful, but beneath this beauty was a boundless killing intent. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. His eyes were like torches as he looked ahead coldly. In the future, he would have to face the calamity alone. Without Shuntang and Shen Yanxing, he felt lonely. In the past, the sisters would whisper to each other, which made him feel like someone was there. Little Sovereign often slept and couldn't accompany him most of the time. Wind tribulation, fire tribulation, snow tribulation, and so on, as well as the spatial turbulence, appeared one after another, tempering Zhou Xuanji's will. Relying on the inverse chaos divine ability, Zhou Xuanji forcefully endured it, and his cultivation was steadily improving. Not only that, but his physical body was also transforming. To him, all kinds of tribulations were just the process of tempering his body. Time had lost all meaning here. Zhou Xuanji felt that a long time had passed. It had been so long that he had almost forgotten everything that had happened. He had finally broken through to the 9 vast heavens. Above them was the Origin Fusion Divine Lord. He was not the slightest bit happy about the advancement of his cultivation. His consciousness was starting to blur. It was as if it would fall into an eternal slumber at any moment. Little Supreme Zun flew out of the sword and shouted, "Brat, steady yourself." Seeing Zhou Xuanji's heavy eyelids, his heart burned with anxiety. But there was nothing he could do. If it was him back then, he might not have been able to hold on until now. "I want to go back," Zhou Xuanji said with difficulty. His qi was thin and weak. He tried to keep his eyes open and stay awake. But endless drowsiness assaulted his heart. He had never been so tired before. A voice was persuading him in his heart. All he had to do was relax, and all of this would be over. He would no longer have to endure loneliness and torment. Damn it! An intense fury exploded out from the depths of Zhou Xuanji's heart. He raised his right hand, and thousands of legendary swords appeared out of thin air. All of the legendary swords fused together into the multi-dimensional slash-sword. The multi-element slash-sword burst forth with a bright light, illuminating the passage between the two worlds. This was his final strike. If it didn't work, then it would really be over. Zhou Xuanji forced his eyes open. A cold glint flickered in his purple eyes as the soul source orb emerged from his glabella, suppressing the universe. The passage between the two worlds froze. He used the Void Instant Kill technique to activate the multiverse slash. This sword slashed out, and it tore through space as it swept forward with an indomitable and unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji felt the pressure lessen and sped up. Under the guidance of the multi-element sword, his speed was pushed to the limit. As he squandered the great power, his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Endless darkness engulfed his soul. In the end, did I still fail? This was Zhou Xuanji's last thought. Zhou Xuanji had a dream. He dreamed that he was strolling in the peach blossom forest with Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Shan Tang, Shun Yanqing, Chang Xian and Huang Lianxin. Zhou Xiaoxian and Zhou Tanhua were playing not far away, while Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others were practicing their swords in various places in the peach forest. The scene was harmonious, and the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds made Zhou Xuanji intoxicated. Shun Yanqing suddenly came up to him, curled her lips and asked, "Why did you abandon me?" Zhou Xuanji was taken aback for a moment before he replied with a smile, "When did I abandon you? Weren't you following me?" Shun Yanqing's eyes instantly turned red. She hugged her arms, trembling with fear. "You abandoned me. You said you would take me and my sister there. You promised." Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. His eyes widened. Just as he was about to speak, everything around him suddenly shattered. Waking up from the nightmare, he straightened his upper body and kept gasping for breath. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. He felt very cold. The cold air was coming from all directions. He looked forward and found that he was floating in the middle of an ice path. This is... His eyes widened as he tried to remember. Thousands of swords floating around him flew toward him and merged into his body, making his consciousness more and more sober. I'm still alive. Did the previous sword strike succeed? He hurriedly summoned Little Sovereign and asked, "Where is this place?" Little Sovereign was in a daze. His eyes immediately widened when he saw the scene around him. Absolute time. You're actually here. He cried out in surprise as if he had seen something incredible. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He didn't know if this place was good or bad for him. He suddenly discovered that his purple sky stardust robe had exploded. There were only a few pieces of purple cloth left on his body, barely covering his body. His skin was covered in blue light, emitting a faint radiance. This is... Zhou Xuanji looked at his body and muttered to himself in doubt. Little Sovereign also looked at him. His eyes widened even more as he sucked in a breath of cold air. "Oh my God! Am I dreaming?" He mumbled to himself, his voice trembling. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked, "What do you know? Just say it. Why is this guy still hanging me at this time?" Little Sovereign took a deep breath, trying to calm down, and said, "Your body has already become the invading immortal physique. It's almost impossible to cultivate such a divine physique. Since ancient times, the invading immortal physique has only been a legend. I have only seen one person successfully cultivate it. He could travel through time and space at will. No one could catch him, including me. Later, he disappeared and the invading immortal physique never appeared again. And this place is the absolute time. This is the end of time. There is no danger, but there are no benefits either because you can't break out. If you want to break out of the absolute time, you need to cultivate the invading immortal physique." Little Sovereign's voice came to an abrupt halt. He slapped himself and cursed. "Mother ***, I'm actually stupid. Didn't you cultivate the invading immortal physique? You can escape." He immediately became excited and said in a trembling voice, "Brat, as long as you break out of here, no one can compete with you for the position of sovereign. This is a supreme opportunity that most people will never encounter. The invading immortal physique can prevent the invasion of any rules. Only absolute power and magic power can suppress you. This point will be ignored by many people. The higher the cultivation, the more people like to use various great Tao rules and divine abilities." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow after hearing this. Am I really that powerful? But why do I feel that there isn't much difference from before? It's just that my body has become lighter. He waved his hands and suddenly found that he could feel the existence of time and space. It was as if invisible things were squeezing around him. When he gently waved his hands, it was as if he was patting cotton. This feeling was extremely magical. Chapter 785. Invading Supreme Physique. Zhou Xuanji looked at his own body and mumbled to himself. His figure was not thin, nor was it exaggerated. His muscles were well defined, and there was a sense of power and beauty. Streaks of blue light wrapped around his body, making him look extremely spirited. Especially when coupled with his purple eyes and the soul source orb, he looked like an innate god. How strange, how did he manage to cultivate the invading venerable body? Little Sovereign sized up Zhou Xuanji, rubbing his chin in thought. His gaze fell on the soul source orb. The soul source orb was one of the treasures of the Kunlun origin court. It was extremely powerful and could even easily suppress the Holy Ghost. He then looked into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and thought to himself, could it be? He seemed to have thought of something and his gaze became strange. What should I do next? Where should I go? Zhou Xuanji asked. In the absolute time realm, he could not see the direction of the Kunlun origin court. Previously, with the inverse chaos divine art, he could still see the miniature of the Kunlun origin court in front of him. But now, the vision that the inverse chaos divine art gave him seemed to have disappeared. Let's recover first. There's no rush. After all, time has stopped here. Little Sovereign waved his hand. Then he began to scan the surroundings, looking for a direction to escape. Zhou Xuanji sat down and activated the greatly divine suppressor technique. Endless Tao energy flowed into his body from the Tianxia map and turned into great vital energy. Zhou Xuanji suddenly frowned. He discovered that the quality of his primordial energy had changed. He was much stronger than before, and it could even be described as a world of difference. The speed at which his Tao power turned into primordial power was almost instantaneous. This speed, at the same time, his physical strength was recovering at an extremely fast speed. He could clearly feel his own vitality. The corners of his mouth rose. Was this the power of the invading venerable body? Zhou Xuanji's fighting spirit was ignited in an instant. One who survived a great disaster was bound to be blessed with good fortune. With the invading venerable body, he would definitely return to the Kunlun origin court. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed. Zhou Xuanji looked at Little Sovereign and said, I have already recovered. What should I do? Little Sovereign was stunned and asked, so fast? Wasn't there no trace of primordial power just now? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I'm not sure either. It's just that fast and natural. Hearing this, Little Sovereign fell silent. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with an extremely strange gaze, as if he was looking at a monster. He took a deep breath, pointed to the left and said, go in that direction and directly rush out. Can you feel the existence of time and space now? Zhou Xuanji nodded. He raised his right hand and began charging the Lesser Supreme Sword. The blade trembled and glowed with a purple light. Great Enlightenment God /. In an instant, he channeled more than half of his primordial power into the sword. It wasn't just the conversion speed. Even the speed at which he could use his primordial power had reached the pinnacle. Zhou Xuanji had never felt so relaxed before. His control over his power and primordial energy had reached an unprecedented level. He slashed out with his sword. It seemed easy, but the sword chi contained endless power. There was a loud bang. The space in front of him shattered, and a black hole appeared. A wild gale blew past, and Zhou Xuanji flew in with his sword and disappeared. Kunlun Origin Court, Pure Sword Heaven. On top of a tall mountain, everyone was gathered. Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, Chang Xian, Ing Zhuge, Ran Niming, and the others were standing on the edge of the cliff. Zhou Tianhua, Zhou Shaoxian, Xiao Jinghong, Daoya Old Man Lin Changge, and the others were standing behind them. Behind them were the disciples of Emperor Sword Court, the demonic cultivators of the demon realm, and the servants of Pure Sword Heaven. They all had a solemn look on their faces as they nervously looked ahead. There was a black ball on the horizon. It was growing bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Strands of black chi were revolving around it, flowing rapidly. A terrifying aura was suppressing Pure Sword Heaven, making the atmosphere very depressing. We can't just sit here and wait for death, Xian Xianghua said with a frown. The others all had different expressions. They were also thinking of countermeasures, but they didn't even know what that thing was. Daoya Old Man began calculating with his fingers but was slapped away by Xian Daoya. Don't calculate blindly. Xian Daoya glared at him and said in a bad mood. Ing Zhuge said, "It should be related to Zhou Fa. Everyone be careful. The evil sky divine range has fallen. We can only rely on ourselves now." Hundreds of years had passed since Zhou Xuanji left. In the end, the evil sky divine range was no match for the other divine ranges and suffered countless casualties. Now they were only struggling at death's door. Beast Sovereign was busy negotiating with the major divine ranges and the Origin Court. He had no time to take care of the evil sky divine range. "Let me do it," Zhou Tianhua, who still maintained his youthful appearance, said. He stepped forward and flew towards the black hole in the distance. "Duanhua!" Jiang Shui subconsciously wanted to stop him but was stopped by Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "Let him try. He is no longer a child. Perhaps he can create a miracle like his father?" She was certainly distressed about her son, but at the critical moment, she let Zhou Tianhua do whatever he wanted. After so many years, Zhou Tianhua was no longer the same as before. Zhou Tianhua walked towards the black ball of light step by step. His eyes turned purple and two beams of purple light shot out. Exterminating divine eyes. The violent exterminating divine light collided with the black ball of light, causing the space within a radius of 1,000 meters to fluctuate. The black ball of light was squeezed so hard that it distorted and deformed, as if it would break at any moment. At this moment, the wisps of black energy wrapped around the black light ball and turned into black hands that grabbed towards Zhou Tianhua. Boom! Zhou Tianhua erupted with his own aura. Shockingly, it was sword qi that directly shattered these black hands. Sword qi soared into the sky. This was a sword technique that Zhou Xuanji had used a long time ago. He had already practiced it into a divine ability. He raised his right hand and was about to grab it. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa's palm landed on his chest, causing him to vomit blood and fly backwards. Zhou Fa's attack succeeded. An excited smile appeared on his face. "I finally hurt this kid." His eyes turned pitch black as he raised his right hand high, condensing a black sword. He wanted to kill Zhou Tianhua with a single slash. "How dare you!" Ing Zhuge appeared behind Zhou Tianhua in a single step and caught him. At the same time, he slapped Zhou Fa with his left palm. Countless blue dragon shadows raged towards Zhou Fa, swallowing the sky and seizing the sun. They were unstoppable. Zhou Fa smiled contemptuously. His black desire divine eyes burst out with a terrifying suction force, directly absorbing all the blue dragon shadows. He closed his eyes and paused for a moment before he suddenly opened them. Roar! Countless black dragon shadows flew out of his eyes, rapidly growing bigger. They then charged towards Ing Zhuge and Zhou Tianhua with an even more violent aura. Seeing this, everyone on the cliff used their divine abilities to support the two and resist Zhou Fa's violent attack. "What are you laughing at?" An icy voice rang behind Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa's pupils shrank as he subconsciously looked back. He saw a red figure appear behind him. Its body was condensed from red qi. It was very enchanting and its true face couldn't be seen. Chapter 786. Zhou Fa was frightened by the sudden appearance of the red figure. He subconsciously wanted to move away from the other party. Slap! The red figure slapped him in the face, causing his body to spin. He broke through the space and fell into the darkness. Zhou Tianhua, Ing Zhuge, Xian Xianghua and the others were all stunned. They looked at the red figure nervously. "Who is she?" Daoya old man muttered, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. No one answered him. How strong is this person to slap Zhou Fa out of pure sword heaven? They couldn't imagine or estimate the other party's purpose. If she came to help them, why didn't she show her true face? The red figure looked at them from afar without saying a word. Her head swayed slightly as if she was looking for someone. She suddenly raised her hand and Xian Xianghua appeared in front of her out of thin air. "Mother!" Zhou Tianhua hurriedly rushed over, wanting to save Xian Xianghua. "Don't move, this sovereign has no ill intentions." A beautiful and cold female voice sounded. Zhou Tianhua stopped and looked at her nervously. His body was tense like a fully drawn bow. "What the hell do you want?" Zhou Shaoxian asked anxiously. She had a good relationship with Xian Xianghua. They talked about everything. So she was no less nervous than Zhou Tianhua. The red figure replied, "Nothing. She and this sovereign are fated. When the time is right, this sovereign will make her stronger. When she comes back, she will be able to protect you. After dropping this sentence, the red figure grabbed Xian Xianghua and disappeared into thin air. Zhou Tanhua's eyes widened. He was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He used the exterminating divine eyes, broke through the space and directly escaped. Tanhua! Zhou Xiaoxian cried out in alarm. The others immediately surrounded him. Ing Zhuge said, I will go find him. All of you stay here. You are not allowed to leave. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. He tore through the space and chased after Zhou Tanhua's aura. Jiang Shui clenched her hands in front of her chest. Her expression was ugly. Pure Sword Heaven had reached its most difficult moment. The strength of these people was insignificant. They couldn't be of any use at all. She thought of Zhou Xuanji again. Her eyes became a little moist as she murmured, Where are you? Why haven't you come back? Are you suffering now? She usually didn't dare to think about what Zhou Xuanji was facing. With her understanding of Zhou Xuanji, it was impossible for him to not return for a long time. However, in order to appease the others, she could only maintain her confidence in Zhou Xuanji. She would always smile and say that he would definitely come back, and when he came back, he would definitely be even more powerful. But so much time had passed. He hasn't heard anything yet. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. She couldn't help but cross her arms. The others were also in a state of panic, so no one noticed her condition. In the passageway between the two worlds, Zhou Xuanji stepped on the Multiverse Slayer sword and traveled swiftly. Ever since he had cultivated the invincible body of supremacy, he didn't feel any pressure in the passageway between the two worlds. The calamities would disappear as soon as they approached him, not harming him at all. He had never felt so relaxed before. Haha, at this rate, we will soon be able to return to the Kunlun Origin Court, said Little Sovereign excitedly. He couldn't wait to see Zhou Xuanji slaughter everyone. 9 Vast Heavens Realm Cultivation. Absolute Invasion Body. Inverse Chaos Divine Ability. On the Sovereign list, who could stand against Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was not very excited. He just wanted to hurry back. The longer he stayed in the passageway between the two worlds, the more worried he was about his family. He opened his mouth and asked, Little Sovereign, do you think what the anti-Kunlun Sovereign said is the future of the Kunlun Origin Court? The anti-Kunlun Sovereign once said that the reason why the anti-Kunlun was lifeless was that it had gone through the dark period. All the divine ranges were killing each other and were hostile to each other. And before he left, the divine ranges of the Kunlun Origin Court had already started fighting. Little Sovereign smiled and said, That's just the general trend. The biggest difference between the anti-Kunlun and the Kunlun Origin Court is the character of all living beings. Don't think too much. The Kunlun Origin Court had been like this since ancient times. Every time the sovereigns took over, they would go through a dark period. After the dark period, the Kunlun Origin Court would be depressed for a while. Zhou Xuanji felt that it made sense after hearing this. He stopped thinking about it. They continued moving forward. Right now, his speed was more than 100 times faster than before. With just a thought, the time and space rules wouldn't stop him. Even if he flew at full speed for a long time, he wouldn't feel tired at all. He was like a fish in water. After an unknown period of time, in Zhou Xuanji's vision, the miniature of the Kunlun Origin Court began to grow bigger. He was pleasantly surprised. This meant that he was already close to the Kunlun Origin Court. Before, he could also see the miniature of the Kunlun Origin Court. But no matter how he flew, the size was still the same. It made him feel powerless. He felt that no matter how he flew, it was just a mirage in front of him. He hurriedly called out to Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign flew out and said, What's wrong? Huh. The aura of the Kunlun Origin Court. After saying this, he was pleasantly surprised. After all, he also had the Inverse Chaos Divine Ability. He could see the miniature of the Kunlun Origin Court. He could also feel the aura of the Kunlun Origin Court. How much longer? Zhou Xuanji asked, suppressing his excitement. Even his voice was trembling. Little Sovereign replied excitedly, Soon. Compared to the long journey before, the next journey could definitely be described as fast. However, for Zhou Xuanji, the further he went, the more torturous it became. The feeling of wanting to go home made him feel like he was about to explode. Only God knew how Zhou Xuanji would endure this feeling. After flying for an unknown period of time, light finally appeared in front of him. That was the exit of the passage between the two worlds. Zhou Xuanji resolutely rushed in and disappeared into the passage between the two worlds. He only felt his vision blur. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast starry sky. Dense spiritual qi and Tao energy were rushing toward him from all directions. Ha ha ha! Zhou Xuanji burst into wild laughter. His voice penetrated the universe and spread far and wide. Countless creatures were captivated by him. He was really back. He was trembling with excitement. The exterminating saint body began absorbing the great Tao of the Kunlun origin court, madly strengthening Zhou Xuanji's primordial energy. Zhou Xuanji opened his exterminating divine eyes and cast the 10,000 worlds piercer to look up. He saw the Kunlun universe. There was killing everywhere. Even some origin cities had been destroyed. It was very chaotic. He locked his gaze on the Evil Sky Divine Range. At this moment, the Evil Sky Divine Range was besieged by countless creatures. The array was on the verge of shattering. Countless corpses were floating in the nearby universe. It was like an Azura battlefield. Without saying a word, Zhou Xuanji directly traveled through space and flew toward the Evil Sky Divine Range. To be precise, he was flying toward pure sword heaven. He saw Jiang Shui and the others anxiously gathering on a mountain peak. But he didn't see Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tianhua. His heart skipped a beat. His eyes were bloodshot. He didn't dare to let his imagination run wild. He could only rush over at full speed. It seems that the dark period has completely come. That's good. This is your opportunity. You can become stronger without fear. Little Sovereign said excitedly as if he was going to show off his divine might. Chapter 787. In Pure Sword Heaven. Jiang Shui sat at the edge of the cliff and cultivated. The others were scattered on the top of the mountain, cultivating together. The reason for this was to prevent enemies from sneaking in and launching sneak attacks. The atmosphere was silent, and everyone's expressions were ugly. Ever since Xian Xianghua was captured, Zhou Tianhua and Ning Zhuge also disappeared, causing the morale of Pure Sword Heaven to plummet. As Zhou Xuanji's first disciple, Xiao Jinghong looked around and frowned. The current situation was not optimistic. He wanted to persuade the people around him, but he did not know where to start. At that moment, a black spatial rift appeared beside Jiang Shui. Be careful. Chang Xian quickly appeared beside Jiang Shui, picked her up and prepared to dodge. In the next second, her beautiful eyes widened and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. It was Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui turned around instinctively. When she saw Zhou Xuanji, she was stunned. The others who were about to get up were also stunned. They all felt as if they were in a dream and couldn't believe their eyes. Zhou Xuanji walked to Jiang Shui and pulled her into his arms. Fortunately, you're fine, he whispered in her ear, and her eyes instantly reddened. She hugged him tightly and said nothing. Master! Northern Sword Valiant shouted excitedly and rushed over. The others were the same. With Zhou Xuanji's return, everyone's dejection was swept away. Ancestor, you're finally back. Father! Where did you go? Oh my God, am I dreaming? That's great, Master. With you here we can be at ease. Tianhua Prince and the Immortal World Master have been captured. You have to find them. Hearing everyone's words, Zhou Xuanji looked calm and did not reply immediately. He let go of Jiang Shui and looked at everyone. I'm back. No one will be able to harm you anymore. He asked everyone to tell him what had happened. Everyone was talking at once, which gave Zhou Xuanji a headache. Zhou Xiaoxin quickly stopped the crowd and let her speak. After an hour, Zhou Xuanji finally understood what had happened during this period of time. It had been 327 years since he left the Kunlun origin court. The Evil Sky Divine Range could no longer withstand the pressure, and was on the verge of collapse. Beast Sovereign had gone to the origin court to negotiate and hadn't returned for more than 10 years, causing the Evil Sky Divine Range to panic. Fortunately, the offensive of the Divine Ranges had slowed down. The reason was that the Divine Ranges attacking the Evil Sky Divine Range had a new target. Right now, the Kunlun origin court was in a mess. The sovereign divine ranges and super divine ranges were fighting amongst themselves. The lower-ranked divine ranges were like soldiers working for the super divine ranges. The red figure. What does it have to do with the one I met in the passageway between the two worlds? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself. The red figure he had encountered in the passageway between the two worlds was still fresh in his memory. Zhou Xiaoxian came over and asked, "Father, what's your next plan?" She looked quite expectant. After not seeing him for 300 years, she was very curious about how powerful Zhou Xuanji had become. Not only her, but the others also looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was definitely the most talented existence, even in the Kunlun origin court. "Let's kill the guy outside first," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. After that, he focused his eyes and activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows appeared in the space around the evil sky divine range. All of them were shining with silver light. The living beings cultivating on their magic treasures all looked up. There were more than 1 billion living beings surrounding the evil sky divine range from various divine ranges. But now the creatures here were generally not strong. They couldn't help but panic in the face of the primordial chaos sword shadow. Swish! 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 Billions of sword shadows pierced down like a silver rainstorm, pouring down with the power to destroy the world. In the pure sword heaven, everyone saw Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickering with a purple glow. He looked extremely majestic. They suddenly discovered that under Zhou Xuanji's white clothes, there was a faint silver line around his neck. He looked very handsome. Jiang Shue's eyes lit up. She was very curious about what Zhou Xuanji had experienced. They could all see that Zhou Xuanji had been reborn. If Zhou Xuanji was a genius in the past, then he was now a powerful cultivator like Beast Sovereign. Zhou Xiaoxian curiously asked, "Father, what are you thinking about?" Before Zhou Xuanji could answer, Chang Xian cried out in shock. "The enemies outside are all dead. How is this possible, those sword shadows?" Her little mouth was wide open. Her face was filled with disbelief. Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing this. All dead. Sword shadows. They all turned to look at Zhou Xuanji breathing rapidly. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as the purple glow in his eyes faded. A huge amount of Saint energy, Tao energy, and primordial energy poured into his body, instantly turning into his own primordial energy. He suddenly had the feeling of breaking through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord. After all, he had absorbed so much cultivation. But he suppressed the urge to break through. Too much cultivation power was pouring into the Tianxia map. He smiled and said, "I have already reached the 9 vast heavens. Not only that, but my physical body has also transformed. I'm not even afraid of an Origin Fusion Divine Lord." Xiao Jinghong held back his excitement and asked, "Revered Master, where did you go before?" Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything. He told him everything that happened after he met Namutiani. However, he didn't mention Shantang and Shen Yanqing. Every time he thought of the sisters, his heart ached. He also felt a strong sense of remorse and guilt. Anti-Kunlun. Everyone fell into shock. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Zhou Xiaoxian, who had a lively personality, took the lead and hugged Zhou Xuanji's right arm. She said excitedly, "Father, you are the sovereign in Anti-Kunlun. Doesn't it mean that you can also become the sovereign in the future?" The others came back to their senses and also became excited. That's right. Zhou Xuanji has a chance to become the sovereign. Once he becomes the sovereign, even the Emperor Sword Court will rise. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, said with a distressed look, "You must have gone through a lot of hardships." For them, only 300 years had passed. But for Zhou Xuanji, tens of thousands of years had passed or even longer. Ren Niming sighed and said, "This kind of good fortune is indeed the only way to become the sovereign." He was the reincarnation of destiny, but he couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji at all. Facing Zhou Xuanji, his heart was filled with awe. This awe was very strange. It made his hair stand on end, because he couldn't restrain this awe. Just like the heavenly Tao facing the great Tao, he could only be in awe. "Next, I will find a way to find the mother and son. You all stay in pure sword heaven. I will leave my avatar here. If anything happens, I will rush back immediately," Zhou Xuanji said, glancing at everyone. Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at everyone, He looked at Jiang Shui apologetically. He had just come back and was about to leave. He felt a little sorry for her. Jiang Shui nodded and said, "You must find them and reunite. Only then will we be a family." Zhou Xuanji nodded. Just when he was about to speak, he suddenly glanced at the horizon. Chapter 788. Seeing Zhou Xuanji turn around, everyone looked back as well. A silhouette appeared on the horizon. It was Zhou Fei. His hair was disheveled, and he looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. How is this possible? Didn't his fate already disappear? I can't see his future at all, so why did he appear again? He should have already been killed by Nanmu Tianyi. Zhou Fei muttered to himself. His eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't believe his eyes. Since Zhou Xuanji's disappearance, his ambition had swelled again. He had tried every possible way to subdue Zhou Tianhua, but unfortunately he had never succeeded. Previously, he was severely injured by the red figure, and now he was half crippled. The red figure had injected some kind of power into him, causing his cultivation to continuously regress. Recently he had been thinking of ways to solve this problem, but he couldn't find any. While he was in seclusion, he suddenly divined the changes in the evil sky divine range and rushed over. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Fei from afar, and could not help but feel curious again. Where did this brat come from? He had seen his own reversal, and his temperament was completely different from Zhou Fei's, so it was impossible for Zhou Fei to be his own reversal. Their auras were completely different, but their appearances were exactly the same. After the thought, Zhou Xuanji walked toward Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically. He immediately turned around and ran. He came here to see for himself, not to fight with Zhou Xuanji. So many creatures outside had been killed by Zhou Xuanji, let alone him. Just as he entered the spatial turbulence, Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him. His eyes gave off a violet light as he used suppressing the universe, and Zhou Fei was instantly unable to move. Damn it! Zhou Fei immediately despaired. Just as he had guessed, after not seeing Zhou Xuanji for so long, Zhou Xuanji had become much more powerful. Compared to before, he was like a completely different person. Zhou Xuanji put his hand on his shoulder and asked, "Where do you want to escape to?" Zhou Fei's body stiffened. He did not dare to turn around. Seeing how timid he was, Zhou Xuanji felt that it was quite funny. As for Zhou Fei, he didn't really hate him anymore. He had heard from the people of Pure Sword Heaven that Zhou Fei had never really harmed Pure Sword Heaven. He had just been spying on Zhou Tianhua, and had always wanted to capture him. Apart from that, he did not do any other evil things to the Pure Sword Heaven. "Tell me where my son is." Zhou Xuanji's tone suddenly turned cold and filled with murderous intent. Zhou Fei was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't know. He was taken away by a woman who was covered in red energy. I want to find him too." Speaking of this matter, he gritted his teeth. The person he valued had been captured, and he himself had been seriously injured. His hatred for that woman had reached its peak. He had never hated someone so much. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "Has this woman done anything else recently?" Zhou Fei answered truthfully, "She has already appeared more than once. She has captured a genius of each divine range. I don't know what she wants. Even old demon Soul Mover was captured by her." The Red Shadow Woman was one of the few beings that he could not see through, and he could not even see her future. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This information could not help him find the woman in red. He turned his attention back to Zhou Fei. How should I deal with this brat? He thought about it and decided not to kill Zhou Fei for now. He could see that Zhou Fei was severely injured, and the vital power in his body had been fading away. It must have something to do with the lady in red. He could use this guy to find the lady in red. "How about you help me find her?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fei turned to look at him with a complicated look in his eyes. Their eyes met, and the two fell into silence. After a few breaths, Zhou Fei slowly said, "If I help you find her, can you help me heal? My cultivation has been eroded by her power." His tone was calm, trying to look calm. Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation, "As long as you can find her, I will try my best to help you heal." The conflict between him and Zhou Fa was not as important as his wife and child. Okay, I will do my best to find her whereabouts. Zhou Fa left after saying this. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him and watched him disappear into the darkness. Zhou Xuanji pondered for a while before returning to Pure Sword Heaven. He left his clone Panjun behind. If Pure Sword Heaven was in danger, he could detect it immediately through Panjun. He said a few words to Jiang Shui before quickly leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range. After coming to the Kunlun universe, he looked around. Everywhere he looked was desolate. He could easily see corpses. There were creatures flying past in the distance. They were in a hurry, fearing that they would be killed if they delayed for even a moment. Zhou Xuanji used the 10,000 Worlds Piercer and scanned the worlds, trying to find the whereabouts of the woman in red. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. He didn't see the woman in red. Instead, he saw Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign was imprisoned in the Origin Court plane above the Divine Range. He was tied to a giant silver-white pillar. Clouds and mist were billowing under his feet. There were no other creatures or buildings within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was very desolate. Sure enough, he was caught. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. In the Kunlun Origin Court, Beast Sovereign had done him a great favor. He couldn't just ignore it. After thinking about it, he decided to act immediately. Saving Beast Sovereign would give the Evil Sky Divine Range an extra layer of protection. Although this might cause a lot of trouble, the Evil Sky Divine Range was already in a critical situation. He had killed so many creatures. There would be a lot of trouble in the future. He flew upwards. With the Extermination Saint body, he could clearly feel the existence of the space principles. With a thought, he tore open the space and leaped to Beast Sovereign's side. Teleportation. This was one of the strengths of the Extermination Saint body. He could enter a state that wasn't bound by time. Then, he could break the space and jump to another place. Then, he could jump out of the frozen time and achieve long-distance teleportation. He had comprehended this ability after leaving the Absolute Time Realm. It was all thanks to Little Sovereign's teaching. Looking at Beast Sovereign, who was hanging his head in front of him, he took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and slashed, cutting off the chains on Beast Sovereign's body. Beast Sovereign slowly raised his head in surprise. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, he was immediately stunned. How come it's you? What are you doing here? Beast Sovereign asked. His voice was hoarse and there were a lot of scabs on his face. No, you are still alive? He was pleasantly surprised. After Zhou Xuanji disappeared, he flew into a rage and mobilized the Evil Sky Divine Guards to search for him. But they couldn't find him. Later, he learned that Zhou Xuanji had encountered Namutiani. Facing Namutiani, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, the Evil Sky Divine Range was besieged by various divine ranges. So he concealed this matter and didn't tell Pure Sword Heaven. He didn't expect this kid to come back alive and save him. Zhou Xuanji said, I am here to save you. Let's go. His eyes narrowed as he turned around and slashed with his sword. Clang! His blade was blocked by a spear. He focused his gaze and saw a silhouette holding a spear. He couldn't see its face clearly. Chapter 789. Be careful. This is the guardian spirit of the Origin Court Divine Prison. It has the cultivation of Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Beast Sovereign warned. As soon as he said this, his expression changed. Hold on. How did this kid reach 9 vast heavens? Beast Sovereign was shocked. How many years has it been? Did he lose his sense of time after being locked up? Zhou Xuanji stared at the guardian spirit. His hand holding the Lesser Supreme Sword shook as he activated the Inverse Chaos Divine ability. The guardian spirit launched an attack. Surging energy erupted along the spear shaft. Boom! The guardian spirit directly exploded, turning into countless light stars, drifting above the sea of clouds. Beast Sovereign was stunned. He asked in amazement, How did you do it? Zhou Xuanji looked back and said, Now is not the time to explain. He raised his left hand and used universal attraction, sucking Beast Sovereign in front of him. Then he grabbed Beast Sovereign's shoulder and the two disappeared into thin air. They crossed space and came to the void boundary. Zhou Xuanji landed on a meteorite with Beast Sovereign. He took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to help Beast Sovereign heal. Beast Sovereign had thousands of questions he wanted to ask. At this moment, thunder rumbled. Rolling thunderclouds appeared above the Kunlun origin court, covering the top of all the divine ranges. A world-destroying pressure enveloped the entire Kunlun origin court. It was as if countless gods were roaring above the thunderclouds. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "How many experts are there in the origin court?" Beast Sovereign understood what he meant and replied, "The current origin court is led by the 12 law ancestors. Their strength is similar to the origin court war god, and they are a little stronger than me. If they join forces, only those supreme vain masters who rarely appear can fight against them." The 12 ancestors. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had underestimated the origin court. He originally thought that the origin court was lonely after leaving origin court war god. After all, the origin court could no longer control all the divine ranges. "Don't worry, the 12 ancestor won't dare to come out easily. They have enemies lurking in the Kunlun universe. Once they come out, they will definitely be ambushed. This is also why I was caught when I came to the origin court," Beast Sovereign said, shaking his head. Beast Sovereign shook his head, meaning that this movement was just a bluff. Zhou Xuanji curiously asked, "Oh? Who dares to target the 12 ancestor?" "The 12 ancestor are so strong. Could it be that the sovereign range master hates them? You are familiar with this person as well. He is Daohu. He already escaped and is hiding in the Kunlun universe. No one knows where he is." Beast Sovereign replied. Speaking of this matter, his expression became complicated. He was the one who went to capture Daohu. After that, he became a prisoner, but Daohu escaped. What a twist of fate. During the more than 10 years of imprisonment, Beast Sovereign had been reflecting. Why did the evil sky divine range end up like this? He finally understood that it was because of him. He was too arrogant. He thought that he had an 18-star super genius like Zhou Xuanji and someone with absolute combat power like Origin Court War God, but he had lost himself. The foundation of the evil sky divine range was destroyed in his hands. "Right, where did you go? How did you come back?" Beast Sovereign asked, his tone full of curiosity. If he was captured by Nanmutiani, would he still have a chance to return alive? Furthermore, this kid's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told them about his experience in Anti-Kunlun. He ignored many details and people and spoke calmly. After Beast Sovereign heard this, he was silent for a long time, his mind in shock. Anti-Kunlun. He had also heard of this name. Since ancient times, all those who escaped from Anti-Kunlun had become supremes. He couldn't help but fall into a trance. Is Zhou Xuanji really going to become the sovereign? The Dark Age. The return of Anti-Kunlun. Although Beast Sovereign had said that he wanted Zhou Xuanji to compete for the sovereign's position, he just wanted Zhou Xuanji to give it a try. How could the sovereign's position be so easy? Zhou Xuanji asked. "When will your injuries recover? The evil sky divine range still needs you." If Beast Sovereign could return to the evil sky divine range, he could boldly look for his wife and children with more confidence. "Your sword is very magical. I will recover to my peak after resting for a while. At that time I will regain control of the evil sky divine range so that they will no longer suffer," Beast Sovereign replied. Beast Sovereign replied, his eyes turning ruthless. From now on he would never trust the Origin Court again. He wanted to rely on himself to strengthen the evil sky divine range. Zhou Xuanji nodded and told him his goal. After learning that his wife and children had been captured, Beast Sovereign furrowed his brow and asked about the enemy's appearance. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and depicted the woman in red. This was also what Zhou Shaoxian had depicted for him. She had truly and completely presented the woman in red. "It's her. Mortal Sovereign." Beast Sovereign's eyes widened as he cried out in shock. Zhou Xuanji was a little excited when he heard this. He immediately asked, "Do you know her?" Beast Sovereign took a deep breath and nodded, explaining, "Mortal Sovereign is the most powerful existence among the mortal gods. She is not bound by karma, space-time, or rules. She is definitely the most powerful existence under the Sovereign. She is also the most mysterious existence. That's why she has the word sovereign in her name." Mortal God. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He felt that Mortal Sovereign was very similar to someone he knew. Now that he thought about it, it should be Shen Tang. However, Shen Tang and Shen Yanqing had been lost in the chaotic waves of spacetime. How could it be mortal sovereign who had existed since ancient times? Maybe the aura of the mortal god gave him a sense of familiarity. You can't find her unless she wants to find you, Beast Sovereign sighed. Beast Sovereign sighed. For him, mortal world sovereign was definitely a senior. The sovereigns of this generation were all juniors to mortal sovereign. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He was very anxious. Even if mortal sovereign is so strong, why does he want to capture Xian Xianghua? Could it be that Xian Xianghua has some kind of effect on mortal sovereign? Zhou Xiaoxian said that mortal sovereign captured Xian Xianghua because she wanted to make her stronger. Or perhaps mortal sovereign and Xian Xianghua have some kind of relationship? He fell into deep thought. Beast sovereign didn't disturb him. Putting himself in her shoes, he really needed to calm down and think about it. In a crimson space filled with the aura of the mortal world, there was an isolated island. There were no weeds, only undulating wastelands. Xian Xianghua was sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating. Next to her was Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua was restless. He looked around. After making sure that mortal sovereign was nowhere to be seen, he looked at his mother and whispered, "Mother, do you want to run away now?" Xian Xianghua didn't open her eyes and replied, "Why run? Your mother has to seize the time to become stronger." Zhou Tanhua was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Ever since Supreme Hong Chun had imparted the cultivation technique to Xian Xianghua, she had been hell-bent on staying here. She had never thought of running away. This made Zhou Tanhua very annoyed, but with his temperament, he would not lose his temper at his mother. He furrowed his brow, thinking about a way to escape. Mortal sovereign was so powerful that he couldn't catch up. And this space was very strange. He tried to escape with the exterminating divine eyes, but it didn't work at all. "Little guy, what are you thinking?" A cold female voice came into his ears, making his hair stand on end. Chapter 790. Zhou Tanhua looked back and saw Crimson Dust Supremacy standing 10 feet away, looking at him quietly. She was still surrounded by red gas, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Zhou Tanhua took a deep breath and asked, "Why do you want us to stay and cultivate? Can you tell us the reason directly?" In his opinion, there was definitely something fishy going on. Could it be that the other party wanted to wait for the mother and son to achieve great success before eating them? At the thought of this, Zhou Tanhua couldn't help but shudder. "It's too chaotic outside. You can cultivate with peace of mind here." Crimson Dust replied. Her voice was still cold, as if without a trace of emotion. Zhou Tanhua frowned, not knowing how to respond. Xian Xianghua suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Crimson Dust, asking, "Is the celestial demon rebirth technique related to you?" She found that the cultivation technique taught by Crimson Dust was very similar to the celestial demon rebirth technique. In the past, she relied on this cultivation technique to dominate the northern wilderness region. It was also once invincible. The celestial demon rebirth technique is not a cultivation technique that should exist in the mortal world. Don't you know that? Crimson Dust replied. She paused for a moment before continuing. Even in the Kunlun origin court, there are few cultivation techniques that can completely retain the bloodline, aptitude, magic treasures, and memories after rebirth. The reason why you can do so is because I am maintaining the rules of the celestial demon rebirth technique. Your rebirth is fueled by me. Everything in the myriad worlds cannot escape the word dust. Red dust chi was scattered across all planes. It was definitely one of the most powerful rules. Xian Xianghua suddenly realized and sighed. It turns out that the celestial demon rebirth technique has such a origin. If I had been studying it, maybe it would have been different. Sovereign Hongqin flew up, and strands of Hongqin chi condensed into a red chair behind her. After sitting down, she said, "Actually, I chose you a long time ago. From the moment you were born, I've been protecting you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it to where you are today. Every genius has the support of a great opportunity or a great background. You don't have a powerful past life, and you don't have an outstanding bloodline. If you weren't my inheritor, you wouldn't have made it to where you are today. Ever since the northern wilderness region, the Great Thousand Worlds, the Demon World, and the Great Elimination, I've been watching over you." Hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's eyes widened. Xian Xianghua was also stunned. Supremacy Crimson Dust was right. For example, Zhou Xuanji came this far with his 18-star aptitude. Ren Niming was the reincarnation of fate. Ing Zhuge was the reincarnation of a powerful figure. The rise of any sky pride was not a coincidence. Zhou Tanhua couldn't help but ask, "Will you let us go after we've cultivated to the advanced stage?" He had already lowered his stance by using the word you. In order to save their lives, he had to lower his head. Paragon Crimson Dust looked at him and said, "Of course you can. In truth, I don't want to capture you. It's just that there are many people out there who are targeting you. Once your father finds this place, you can leave." Zhou Tanhua's eyes widened and he asked in amazement, "My father is fine?" Zhou Xuanji had disappeared for more than 300 years, and he was already prepared for the worst. Of course he's fine. He's going to become the next supreme being. How could something happen to him? Supremacy Hong Chan replied, making Zhou Tanhua ecstatic. Xian Xianghua was the same. Her eyebrows furrowed in joy, but she still asked curiously, "You have so much confidence in him?" She could tell that Mortal Sovereign also thought highly of Zhou Xuanji. Given how powerful Mortal Sovereign was, she didn't want him to become Zhou Xuanji's enemy. "If I say he can do it, then he can do it," Mortal Sovereign snorted. Autark Crimson Dust snorted, his tone extremely domineering. Xian Xianghua's heart burst with joy upon hearing this. She beamed with joy. She immediately felt that the sky was clear after the rain. The pressure of Zhou Xuanji's disappearance had also completely disappeared. Zhou Tanhua fell into deep thought. Mortal Sovereign looked at him and said, "Your exterminating divine eyes have perfectly inherited your father's, but you can't rely on it too much. Just like your father, the exterminating divine eyes are just one of his trump cards. It can't even compare to his other abilities." Zhou Tanhua was stunned. "My father has a trump card that's even stronger than the exterminating divine eyes?" Xian Xianghua nodded and said in a meaningful tone, "Don't forget what your father is called. Sword." Zhou Tanhua suddenly remembered that Zhou Xuanji could always take out a more powerful sword. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's rise, it was thanks to the endless stream of swords that he was able to overcome all obstacles and surpass all invincible enemies. Could it be? Zhou Tanhua was shocked. Zhou Xuanji's image in his heart became extremely lofty and mysterious. In the void boundary, Beast Sovereign's injuries had mostly recovered. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can you go back by yourself?" Looking at Beast Sovereign, his heart was filled with emotions. The master of a super divine range, who had once been extremely domineering, now looked so lonely. Beast Sovereign forced a smile and said, "Of course, I should also go back and clean up the mess." He no longer called himself this sovereign. This was enough to see the change in his mentality. After the two bid farewell, Beast Sovereign flew toward the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji watched him leave. After Beast Sovereign disappeared into the depths of the void boundary, Zhou Xuanji slowly turned around. He no longer had any awe for Beast Sovereign. He just wanted to repay his past kindness. In his eyes, Beast Sovereign was no longer an invincible existence. Next boom, Zhou Xuanji's aura skyrocketed. Violent primordial energy came out of the Tianxia map and poured into his body. He was ready to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord in one fell swoop. He had killed so many creatures and absorbed the cultivation of more than 1 billion creatures. He could have broken through a long time ago. He just needed a thought. The thunderclap sword appeared above his head out of thin air, waiting for the lightning tribulation to descend. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword, summoned Little Supreme Sword, and asked what he needed to pay attention to when breaking through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. "Don't worry. For you, just let nature take its course. You've already achieved the Paragon Invasion Venerable Physique. Breaking through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm will be as easy as drinking water." Ever since Zhou Xuanji cultivated the Invincible Invasion Saint body, he had become extremely relaxed. Zhou Xuanji nodded and waited for the lightning tribulation to come. Soon thunderclouds gathered. Purple lightning flashed, and a pair of horrifying eyes squeezed out from the sea of clouds, looking down at Zhou Xuanji. He waited patiently. However, the lightning punishment did not come for a long time, and his cultivation began to skyrocket. He couldn't help but cast a puzzled look at Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign laughed and said, I told you, you have the invading venerable physique. Would the lightning punishment dare to strike you? His tone was a little envious. Even though he was a supreme being in the past, he couldn't cultivate the paragon invading body. The invading immortal body required fortuitous encounters, and the chances were even lower than becoming a supreme being. Zhou Xuanji came to a sudden realization, and he could not help but smile. In that case, no matter how he broke through, he wouldn't be restricted by the rules. He would grow fearlessly. You actually came back. A familiar voice came from the side. Zhou Xuanji glanced over. The master of the Tianyi divine range, Namu Tianyi. This old guy. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were ice cold. A murderous intent rose in his heart. Chapter 791. Namu Tianyi looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was breaking through, with a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, he had sent Zhou Xuanji into Anti-Kunlun because he felt that this brat would definitely die. He did not have any hope that Zhou Xuanji could escape. Who would have thought that this brat would really escape? In just 300 years, he was going to break through to the Origin Fusion Divine Sovereign Realm? This was even more ridiculous than the breakthrough speed of an 18-star prodigy. The more Namu Tianyi thought about it, the more jealous he became. There were only two paths before him. The first was to rope Zhou Xuanji in and assist him to become the sovereign, so that the Tianyi divine range could benefit in advance. The second was to kill him on the spot and kill the threat here. Zhou Xuanji looked at him calmly and did not panic at all. If Namu Tianyi dared to attack him, he would not be polite. Perhaps he was not Namu Tianyi's match, but if Namu Tianyi wanted to kill him, it would not be that easy. Their eyes met, and the two of them fell into silence. The lightning tribulation did not descend even after a long time, but Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was like a volcanic eruption, growing unstoppably. Namu Tianyi's expression changed as he thought to himself, "What's going on? Why doesn't the lightning punishment strike him?" He could not see through the current Zhou Xuanji. Just what had this brat experienced? Why did it feel like he was a completely different person? That kind of demeanor made it seem like he was facing a mortal. Little did he know that Zhou Xuanji had already seen the sovereign and experienced the chaotic tides of time and space. He had also experienced countless tribulations that most living beings could never experience. His vision was already extraordinary. How could he be afraid of Namu Tianyi? There was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through and reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord First Clear Enlightenment stage. The one vast heaven above his soul split open and turned into a silver halo that enveloped his soul. His great energy poured into it, and turned into a brand new energy that flowed into every part of his soul and body. Yuan fused divine power. Ding! Analyze that sword owner has broken through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. Beginning random draw. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Myriad Life Fusion Broken Sword and Vast Sky Dream Realization Fusion Sword. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, which made him curious. Yu Sheng forcefully broke the broken sword? Previous life realization sword fusion? Could it be that it was the same as the Proud Mortal Sword and the Proud Mortal Ghost Sword, a combination type divine sword? Information about the two swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, surviving strong broken sword level. Myriad fusion description. A sword that can sever the lifespan of others. Because it is too powerful, it has suffered the backlash of thousands of laws. Only half of the sword is left. It can be fused with the previous life realization sword to form life-severing circle. Using this sword requires the cultivation of at least Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Sword name, previous life realization sword grade. Vast Sky description. A sword that can condense the karmic luck of one's previous life and current life. It contains great fortune and is peerlessly powerful. However, it is restricted by supreme laws and is only at the vast heaven level. It can be fused with the life-breaking broken sword to form life-severing circle. One needs to be at least at the 9 vast heaven realm to use this sword. It was indeed a combination of divine swords. One could sever one's lifespan, while the other could condense one's fate. They both had miraculous uses, and they could even be combined to form an even more powerful divine sword. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied with these two legendary swords. He looked back at Namu Tianyi and asked, "What's the matter?" This old fellow looked at him for a long time without saying a word. It seemed like he was having an internal struggle. If Nam Mutiani really wanted to make a move against him, then he would truly have to fight to the death. Nam Mutiani understood the ridicule in his eyes and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He, a dignified sovereign range lord, was actually feeling apprehensive facing a junior. If this was spread out, how many people would believe it? But he was really apprehensive at this moment. This wasn't the first time he had to make such a decision. Back then, he had such an experience with the previous sovereign. Back then, he lowered his head in exchange for the prosperity of the Tiani divine range. And now the opportunity had come again. Except for the mortal divine range, no divine range could survive forever. Even the Tiani divine range didn't have absolute confidence. It was just that the Tiani divine range also wanted to give birth to a sovereign. Nam Mutiani was weighing the pros and cons. He was wondering if there were any geniuses in the Tiani divine range who could compete with Zhou Xuanji. There were indeed a few who could. However, Nam Mutiani suddenly didn't have absolute confidence. After all, Zhou Xuanji could make it out of Anti-Kunlun. He gritted his teeth and said, "If the Tiani divine range doesn't target you or even help you, are you willing to let bygones be bygones and even support us in the future? In the current situation, the evil sky divine range can no longer support you." Compromise. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "What kind of support can you give me?" He wasn't stubborn. Although Nam Mutiani had targeted him, he had also given him some opportunities. Moreover, the current evil sky divine range really couldn't protect his family. It was better to rely on the Tiani divine range to change the situation. "I will fully support you to become the sovereign. I can give you whatever resources you want. The previous sovereign had a conflict with me, but with the full support of the Tiani divine range, he was able to overcome all obstacles and become the sovereign," Nam Mutiani said seriously. Nam Mutiani said seriously. After he made this decision, he immediately felt much more relaxed. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Okay." Having heard this, Nam Mutiani was stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Xuanji to agree so easily. He asked in astonishment, "Are you serious?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Although I have the confidence to escape from you, you are right. There are no eternal enemies in the Kunlun origin court. Moreover, there is no irreconcilable hatred between us." Nam Mutiani smiled. In his heart, his evaluation of Zhou Xuanji was even higher. Most geniuses couldn't be as open-minded as him. As long as he could get the support of the Tiani divine range, he would have half a foot into the sovereign's position. "Next, I need you to help me block the divine ranges of the evil sky divine range. I hope that the evil sky divine range can restore its peace. Of course, you don't need to help the evil sky divine range take revenge. I just want the evil sky divine range to be at peace," Zhou Xuanji said, staring at Nam Mutiani. If he couldn't even satisfy the first request, then there was no need to continue this cooperation. So he spoke in a commanding tone. Nam Mutiani nodded and said, "Other than our Tiani divine range, among the divine ranges encircling the evil sky divine range, only the mortal divine range is strong enough. Old ancestor Hongchen and I are old friends. He will give me face. This is not a problem." He wasn't dissatisfied with Zhou Xuanji's direct request. On the contrary, he was delighted. As long as Zhou Xuanji experienced the power of the Tiani divine range, it would be even more difficult for him to abandon it in the future. He was also afraid that Zhou Xuanji would betray him after becoming the sovereign. The reason was in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. "Also, I want to find the whereabouts of the mortal sovereign. Do you know?" Zhou Xuanji changed the topic and asked. The matter of his wife and son had been hanging in his mind. He would feel uneasy if he couldn't find them. Nam Mutiani's expression changed drastically as he asked, "Why are you looking for her?" At the mention of the mortal sovereign, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Only those who had lived for more than 10 billion years knew how terrifying the mortal sovereign was. This was a nightmare that they didn't want to recall. "I want to find her. Just tell me if you know." Zhou Xuanji stared into his eyes and said in a deep voice. Chapter 792. Facing Zhou Xuanji's interrogation, Nam Mutiani was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "She is in the mortal plane. Even I can't break in. I can only guide you to the closest spatial node to the mortal plane." Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed when he heard this. Although mortal sovereign was ridiculously powerful, he had to go. With the exterminating divine eyes and the exterminating immortal physique, he might be able to escape with his wife and children. Let me give you a piece of advice. Mortal sovereign is ruthless. He won't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. If you anger him, even I can't save you, Namutiani reminded. Although he didn't know why Zhou Xuanji wanted to find mortal sovereign, he hoped that Zhou Xuanji would back off. Some existences couldn't be provoked. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked Namutiani to lead the way. The two quickly left. Zhou Xuanji adjusted the Origin Fusion Divine Energy in his body while flying. After breaking through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord First Enlightenment, his strength had soared. The exterminating immortal physique seemed to have become a little stronger. After the breakthrough, it quickly stabilized. His aura was no longer unstable. The higher his cultivation, the more he could feel the power of the exterminating immortal physique. No matter where he went, the great Tao rules automatically gave way. No one dared to stop him. Thousands of rules had to bow down to him. Namutiani also noticed this. He was shocked in his heart. What kind of opportunity did this kid get? Isn't this too exaggerated? Rules give way, all laws are invulnerable. Namutiani had mixed feelings. He really wanted to capture Zhou Xuanji and study him. But his reason told him that assisting Zhou Xuanji was the best plan for him and the Tiani divine range. Above the Kunlun universe, there was a space hidden on the other side of the universe. There were many palaces and countless floating islands. This was the Origin Court, the pinnacle of power in the Kunlun Origin Court. In a palace radiating a colorful glow, the 12 law ancestors were gathered. They were hovering above the lotus throne in the air, forming a circle. Beast Sovereign escaped, and Mortal Sovereign came to make trouble. What should we do? A white-haired old man asked with an ugly expression. Before the sovereign disappeared, he handed over the power to them. But they failed to protect the Kunlun Origin Court. Instead, they made it more and more chaotic. It was really embarrassing. Forget it. Daohu is waiting for us outside. Let's just cultivate in peace. That's right, the era of darkness is something that we cannot stop. Once the new Supreme Being appears, everything will settle down. In the past, there were no Crimson Dust Supremes who jumped out to stir up trouble. So be it. Do you dare to stop her? Without the Honorable here, who could be her opponent? Only a virtualized realm ancient great being would be able to descend. The ancestors of technique began to discuss. Most of them were very calm, as if they had no desires. Seeing this, the white-haired old man sighed. He understood that Origin Court's heart was broken. With the 10 supreme divine ranges pressuring the Origin Court and Daohu hiding in the dark, they didn't dare to leave the Origin Court realm. Every time the white-haired old man thought of the 12 ancestors living in such a sorry state, his heart would feel suffocated. This won't do. I absolutely can't resign myself to death. The white-haired old man's eyes were resolute and he did not say anything. He waved his hand, indicating that they could disperse. The ancestors of technique did not say much and left. The white-haired old man plucked a strand of hair and threw it down. Clouds gathered at the bottom of the hall. The hair disappeared without a trace as soon as it fell in. He mumbled to himself, I want to see who is qualified to become the sovereign. At the edge of the void boundary in a dark cosmic space, there were no stars, sun, or moon. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and asked, Are you sure it's here? Namutiani nodded and said, This used to be a branch of a super divine range. Because it offended Crimson Dust Supremes, it was massacred. Crimson Dust Chi was left here. Because the resentment of the dead creatures did not dissipate, the Crimson Dust Chi also gathered here. Over time, this place became a Crimson Dust space. Once you enter, your mind will be bewitched by the Crimson Dust Chi. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the exterminating divine eyes and scanned the dark space. Soon he saw countless red dots in the darkness. They were very small, like grains of sand. In the vast cosmic space, it was very difficult to notice them. He suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Namutiani's pupils suddenly dilated. He gnashed his teeth and said, How is it possible? He went in directly. Even he couldn't break into the Crimson Dust plane. How did Zhou Xuanji do it? On the other side, In the Crimson Dust Plain, Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua were cultivating on a deserted island. Crimson Dust's sovereign was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind them out of thin air, placing his hands on their shoulders. The mother and son were startled. They subconsciously looked back and were stunned when they saw Zhou Xuanji. "Father!" Zhou Tanhua called out in a daze. He couldn't believe his eyes. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. He couldn't take Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua away. Crimson Dust's sovereign is still here. He took a deep breath and let go of Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua. Two legendary swords appeared in his hands. They were Yu Shangchong Broken Sword and Previous Life Dream Realization Sword. A short sword and a curved sword. Both looked extraordinary. They shone with a strange light in the dim Crimson Dust Plain. "Come out!" Zhou Xuanji shouted in a deep voice as he glanced around. Even the Soul Source Orb appeared. Xian Xianghua quickly advised. "Sovereign didn't mistreat us. Instead, she taught us cultivation techniques. You can't be rude." She wasn't standing on the side of Crimson Dust's sovereign. She was just afraid that Crimson Dust's sovereign would vent his anger on Zhou Xuanji. How powerful was Crimson Dust's sovereign? Once they fought, Zhou Xuanji wouldn't be able to win. Zhou Tanhua nodded in agreement. He carefully looked at Zhou Xuanji and couldn't help but fall into a trance. For some reason, he felt that his father had changed. He couldn't tell what had changed. His appearance was the same as before, but his temperament was different. "Taught cultivation techniques? Is she really teaching you how to cultivate?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He looked puzzled. They had no reason to be with Crimson Dust's sovereign. How could there be love for no reason in this world? Zhou Tanhua replied, "It's true. So far, Crimson Dust's sovereign hasn't made things difficult for us." His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He had a lot of questions to ask. Where has Zhou Xuanji been in the past 300 years? "Sure enough, you found this place." Crimson Dust's sovereign's voice drifted over. Zhou Xuanji couldn't tell where the voice came from. He couldn't hear the slightest emotional fluctuation. Zhou Xuanji turned around and his brow furrowed even more. Sure enough, it's her. In the passage between the two worlds, the red figure who helped him was Crimson Dust's sovereign. Could it be that Crimson Dust's sovereign could freely travel between the Kunlun Origin Court and Anti-Kunlun? At this moment, he was full of curiosity about Crimson Dust's sovereign. "You are still the same. You haven't changed at all," Crimson Dust's sovereign said faintly. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed upon hearing this, while Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua were stunned. Chapter 793. Mortal Sovereign knew Zhou Xuanji? Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They didn't mean that Mortal Sovereign knew Zhou Xuanji. Mortal Sovereign said that Zhou Xuanji hadn't changed, which meant that he had known Zhou Xuanji for a long time. Zhou Xuanji looked at Mortal Sovereign with a complicated expression. He finally recognized Supreme Crimson Dust. How could it be her? He had mixed feelings in his heart. There was surprise, shock, and disbelief. Xintang. The mortal supremacy was the mortal god he had met in the Anti-Kunlun. After they parted in the passage between the two worlds, how could she become the world-shaking mortal supremacy? Could it be that she had fallen into an ancient timeline? But that shouldn't be the case either. Then, how could he have met Crimson Dust in the passageway between the two realms? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had countless questions he wanted to ask. With Zhou Xuanji's silence, the atmosphere became silent. Zhou Tanhua wanted to say something but hesitated. This kind of low pressure made him very uncomfortable. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but ask, "You two know each other?" Zhou Xuanji didn't know how to answer. He felt guilty towards Shantang and Shen Yanxing. It was all thanks to the help of this pair of sisters that he had the cultivation he had today. But his promise to the sisters was not fulfilled. Now they only saw Shantang but not Shen Yanxing. Could it be that Shen Yanxing had already? Even someone as strong as mortal supremacy couldn't save Shen Yanxing. At this thought, Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Ever since he was born, I have been paying attention to him. Your marriage was brought up by me. Sovereign Hongchan said calmly, which stunned Xian Xianghua. Zhou Tanhua was equally shocked. Didn't this mean that he was able to be born thanks to supremacy Hongchan? Who? How could he say that? On the other hand, Xian Xianghua thought about many things. When she had first met Zhou Xuanji, she had felt that this boy was not bad. No matter how much he provoked her, she had never acted viciously. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but shudder at the might of mortal world supreme. Of course, she did not regret her relationship with Zhou Xuanji. Instead, she rejoiced. If it weren't for Supreme being Hong Chan, she might have missed out on this period of happiness. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can we talk in private?" It was useless to escape. He also wanted to know how Shintang managed to survive and become a mortal supremacy. Yes. With a wave of her hand, she and Zhou Xuanji disappeared into thin air. Only Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua were left on the deserted island. Zhou Tanhua asked nervously, "Mother, will father be all right?" He could see that the atmosphere between Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign was not right. This was the first time he had seen his father's expression so ugly. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "If Hongchan's supremacy wanted to target him, why would he waste his breath?" When Zhou Tanhua heard this, he felt that it made sense. However, he still had too many doubts in his heart. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign came to a space filled with white light. There was nothing here but a vast expanse of whiteness. Looking at Mortal Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji was about to speak. Supremacy Hong Chan suddenly threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. He was stunned. His expression changed from astonishment to shame. He would rather Shintang scold him. That way he would feel better in his heart. Finally, he could only say, "I'm sorry." The mortal supremacy in his arms suddenly revealed her true form. Wisps of mortal chi dissipated, revealing her peerless figure in her red robes. She was wearing a crown inlaid with pearls. Her figure was the same as before, but her temperament had become extremely cold. She closed her eyes, quietly leaning on Zhou Xuanji's chest, listening to his heartbeat. "I have been looking forward to this feeling for countless years," she murmured softly. Zhou Xuanji's heart became even heavier after hearing this. He had long been aware of Shintang's feelings for him back then. Not only her, but even Shan Nianqing also had a trace of affection in her eyes when she looked at him. Because of this, he felt so guilty. It was the hardest to accept a beautiful person's favor. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji asked, "How did you survive after we parted?" Mortal Sovereign raised her head and took 2 steps back, looking at him. Her beautiful and cold face became expressionless again. She slowly replied, "After we parted ways, I lost contact with my younger sister as well. I fell into a space-time impasse alone. There was nothing there, so I could only cultivate. When my cultivation reached the pinnacle, I forcefully broke out of the space-time impasse, but it was already too late to return. I traveled in the passageway between the 2 worlds and then I met you. At that time I realized that although I had passed a long time, it wasn't too long for you. I sheltered you all the way. When you fainted, I sent you into the space-time despair, hoping that you could cultivate well. After that, I continued to explore the passageway between the 2 worlds to search for my sister. I didn't expect to encounter the Sovereign's rule and fall into the ancient times of the Kunlun origin court. It was impossible to return to the passageway between the 2 worlds. I could only survive. Until one day, something fell from the Kunlun origin court and fell into the mortal world. Its aura was very similar to yours, so I sealed its aura and whereabouts. I even helped it absorb the souls along the way to become stronger. I watched it merge with you in your previous life and bring your soul to another mortal world." While speaking, her eyes were fixed on Zhou Xuanji. There was a touch of infatuation hidden in the depths of her eyes. She could live until now because of 2 obsessions. One was Zhou Xuanji. The other was Divine Nianqing. Divine Nianqing couldn't be found anymore. Only Zhou Xuanji was left. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He instantly understood that the thing Mortal Sovereign was talking about was the Supreme Legendary Sword System. No wonder the Supreme Legendary Sword System could find him without any hindrance. He had been thinking before. The Supreme Legendary Sword System is so powerful that it can even absorb the soul of Little Sovereign. Why wasn't the Sovereign or the other powerhouses of the Kunlun origin court aware of it? It turned out that Mortal Sovereign was behind this. He tried to calm his emotions. Mortal Sovereign's words were too unbelievable. Even he had to calm down. Mortal Sovereign looked at him and said, "I don't blame you for what happened in the past. You have done your best. She did resent Zhou Xuanji. At that time, that was the only way to make her feel better. But when she saw Zhou Xuanji going crazy and desperate in the passageway between the two worlds, her resentment disappeared. Maybe it was all fate. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "What are your plans now?" Mortal Sovereign replied, "I will train Xian Xianghua and help you become the sovereign." She looked at Zhou Xuanji with blazing eyes and said, "I have seen more than one sovereign. Most of them wanted to open a brand new Kunlun origin court and travel to unknown areas, including the previous sovereign. Now your chance has come." I erased all the letters and scrolls left by the previous sovereign before he left. He wanted to train the origin court war god as the new sovereign, but no way. Speaking of this, the corner of her mouth rose. Her smile was so high-spirited and insufferably arrogant. Looking at her, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but fall into a trance. He inexplicably thought of Tanhua sect master Xian Xianghua in the northern wilderness region. That top demon cultivator overlapped with the current mortal sovereign. It was somewhat similar. Chapter 794. Looking at mortal sovereign's enchanting face, Zhou Xuanji sighed softly and asked, "What about yourself?" The better mortal sovereign was to him, the more uncomfortable he felt. Hearing this, mortal sovereign stopped smiling. He coldly snorted and said, "Naturally, when you become the sovereign. At that time, I want you to help me find Yanxing. I must find her. If she is not in the Kunlun origin court, then you will accompany me to look for her in other unknown areas. If you still can't find her, then you will accompany me through time to save her, who was about to disappear in the passage between the two worlds." She had already planned it out. Based on her own opportunities, she had deduced it. Perhaps it was her future self who saved Shen Yanxing. That's why she couldn't find her. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Whether I can become the sovereign or not, I will help you. It's just that she is in a different timeline. Is she still her?" The rules of time were difficult to speculate. Many powerhouses jumped out of the rules and erased themselves from other timelines, making themselves unique. Of course, Anti-Kunlun was an exception. Even the sovereign didn't know about its existence. Mortal gods exist independently. There is only one of them in any timeline. If she is not here, she will be at a certain point in time, Mortal Sovereign replied. Autarch Crimson Dust replied, his voice filled with an arrogance that transcended all living beings. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of the bald girl he had seen before. The mortal god looked very similar to Shen Yanxing. Could even be said that they looked exactly the same. He told Mortal Sovereign about it. Mortal Sovereign shook his head and said, "I was the one who kidnapped her at that time. She is not Yanxing. She is just a descendant of mine. Back then I used my mortal chi to create many mortal gods and distributed them all over the world, waiting for you and Yanxing to appear. Most of the current mortal gods are descendants I created. Their bloodlines are not pure. They can't be regarded as real mortal gods. That's why there hasn't been a mortal god that can suppress the Kunlun origin court for a long time." Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Shen Tang has really transformed. She is actually so generous. Back then, Shen Tang was gentle and elegant. But now she was unruly and arrogant. Time can really change everything. When can my wife and children go back? Zhou Xuanji changed the topic and asked. The purpose of his trip was to find Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua. He hadn't forgotten about it. Red Dust Supremacy's eyes became thoughtful and she said, "Back then you always talked about them, and now I've seen it with my own eyes. You really didn't lie. Don't worry, they are safe here with me. If they were outside, they would be in danger. You can take your son with you. As for Xian Xianghua, she still has to accept my inheritance. I will turn her into a red dust god, and then she can help you with your cultivation." She purposely emphasized the word cultivation, which made Zhou Xuanji think back to the past. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "Did she agree?" Regardless of whether Hongchen's supremacy had good intentions or not, he still had to listen to Xian Xianghua's will. Supremacy Crimson Dust waved her hand, and the two of them returned to Xian Xianghua. She looked at Xian Xianghua and asked, "He asked me, are you willing to cultivate with me?" Xian Xianghua nodded and said, "I want to become strong." In pure sword heaven, her cultivation speed wasn't slow, but it couldn't compare to Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua, so she had been holding back. Now that the opportunity had finally come, she naturally didn't want to miss it. Zhou Tanhua's eyes shifted between Zhou Xuanji and Supremacy Crimson Dust. He felt that something was wrong. Why did Supremacy Crimson Dust call himself I after the two chatted for a while? Could it be? He couldn't help but think too much. Although he admired his father very much, Supremacy Crimson Dust was so powerful and had such a high seniority. How could he take a fancy to his father? I must be thinking too much. Zhou Tanhua shook his head. Zhou Tanhua shook his head. Speaking of which, he had never left the Evil Sky Divine Range alone in his entire life. When can I meet the one in my life? Zhou Xuanji took Xian Xianghua's hand and said, I can help you become stronger. Their exterminating divine eyes were the same. If he became stronger, Xian Xianghua would also become stronger. Xian Xianghua curled her lips and said, I can't catch up with you. I will soon be surpassed by Tanhua. Ever since I came here, my cultivation has been skyrocketing. It's really fast. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and angrily said, That's because I have become stronger. That's why your cultivation has skyrocketed. I have now surpassed the 9 vast heavens and reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes when she heard this. Seeing them talking as if there was no one else around, Supremacy Crimson Dust's eyes were filled with envy. Let me stay here for a while. If she wanted to harm me, she would have done it long ago. Xian Xianghua shook Zhou Xuanji's arm and said coquettishly, she would only act like a little girl in front of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji couldn't change her mind and could only agree. He looked at Zhou Tanhua and jokingly scolded, What about you? Do you want to stay too? Zhou Tanhua looked at Xian Xianghua, and then at Supremacy Crimson Dust. Finally, he looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, I will go with you. Supremacy Crimson Dust only taught Xian Xianghua cultivation techniques, and only taught him a divine ability. Obviously, Supremacy Crimson Dust didn't want to nurture him. Zhou Xuanji looked at Supremacy Crimson Dust and said, Please take care of her. Supremacy Crimson Dust nodded slightly, but there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. She seemed to be blaming him for being so polite. Zhou Xuanji couldn't stand her gaze and had no choice but to leave with Zhou Tanhua. Supremacy Crimson Dust clicked his tongue in amazement and said, It seems that he can come and go freely in any plane or space. In this regard, he has surpassed Zhou Fa. Xian Xianghua's eyes lit up. Zhou Fa wasn't strong. He just had some kind of spatial divine ability that allowed him to appear and disappear unpredictably. This had already spread in the Kunlun origin court. Even if they knew this, most people would find it hard to deal with Zhou Fa. Xian Xianghua curiously asked, How strong is my husband now? Why do you say that he will definitely become the sovereign? She wanted to ask just now, but Zhou Xuanji left too quickly. She couldn't find a chance to be alone with him. She was also very puzzled. Why did Zhou Xuanji leave so quickly? Is it to avoid Supremacy Crimson Dust? Or is there something urgent in the Evil Sky Divine Range? He already has the physique that even the sovereigns dream of. Supremacy Crimson Dust said meaningfully. Xian Xianghua's curiosity was piqued even more by Sovereign Hong Chen's words. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua returned to the Kunlun universe. Namutiani was still waiting there. Namutiani's eyes widened the moment he saw him coming out with Zhou Tanhua. How is this possible? He can really save my son from Supremacy Crimson Dust? It's too outrageous. Zhou Tanhua was stunned when he saw him. He immediately asked Zhou Xuanji, Who is he? Zhou Xuanji replied, Tiani Divine Range's Rangemaster, Namutiani. As soon as he said this, Zhou Tanhua's expression drastically changed. He immediately got ready for battle. Chapter 795. Don't be nervous. The Southernwood Bloodline Lord is one of us now. Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. He had already warned Zhou Tanhua not to tell anyone about their communication with Mortal Sovereign. After Namutiani gave in, Zhou Xuanji already had a big plan in his mind. Zhou Tanhua was stunned. One of our own? One had to know that in the past 300 years, Namutiani was the greatest enemy of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Although Namutiani had never personally taken action, everyone in the Evil Sky Divine Range knew that the person who commanded the Tiani Divine Range to attack the Evil Sky Divine Range was Namutiani. How did he become one of us? Nam Mutiani was extremely shrewd and instantly saw through his thoughts. He smiled and said, "It was all a misunderstanding in the past. No one will attack the evil sky divine range in the future." Zhou Tanhua looked pensive. How did Zhou Xuanji convince Nam Mutiani? "All right, you can go back first. If I have anything to trouble you with in the future, I will look for you." Zhou Xuanji looked at Nam Mutiani with a smile. Having heard this, Nam Mutian nodded. He flipped his right hand and took out a jade pendant. He passed it to Zhou Xuanji and said, "This jade is connected to me. You can contact me through it at any time." He was the sovereign range master. If Zhou Xuanji did not leave behind a special communication method, it would be very difficult for him to see him. If not, his subordinates would stop Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took the jade pendant and threw it into the supreme storage. Nam Mutiani did not waste any words and disappeared. Zhou Tanhua asked curiously, "Father, what's going on between you and him?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "He feels that I have a high chance of becoming the sovereign. For the future of the Tiani divine range, he gave up his grudge and decided to support me." As soon as this statement came out, Zhou Tanhua's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Is there such a thing? Isn't the Tiani divine range a paragon divine range? There are countless geniuses in the Tiani divine range. Why are they still lacking candidates for supremacy? Why did it feel so unreal? "Father, we still have to be careful," Zhou Tanhua reminded, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would be deceived by Nam Mutiani. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have killed more enemies than you have eaten. Do I need you to teach me?" This sentence made Zhou Tanhua scratch his head in shame and smirk. That was right. If Zhou Xuanji was so easily fooled, he would have died long ago. He had heard from Xian Xianghua that Zhou Xuanji had been targeted by destiny in the past. If it was him, he would have long since despaired. "Let's go." Zhou Xuanji took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and smiled. "Father, can you tell me where you've been for the past 300 years? "Of course you can. I, your father, encountered Nam Mutiani." After the father and son entered the carriage, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew toward the Kunlun origin court. Kunlun universe, boom. A golden bell collided with an incomparably large star, smashing it into pieces. It was like the Big Bang of the universe, and the resulting impact was visible to the naked eye. It swept through the universe like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Ha 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 ha. Is that all you can do? A golden-robed man stood on top of the golden bell. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was wild and arrogant. There were figures of living beings in all directions, and the weakest had a cultivation of one vast heavens. There were more than 1,000 of them. Looking at the arrogant golden-robed man, they all cursed angrily. "What are you being so arrogant for? Luo Xiang, if you didn't have your father's treasure, we would have beaten you up. It's impossible to become a sovereign by relying on supreme treasures." Yeah, is everyone in the Sovereign Emperor Divine range so shameless? Of course. Who doesn't know that the Sovereign Emperor Divine range survived until now because of despicable means? Facing the words of the living beings, the golden-robed man called Luo Xiang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed even more wildly. Luo Xiang smiled mockingly and said, "You are all going to die and you are still talking about this." Just when he finished speaking, the golden bell under his feet let out another deafening sound. A wave of golden radiance swept across all directions, annihilating all living beings. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they died without a burial place. At this moment, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew over from the depths of the universe and collided with the golden radiance. The carriage shook and 2 silver beams shot out, breaking through the golden radiance. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage regained its stability and continued moving forward. Luo Xiang squinted his eyes and mumbled, "This carriage? Could it be the Evil Sky Divine Range's Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage?" Zhou Xuanji. He had heard of Zhou Xuanji a long time ago. He wanted to challenge Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji disappeared, so he could only change his target. Now that Zhou Xuanji had appeared, he immediately became excited. "Zhou Xuanji, stop. Fight with me," he shouted as he flew toward the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage on the golden bell. Inside the carriage, Zhou Tanhua felt dizzy from Luo Xiang's roar. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji protected his soul with origin fusion divine power. He asked with a frown, "What is this person's cultivation? Just his voice alone can make me." His cultivation wasn't low. He had already become a Tao-treading saint. In an ordinary divine range, he could be considered a mainstay. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's okay." He immediately got up and appeared on the roof of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. Looking at the huge golden bell coming at him, his eyes narrowed. He immediately cast Suppressing the Universe. Time and space in the entire universe froze. Luo Xiang's expression changed. Suddenly, 2 arms grew out of his back, each forming a Tao seal to resist the Suppressing the Universe. Although his speed had decreased, he still charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and chuckled. He didn't panic. Instead, he took out the Yuxing broken sword and gently slashed. Ultimate Chaos Tao. Countless sword qi appeared out of thin air, flooding toward Luo Xiang from all directions. Clang! 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 The huge golden bell was bombarded by the sword qi, producing a continuous deafening sound. Luo Xiang activated his origin fusion divine energy to create a light shield to resist the sword qi. He was shocked to find that his origin fusion divine energy was being absorbed by the sword qi. What divine ability is this? He didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. His body turned into a beam of light as he leaped toward Zhou Xuanji like an arrow. While galloping, his figure flickered, turning into countless afterimages. He passed through the sword qi with the momentum of an inescapable net and pressed toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and pointed, casting the inverse chaos divine ability. Luo Xiang only felt a blur before his eyes. Zhou Xuanji and the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage disappeared into thin air. Only sword qi was left in front of him. His eyes immediately widened. What's going on? Zhou Tanhua in the carriage was also dumbfounded. From his perspective, Luo Xiang instantly changed his direction and rushed toward the back. It was very strange. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he threw his sword. Void instant kill. PFFF. Luo Xiang's chest was pierced. He looked down in horror. What's going on? He looked back and saw that the golden bell and countless sword qi were behind him. This moment his worldview collapsed. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and sucked, casting universal attraction. Luo Xiang flew toward him uncontrollably. Just as Luo Xiang was about to be caught by him, a black light swept over and took him away. "He's mine." A cold voice came. Zhou Xuanji turned his head and saw a figure appearing on the other side of the Star River, looking at them from a distance. Chapter 796. Zhou Xuanji looked over and felt that this person was somewhat familiar. Isn't this Dao Hu? Why is he here? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He had seen Dao Hu when he followed Beast Sovereign to eliminate Dao Hu Qiuzuan. The current Dao Hu should have been reborn. He even dared to block the 12 Law Ancestors. His strength was definitely above that of Beast Sovereign. Dao Hu took Luo Xiang into his palm. When Luo Xiang came back to his senses and looked up, he was almost scared out of his wits. "Dao Hu, what are you doing?" Luo Xiang cried out in fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. He knew how terrifying Dao Hu was. Just the thought of being captured by Dao Hu sent shivers down his spine. Dao Hu looked down at him and snorted coldly. Then he closed his palms and put him into his sleeves. After that, Dao Hu looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I won't pursue the grievances from before. From now on we have nothing to do with each other." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. This fellow did not take revenge on him. Why was that? Beast Sovereign led the experts of the Evil Sky Divine Range to destroy Dao Hu Qiuzuan's lair, and even captured Dao Hu to the Origin Court. Logically speaking, Dao Hu should hate Beast Sovereign and the Evil Sky Divine Range to the extreme. He couldn't figure it out, so he turned around and flew toward the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. He suddenly caught a glimpse of Luo Xiang's golden bell still floating in the cosmos. It was like a golden mountain, mighty and sacred. He smiled, took the golden bell away, and returned to the carriage. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage continued onward. Zhou Xuanji began playing with the golden bell, trying to get rid of the owner recognition mark within. Luo Xiang was not dead yet, so for the time being, He could not directly erase the master recognition mark of the golden bell. However, once the magic treasures were far away from their masters, the connection between them would also weaken. "Father, who was that just now?" Zhou Tanhua asked curiously. Dao Hu was unfathomable, which made him feel that he was facing Beast Sovereign, or even more terrifying. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Dao Hu, have you heard of it?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's expression changed. He asked doubtfully, wasn't he captured by Beast Sovereign and handed over to the Origin Court? Such a powerhouse had actually escaped. The Kunlun Origin Court was getting more and more chaotic. At the same time, it also showed that the Origin Court was wavering. They couldn't even keep the criminals under control. Now that Dao Hu had escaped, would there be more experts escaping in the future? Who knows? The Origin Court is now led by the 12 Law Ancestors, and the 12 Law Ancestors are trapped in the Origin Court by Dao Hu. They don't dare to come out. After I rescued Beast Sovereign, they didn't dare to chase after me. Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head. His tone was casual and a little teasing. The once supreme Origin Court had now become a joke. It was really ironic. Zhou Tanhua was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Dao Hu's strength to be so strong. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the chaos in the Kunlun Origin Court. They didn't encounter any more obstacles along the way. However, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage had reappeared in the Kunlun Origin Court, and was remembered by many creatures. Soon, the news of Zhou Xuanji's return spread to every divine range. The sovereign list was still in effect. After all, the sovereign list wasn't as simple as a ranking list. Although Zhou Xuanji had not appeared in the world for 300 years, his fame was still there. At that moment, many geniuses were tempted to step on Zhou Xuanji. Evil Sky Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji returned to Pure Sword Heaven with Zhou Tanhua. Jiang Shui asked about Xian Xianghua's situation. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything. Jiang Shui breathed a sigh of relief after learning that Xian Xianghua had obtained the inheritance of mortal sovereign. Zhou Xuanji didn't leave immediately. He planned to stay in Pure Sword Heaven for a while. He gathered everyone and placed the 12th rank Deep Black Lotus beside him before he began to preach. After experiencing the Anti-Kunlun and the passage between the two worlds, his cultivation had reached an extremely profound level. As soon as the Tao voice came out, everyone's heart immediately calmed down. The spiritual qi in Pure Sword Heaven began to surge. The great Tao rules manifested one after another as all kinds of phenomena emerged one after another. Inside the Sovereign Palace, Beast Sovereign, who was sitting on the main seat and cultivating, was shocked. He opened his eyes and muttered to himself in shock, "This kid's cultivation." Listening to Zhou Xuanji's preaching, he had a feeling of enlightenment. Zhou Xuanji talked about the cultivation of all living beings from the perspective of time and space. It was extremely profound. Although it was profound, his Tao voice had a unique charm. Listening to his preaching, one's cultivation speed would increase. And so, Beast Sovereign began listening to Zhou Xuanji's preaching. He cultivated while listening. He thought that Zhou Xuanji couldn't see him. Little did he know that Zhou Xuanji had already noticed him. TSK. Zhou Xuanji found it funny in his heart. Once upon a time, he had to look up to Beast Sovereign. And now, Beast Sovereign had to listen to his preaching. Zhou Xuanji didn't think too much about it. He quickly concentrated on preaching. Time flew. A year later, Zhou Xuanji's preaching ended. The reason it ended was that Beast Sovereign wanted to see him through voice transmission. Zhou Xuanji bowed slightly upon entering the Sovereign Palace. "Many geniuses have come to challenge you this year, but I have blocked them all outside the divine range. But there is one thing that you must do. It's very important for your sovereign path," Beast Sovereign said, staring at Zhou Xuanji. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he felt. "My original decision was right. I should have spared no effort to cultivate this kid." The future of the Evil Sky Divine Range could already be entrusted to Zhou Xuanji. "What is it?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Could it be a great opportunity for Beast Sovereign to be so serious? Beast Sovereign began to speak tirelessly. In the central universe area of the Kunlun Origin Court, there was an independent plane. An ancient powerhouse who had lived for countless years lived in it. He recently announced his birth and sent a voice transmission to all the range masters. claiming that he would impart a divine ability to the right person. He asked each divine range to send their most talented geniuses. The previous sovereign had received the divine ability inheritance of this powerhouse. It was enough to show how strong he was. On this trip, you have to compete with all the geniuses. Once you stand out, you will be able to suppress all the geniuses in terms of fame, Beast Sovereign solemnly stated. He didn't have such an opportunity back then. But now that Zhou Xuanji had it, he didn't want Zhou Xuanji to miss it. At the same time, he also believed that Zhou Xuanji could do it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "No problem." Beast Sovereign reminded, "There is one guy you have to be careful of. He is Huan Ruzhen from the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. This kid was a war god under a sovereign in his previous life. He has never left the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range since he was born. For this opportunity, the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range has already said that they will let Huan Ruzhen take action." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There is such a genius with such a background? It seems that the Kunlun Origin Court is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I can't underestimate it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the final winner will be me. So what if he is a war god? He is also a sovereign." Seeing him so confident, Beast Sovereign was relieved. Zhou Xuanji then left the Sovereign Palace, preparing to return to the Pure Sword Heaven. As soon as he flew out of the Sovereign Palace, he met an acquaintance. Wei Yi. Wei Yi's expression changed drastically as soon as he saw him. He looked very embarrassed. Zhou Xuanji greeted him with a smile. "Brother Wei, how have you been? When can we get together?" Chapter 797. Wei Yi pretended to be calm and smiled faintly. "I'm fine. It's just that I missed you after not seeing you for so many years." This fellow's skin was really thick. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He hadn't forgotten his grudge with Wei Yi. Once he had the opportunity, he would immediately eradicate Wei Yi. But not now. He wanted to see what Wei Yi would do next. Zhou Xuanji flew to Wei Yi's side and gently patted him on the shoulder. He smiled meaningfully before flying towards Pure Sword Heaven. Wei Yi's palms were full of cold sweat, and a storm was set off in his heart. This kid seems to have changed into another person. What's going on? Wasn't he captured by Namutiani? How is he still alive? Wei Yi frowned and quickly made a decision. He had to leave as soon as possible, lest Zhou Xuanji collude with Beast Sovereign to deal with him. Thinking of this, he flew towards the Sovereign Palace with an uneasy mood. The other side. Zhou Xuanji returned to Pure Sword Heaven. He found Jiang Shui and told her about the inheritance of the divine ability. "Then you definitely won't have any problems. You can step on them and soar into the sky, becoming a supreme being." Jiang Shui said with a smile, her eyes filled with adoration. She trusted Zhou Xuanji 100%. And after he came back from Anti-Kunlun, she was even more certain that he would become the sovereign. Zhou Xuanji rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Release Emperor Sword Court after some time. Let Jinghong bring them to the Void Boundary to train themselves. I hope to see the rise of Emperor Sword Court." Jiang Shui nodded. The 24-rank Deep Black Lotus had always been in Zhou Xuanji's residence, so that it was convenient for him to look after Emperor Sword Court. Now Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Changge, Chan Bantian, and the others had all reached the Saint Realm and were even competing for the Dao-treading Venerable Realm. Sage Realm experts still had the ability to survive in the Void Boundary. After all, the Void Boundary Palace was already under Zhou Fei's control. The Void Boundary Emperor and the Void Boundary God had already escaped. The 10,000 worlds were also out of control. This was a good opportunity for Emperor Sword Court to train and grow. He believed that Zhou Fei wouldn't dare to go against Emperor Sword Court. Otherwise, he would just be waiting to be devoured by the power of Hongqian's Supreme until he died. After that, Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao to Jiang Shui. At the same time, he imbued her with wisdom and helped her to quickly increase her cultivation. Zhou Shaoxian was envious when she saw it. She wanted it too, but Zhou Xuanji rejected her heartlessly. Her talent was much stronger than her mother's, so she didn't need to be imbued with wisdom. That would just be pulling up seedlings to help them grow. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Under Beast Sovereign's reminder, Zhou Xuanji set off. Beast Sovereign used his divine will to transmit the location of the Almighty Expert to him. This ancient Almighty had a mysterious origin, and claimed to be at the peak of the Wheel Realm. No one knew how long he had lived. Zhou Xuanji left the Evil Sky Divine Range on the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. On the way, he continued to refine Luo Xiang's golden bell. He didn't have much interest in this golden bell. He just wanted to refine it and give it to Zhou Tanhua. That kid lacked powerful magic weapons, so he could use this bell. The defensive power of this bell was still very strong. Since it could block his sword chi, it was equivalent to blocking most of the attacks of Essence Fusion Divine Monarch. At least it gave Zhou Tanhua one more life-saving card. An hour later, he was surrounded by sky prides. He was no longer the same as he had been in the past. He easily defeated his opponent and almost sucked all of his primordial energy dry. That genius was so frightened that he knelt down and begged for mercy. Zhou Xuanji did not kill them all. He defeated his enemies along the way and absorbed their cultivation. As the news of his battles spread, his reputation also rose. Have you heard? Zhou Xuanji has become stronger. Yeah, in just 300 years, he has actually reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord cultivation. Isn't this too ridiculous? If I remember correctly, he is only a little over 1,000 years old, right? Terrifying, this is an 18-star genius? Our divine ranges also have 18-star geniuses, but they are not as abnormal as him. And Zhou Xuanji is not the reincarnation of an almighty expert. Who dares to challenge him now? They are courting death. Zhou Xuanji will suck away all their cultivation. All kinds of rumors about Zhou Xuanji began to spread in various divine ranges of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji had transformed from a genius with great potential to a true expert. Origin Fusion Divine Lord. This was a realm that many middle and lower divine range masters could not reach. As these rumors spread widely, fewer and fewer geniuses came to challenge Zhou Xuanji. He was also getting closer and closer to his destination. The Wheel Summit lived in an independent world called the Lesser Samsara. It was his cave mansion. If he hadn't opened the mansion, no one would have been able to find the Lesser Samsara. The Lesser Samsara was located in a gray universe. The Great Tao here was intricate and complicated. It belonged to the chaotic period. But it was not the beginning of the universe, but the chaos after the universe was destroyed. Thousands of mounts and enchanted artifacts were already parked near the spatial node. There were also geniuses standing alone, waiting quietly. The arrival of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage attracted most people's attention. Zhou Xuanji did not hide his aura. Every Origin Fusion Divine Lord was a threat to everyone present. It's him. Young Heavenly Lord sat on the hilt of a giant sword and muttered to himself with a frown. He had not been in the Kunlun Origin Court during this period, so he did not know that Zhou Xuanji had returned before he appeared. Many people had already recognized Zhou Xuanji. They began discussing him in groups of 2s and 3s. These people had arrived earlier than Zhou Xuanji. They did not know Zhou Xuanji's strength, so they were all mocking him. Although they were surprised by Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, the Evil Sky Divine Range was already at its end. No matter how strong he was, it was useless. He would be destroyed by the Tianyi Divine Range and the Mortal Divine Range sooner or later. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage stopped. Zhou Xuanji did not get off but continued to refine the golden bell inside the carriage. At the edge of the area where geniuses gathered, there was a man with messy hair. His face was rough and his clothes were loose. He had a tough body. Although he was wearing an ancient outfit, he gave off an extremely domineering aura, which attracted many geniuses' attention from time to time. He was sitting on something that looked like a shell with a meaningful smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji, interesting. Could he be the variable that he mentioned? He mumbled to himself as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He was the most powerful genius of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, Yuan Ruzhen. After Zhou Xuanji arrived, no one came to look for trouble. Everyone was waiting patiently. This was the spatial node of the lesser reincarnation. They did not want to mess around, lest they disturb the peace of the Wheel Summit. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Zhou Xuanji had successfully refined the golden bell. This bell had completely become ownerless. As for Luo Xiang, he had been captured by Dao Hu. He was most likely dead. All of you come in. Remember, don't speak. You can only speak when I allow you to. Whoever dares to disobey die. An ancient voice resounded across the chaotic universe. Soon after, a black spatial rift appeared and quickly widened. The geniuses swarmed in. Zhou Xuanji flew out from the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and stored it into the supreme storage. 2 swords appeared in his hands. World Full Sword. Chapter 798. Zhou Xuanji heard Luan Pinnacle's words and had a wicked idea. He took out the 2 World Full Swords to confuse the surrounding geniuses and make them play themselves to death. Following the flow of people into the black spatial crack, they came to a blue sea and blue sky. As far as the eye could see, the sea was boundless. The horizon connected with the sky, forming a beautiful picture. All the geniuses held their breath and flew forward without saying a word. Zhou Xuanji counted. There were more than 10,000 of them. The weakest was in the 9 vast heavens. There were more than 500 Origin Fusion Divine Lords. The 9 vast heavens would form a team. The Origin Fusion Divine Lords would travel alone, keeping a distance from the others. Zhou Xuanji deliberately flew to the center of the crowd with a strange smile on his face. His actions attracted a lot of attention, but when everyone saw that he was not messing around, they stopped paying attention. The sea seemed endless. No matter how they moved forward, they still couldn't see any islands or land. Soon they noticed that something was wrong. Why didn't I see Luan Pinnacle? And why did this sea make them feel lost? No matter how they flew, they couldn't reach the end. No voice transmissions, no talking. This is your first test. See who can persist. You must maintain a unified formation and fly forward. Whoever dares to stop will be expelled immediately. Luan Pinnacle's ancient voice sounded again, casting a haze over everyone's heart. What does he want to test? What's waiting for them ahead? Zhou Xuanji was the most relaxed. This test was nothing compared to what he experienced in the passageway between the 2 worlds. He could keep his mind as still as water. The atmosphere was silent. They couldn't communicate, which made everyone's mood very sensitive. They felt extremely depressed. Most geniuses from the divine ranges wouldn't temper their mental state. After all, they had a high starting point and abundant resources. Even if they didn't cultivate hard, they could reach heights that ordinary creatures couldn't reach. 2 hours, 1 day, 10 days, 1 month. More and more geniuses couldn't bear it anymore. Many were scratching their ears and cheeks, twisting their necks, trying to keep themselves awake. In such an oppressive atmosphere, it could make people go crazy. Huan Ruzhen and Young Heavenly Lord were still calm. Most Origin Fusion Divine Lords were not affected. Right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded through the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked over, only to see a streak of sword chi circling rapidly in the sky. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji with strange expressions, not knowing what he wanted to do. Zhou Xuanji gave a condescending smile. Because they could not communicate, his expression meant different things to different people. He wants to make a move? Who did he want to kill? Did he see a breakthrough point in this situation? Was he crazy? Everyone was shocked, including Yuan Ruzhen and Young Heavenly Lord. In the following period of time, Zhou Xuanji released his sword chi from time to time, which shocked the geniuses. Everyone looked at him furiously. Yuan Ruzhen also tightly frowned. In such a situation, everyone's heart tightened. Zhou Xuanji's actions were the same as his enchanted treasure. Cheap. Zhou Xuanji did not care about their gazes and continued to do what he wanted. The 2 World Full Swords followed closely behind him. He had already noticed that the people around him were getting more and more irritable. They were all gritting their teeth as if they were trying to hold back something. It's almost done. Zhou Xuanji smirked and laughed mockingly. He was waiting for the people around him to explode. Only one person could pass the Divine Ability Inheritance test. Because of this, the purpose of each test was to filter out the unsuitable candidates. This test looked boring and endless, but it was actually a test of endurance. It would probably end after the number of people reached the threshold. He was not the only one who thought of this. The other geniuses just did not dare to make a move. No one wanted to stand out. Zhou Xuanji was an Origin Fusion Divine Lord, so even if he provoked others, no one dared to attack him. The other Origin Fusion Divine Lords were very calm and patient. Otherwise, they would not have cultivated to such a stage. Another 3 days passed. 2 vast heavens geniuses looked at each other and suddenly slammed their palms toward Zhou Xuanji. The primordial energy condensed into 2 gigantic palm silhouettes, knocking away the geniuses along the way. Their target was Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and easily broke through the 2 palm silhouettes with the exterminating divine light. The geniuses who were knocked away were enraged. All of them attacked the 2 geniuses. In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic. Zhou Xuanji took out 2 invisible swords and shuttled through the battlefield. He took advantage of the chaos and injured people everywhere, causing the geniuses to engage in a chaotic battle. The geniuses did not completely lose their minds. They continued to fly forward while fighting. A few of them stopped by accident and disappeared on the spot. The other geniuses were so frightened that they did not dare to let their guard down. Boom! 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 Huge waves surged on the ocean. All kinds of divine abilities clashed against each other. The scene was spectacular. Everyone gritted their teeth and did not dare to speak. They were afraid that they would make a sound. Yuan Ruzhen flew at the edge of the group. He did not participate in the battle but looked into the distance. The shell on his body was like a lotus seat, carrying him as he sped forward. Zhou Xuanji also encountered many attacks. Chapter 799. Just when Zhou Xuanji looked away, the feeling of being spied on appeared again. He knew that he had already attracted the attention of the top of the wheel. He flew forward obediently, avoiding the chaotic battle around him. By relying on the inverse chaos divine art, no one could hurt him. At first glance, he looked like a fish swimming in the water, easily avoiding all the dangers. But in truth, everything he did was the inverse chaos spirit art, reflecting the attacks of other spirit arts. Zhou Xuanji thought that no one could detect the existence of the inverse chaos divine ability. After all, he had learned about this divine ability from Little Sovereign. However, Luan Feng was stunned by the inverse chaos divine ability. Is this the inverse chaos divine ability? He's been to Anti-Kunlun? Luan Hao's eyes popped out as he screamed in astonishment. Even his breathing became hurried. He knew what it meant to return from Anti-Kunlun. This meant that this person was a sovereign in the Anti-Kunlun, and had a high chance of becoming a sovereign in the Kunlun Origin Court in the future. The 2 Kunlun Origin Courts were opposite, but their composition was the same. The Supremes would also be the same person, just that their personalities would be completely different. Thinking about this, he became even more interested in Zhou Xuanji. As the battle began, the number of prodigies on the ocean decreased. One after another, the prodigies stopped fighting or cursed angrily. In the end, they disappeared into thin air. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Under such circumstances, not only did the battle between the Sky Prides not stop, it became even more intense. They all thought of the same thing. That was to speed up the process of elimination. Once the number of people decreased to a certain extent, wouldn't the test be over? If there was only one prodigy left, if not him, then who would be the one to impart the divine ability? Because of Yuan Ruzhen's identity and strength, no one dared to offend him. He had been secretly observing Zhou Xuanji this entire time. Strange, could it be that he is using some kind of divine ability? Why is he always able to dodge my attacks so coincidentally? His brow furrowed thoughtfully. Ever since Zhou Xuanji appeared, he felt that Zhou Xuanji would become a formidable opponent. So along the way, he paid special attention to Zhou Xuanji. As expected, this guy looked peaceful, but he had caused the heavens' favorites to fall into a chaotic battle. Zhou Xuanji also noticed his divine sense but did not pay much attention to it. Through the conversation with the other geniuses, Zhou Xuanji already knew that he was Yuan Ruzhen. Beast Sovereign had warned Zhou Xuanji to be careful of being wronged. Although he remembered it, he did not treat it as pressure. I wonder what kind of divine ability the Wheel Summit will impart. Zhou Xuanji thought in anticipation. This divine ability must be extraordinary for all the divine ranges to pay so much attention to it. Hopefully it was a divine ability that was suitable for him. 13 days later. There were less than 2,000 prodigies left on the sea. Even so, the chaotic battle continued, especially the geniuses around Zhou Xuanji. They fought ferociously, as though their parents were killed. Zhou Xuanji, who was standing among them, seemed so out of place. "All right, you have passed the first stage." The voice of the Wheel Summit suddenly rang out. Immediately after, everyone felt an extremely powerful force wrap around their bodies. Their vision swayed, and after the world spun, they all fell to the ground. Zhou Xuanji did not fall. He steadied himself and looked up. He realized that he was at the top of a mountain. The surrounding mountains were undulating, and there were geniuses everywhere. All of them looked around nervously and curiously. Even though they had passed the first round, they did not dare to speak. He was already used to being banned. "You can all speak now. Next, I need you to find something. It's the smallest existence in this world. 1 month later, all of you will gather here, and I will test to see who is the smallest. The person who obtains the smallest will be able to obtain my divine ability inheritance. Here you can fight as you wish, but do not destroy the world, or else I will expel you. If it's serious, I will kill you on the spot." The voice of the Wheel Summit came again with a murderous aura. His voice and words made people feel that he was a ruthless and murderous old senior. The geniuses began to move, while Zhou Xuanji pondered on the spot. The smallest thing. It must not be so easy to find. It might be everywhere, but it could not be captured by the eyes and mind. Could it be transformed by some kind of rule? Zhou Xuanji felt that it was highly possible. He had the extermination sage constitution, which made him extremely sensitive to everything around him. "Did you think of something?" Yuan Ruzin's voice floated over. He walked over to Zhou Xuanji's side with a smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I thought of something indeed. What about you?" Yuan Ruzin smiled and said, "For this test to be held, it must be everywhere. It's just that it's very difficult to catch it." The two shared the same opinion and smiled at each other. Zhou Xuanji thought that Yuan Ruzin was an arrogant person, but he did not expect him to be so easy to communicate with. He could not help but feel curious about Yuan Ruzin and asked, "You are the reincarnation of a war god. Do you still need to learn divine abilities?" To him, Yuan Ruzin's identity was not inferior to the Wheel Summit. This divine ability is not simple. Moreover, in front of this powerhouse, even I could only be considered as a junior in my previous life. Yuan Ruzin said as he shook his head. He walked past Zhou Xuanji to the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance. "You are very powerful, but according to my understanding, you are only 1,000 years old. Without an illustrious past life, how did you become so powerful?" Yuan Ruzin asked with his back facing Zhou Xuanji. His back was emanating a majestic aura, just like the Origin Court war god. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, 2 words: arduous cultivation. "Do you believe it? What's wrong with this guy? He wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with me?" Yuan Ruzin looked back at him and said, "Zhou Xuanji, how about we have a duel? You are only at Origin Fusion Divine Lord Stage 1. I will not bully you. 100 years later, we will fight to the death in the Kunlun universe. How about that?" Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. His gaze turned cold. So this guy was just a smiling fox. He talked so much just to have a duel to the death. Zhou Xuanji asked with a cold smile, "Oh? Why do you want to die?" Yuan Ruzin threatened him, so there was no need for him to give face. Yuan Ruzin was not angry. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Our sect leader wants you to die. You must die. But I admire you very much. I am willing to give you 100 years to grow." Zhou Xuanji said bluntly, "Don't you know that being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself?" Now he did not need to swallow his anger and grow. Whoever wanted to suppress him, he would fight. "Oh? Why do I see that you are the one who wants to die?" Yuan Ruzin threatened with narrowed eyes. This time he was really angry. He was kind enough to inform Zhou Xuanji about the duel in advance and gave Zhou Xuanji 100 years to grow. But this brat did not appreciate it. How arrogant! Does he really think that he is the top genius of the Kunlun Origin Court? Yuan Ruzin's killing intent rose. As his aura rose, his robe began to flutter. Zhou Xuanji directly opened the soul source orb between his eyebrows, as if he had opened a third eye. The two looked at each other. Almost at the same time, they rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. Chapter 800. Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzin left the ground and came to the sky. They turned into two meteors and clashed violently. Sword light and black light flashed continuously. The two's aura was so powerful that the nearby geniuses all looked over in shock. It's Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen. Why are they fighting? They didn't fight earlier but fought the moment they came in. What logic is this? Could it be that they have already discovered the smallest thing in this world? Very likely. Or else why would they fight each other directly? What should we do? Hide around them and attack at any time? The geniuses discussed among themselves. More and more geniuses approached quietly. Be it Zhou Xuanji or Yuan Ruzhen, they were both extremely famous. Killing one of them could boost one's reputation tremendously. Moreover, they might be able to find out the location of the smallest thing from the two. Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen did not take others seriously. They only had eyes for each other now. Swoosh! 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 Countless sword shadows charged toward Yuan Ruzhen from all directions. They were as violent as a hurricane and as loud as thunder. Yuan Ruzhen blocked his attack easily with his palms. He looked casual, but he was shocked in his heart. This brat's origin fusion divine energy is so powerful. He doesn't look like someone who just broke through to origin fusion divine lord. Yuan Ruzhen had to take it seriously. Although he was confident, Zhou Xuanji was cunning, and he did not want to fail. Zhou Xuanji took out the Yuxing broken sword and the previous life dream realization sword. At the same time, he used the sword fusion technique to fuse all of the legendary swords into his body. His physical strength was pushed to the limit as he slashed with both swords. Clang Yuan Ruzhen was blasted away, and his expression changed immediately. Why did this brat suddenly, before he could think further, Zhou Xuanji came at him. 81 sword souls appeared behind him and slashed toward him in streaks of silver light. At the same time, new sword souls were formed. Returning to simplicity, his sword souls had already surpassed the sword Dao rules. Each of them contained powerful origin fusion divine energy and inverse chaos energy. Yuan Ruzhen blocked with his palms. His attacks were wild and ferocious. Soon he realized that every time he scattered the sword souls, Zhou Xuanji would absorb his origin fusion divine energy. He did not panic. His right hand drew a black scythe as he leaped. The scythe was long, and there was a spiky black hammer at the end. He brandished his blade and slashed wildly, tearing apart the wind and waves and shaking the sky. Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen were very smart. Their origin fusion divine power did not get close to the ground. Once it left the range of their battle, it would automatically dissipate. This guy's strength should have surpassed origin fusion Lord Lu Ming. No wonder he's so arrogant. Zhou Xuanji thought in his heart. His eyes were still as sharp as ever. Even if Yuan Ruzhen had the strength to surpass origin fusion immortal Lord Lu Ming, he was not afraid. He kept getting closer to Yuan Ruzhen. 81 sword souls shot out, but they were all blocked by Yuan Ruzhen. Yuan Ruzhen waved his scythe and a black wind started to blow around him. It was as if there were 4 black pillars that connected heaven and earth. The scene was extremely majestic. Zhou Xuanji raised the broken sword and activated the ultimate chaos Dao. Boundless sword qi swept over from all directions towards Yuan Ruzhen. Although the battle between the two of them was controlled to a certain extent, the aura they emitted was truly frightening. The prodigies were all shocked. Just how strong are they? What precise control? His Yuan fusion divine power is actually able to dissolve on its own. Most importantly, their battle is very fast. There's no time for them to rest at all. These two are not to be trifled with. Is Zhou Xuanji really not the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator? Isn't the speed of his growth a little too exaggerated? Be it the nearby prodigies or those who were looking for the smallest thing, they were all paying attention to this battle between the peerless geniuses. At the stone table beside the waterfall, Luan Feng was also paying attention to this battle. So, it's the reincarnation of the origin court war god. Interesting. But I'm more interested in this kid who is proficient in the inverse chaos divine ability. Luan Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. His eyes were filled with excitement. He did not expect that there would be people among the geniuses who could surprise him, and there was more than one. At this moment, Yuan Ruzhen suddenly exploded. His hair suddenly grew long, his body became burly, and his robes bulged. His eyes became extremely fierce, and his cheeks were covered with black scales. His speed skyrocketed and he suddenly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. Before he could react, Yuan Ruzhen appeared behind him. Boom! Yuan Ruzhen punched out with energy like the yellow springs breaching the dam. The punch landed on Zhou Xuanji's back, and the space rippled like the surface of a lake. However, this punch did not hurt Zhou Xuanji. Inverse Chaos Divine Ability. Strong but weak. Yuan Ruzhen's expression changed. He began to maneuver and attack Zhou Xuanji violently. From a third person's perspective, Zhou Xuanji seemed to have no power to fight back. He even looked a little uneasy, but in fact he was not injured at all. Yuan Ruzhen's heart grew heavier. What kind of divine ability was this? It was invisible and colorless. He could not figure it out. Most importantly, during this process, Zhou Xuanji had been absorbing his origin fusion divine energy. How can I fight like this? Zhou Xuanji looked left and right, laughing in his heart. The inverse chaos divine ability was indeed powerful. It almost put him in an invincible position. The reincarnation of the Origin Court War God was nothing more than this. Yuan Ruzhen began to use all kinds of divine abilities, but he still could not break through the defense of the inverse chaos divine ability. After letting him attack for a long time, Zhou Xuanji also absorbed a lot of origin fusion divine energy, and his cultivation grew tremendously. Next, it was his turn to counterattack. Countless silver silhouettes flew out from his body. Greatly avatars. Now, his greatly divine suppressor technique had reached the 5th level, and the number of greatly avatars had reached tens of thousands. Yuan Ruzhen was shocked and quickly dodged. Zhou Xuanji fused the Yuxing Destruction Sword and the previous Life Dream Realization Sword. The two swords combined into one, and a powerful radiance burst out. An extremely long lightsaber appeared in his hand. Life Slasher Sphere. With Life Slasher Sphere in his hand, he charged toward Yuan Ruzhen with all his greatly avatars. This time Zhou Xuanji was completely serious. He was prepared to kill Yuan Ruzhen with all his might. He activated the exterminating divine eyes to suppress the universe. The space within a radius of 10,000 meters froze. Yuan Ruzhen's face turned solemn as he felt a formless force restraining him. He shook his shoulders and forcefully broke through the powerful force suppressing the universe. Zhou Xuanji and the tens of thousands of greatly avatars drowned Yuan Ruzhen. This time it was Yuan Ruzhen's turn to be at a disadvantage. Zhou Xuanji's prowess shocked and surprised many geniuses. His opponent was Yuan Ruzhen. The most powerful genius of the Sovereign Emperor divine range was suppressed by him. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. The feeling of crushing a powerful enemy was really satisfying. With the inverse chaos divine ability, no matter how Yuan Ruzhen fought back, it did not affect him at all. The inverse chaos divine ability could withstand the chaotic tides of time and space. It could withstand the suppression of the two supreme rules of time and space. How could Yuan Ruzhen resist it? Chapter 801. Xiu. Xiu. Swoosh. Zhou Xuanji wielded his sword with one hand. His sword was extremely swift, sharp, and domineering. Due to being engulfed by world internalization, Yuan Ruzhen did not dare to face it head-on and could only keep dodging. There were clones of the Great Li in all directions. No matter where he moved, he would be attacked. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Damn it, how can I be defeated by him? Yuan Ruzhen was enraged, his eyes burning with anger. He abruptly turned into a streak of black light and shot towards the top of the sky. His entire body burned with black flames, and his aura skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. Black flames scorched the sky. He stood up from the sea of black flames, his body towering tens of thousands of feet tall, like an ancient demon god awakening. Zhou Xuanji stopped and sensed danger. At this moment, Gue Ruzhen made him feel like he was facing old demon Soulmover. Sure enough, this guy was hiding a trump card. Zhou Xuanji did not panic but looked forward to it. It had been a long time since he had gone all out in a fight, and he wanted to test his true strength. Yuan Ruzhen was a good target. Let's stop. You can fight after you get out. The Wheel Summit's voice came suddenly, and the tense atmosphere between Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen disappeared immediately. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes, and all of the greatly avatars entered his body. Yuan Ruzhen also started to shrink and retracted his aura. They had to give face to the Wheel Summit. Let's see how you escape after we get out. Yuan Ruzhen snorted coldly, which made Zhou Xuanji want to laugh. Why do I feel like I shouldn't run after school? He did not reply. He was too lazy to argue. Then, he separated from Yuan Ruzhen and went to search for the smallest item. The geniuses came back to their senses. This battle made them realize how powerful Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen were. They were really powerful. He had already broken away from the category of geniuses and had entered the ranks of first-rate powerhouses. Zhou Xuanji landed, but he didn't move. Instead, he scanned the surroundings with his exterminating divine eyes, trying to find the smallest thing. According to his original idea, this smallest thing should exist in every corner of this world. From a scientific point of view, it was like the existence of molecules. However, they should be so small that they couldn't be observed. The exterminating divine eye was one of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. If it couldn't see it, then it was even more impossible for the other geniuses to see it. Yuan Ruzhen came to the riverside 100 miles away and similarly stood at a spot, observing quietly. All prodigies who had reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord stage were like this. The top of the wheel would definitely not test their ability to search. That would be too much of a test of luck. The true purpose of this test was probably to test the spiritual will of the Sky Prides. For a time, this expanse of the heavens and the earth returned to peace. Luanding watched with satisfaction and muttered, "You almost destroyed my nest. How interesting." As his voice fell, wisps of red dust chi appeared beside him. The red dust chi condensed into the figure of the red dust supremacy. It didn't reveal its true face, it was just a red shadow. Upon seeing her, Luan Feng's expression changed slightly. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing here?" His tone was filled with fear. Crimson Dust Supremacy said, "He is back. The true catastrophe of the Kunlun Origin Court is about to descend. What are you going to do?" Hearing this, Luan Feng's expression changed. That hymn seemed to be very strong enough to make Autarch Crimson Dust personally come, strong enough to make Luan Jie's expression change. "Humph, what do you mean by what I'm going to do? This matter doesn't just concern me." Luan Feng snorted coldly, his expression returning to normal. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the water ball on the table shattered. Crimson Dust Supremacy said, "Don't forget, you worked the hardest to seal him back then. Even if the Kunlun Origin Court is destroyed, I will still exist, but you will no longer exist." Luan Feng's expression became unnatural again. Crimson Dust Supremacy continued, "Get ready to fight. Unless you defeat him, you can't continue your seclusion. Recently, many unknown existences have appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court, such as Zhou Fa, who obtained the inheritance of a certain supreme. His origin is mysterious and there may be a hand behind this." Luan Feng took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. He understood that what Crimson Dust Supremacy said was right. If that guy really came back, he would be the first to be found. He looked up at Crimson Dust Supremacy and asked, "What are your plans?" He was curious about the appearance of Crimson Dust Supremacy. This woman appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Why did she suddenly care about the Kunlun Origin Court? "I'm looking for you to deal with him. Get ready." Crimson Dust Supremacy dropped these words and disappeared. She came and went like the wind. Luan Feng fell into deep thought. After a while, he condensed a water ball and continued to observe the situation of the Sky Prides. Time flew. A month passed by quickly. Luan Feng moved all the Sky Prides to the riverside. The Sky Prides had different expressions. Some were full of confidence, some were uneasy, and some were in despair. This month was torturous for most of the Sky Prides. They all had high hopes. It wasn't easy for them to reach this step. They didn't want to be eliminated. Their eyes fell on Luan Feng. Luan Feng scanned all the Sky Prides from the stone table and said slowly, "6 of you have found the smallest thing. Everyone else go back." He waved his right hand, and most of the Sky Prides disappeared. Zhou Xuanji, Yuan Ruzhen, Young Heavenly Lord, and the other 3 Sky Prides looked at each other. They were all very calm. Young Heavenly Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was a stranger. Their eyes met like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. "You have all found that thing. Do you know what it is?" Luan Feng asked with a smile. His eyes were full of deep meaning. Young Heavenly Lord replied first, It's a type of rule power. It's dispersed into countless particles and is very well hidden. Luanfeng nodded and said, "The divine ability that I want to pass down is actually a sublimation of the rule. It's called the Destiny Manifestation Spell. This spell was created based on the rule of the Master of Destiny. It can manifest the fates of oneself and one's enemy. If you want them to die in the future, the fate of death will descend immediately. But this spell is the same as most divine abilities." The eyes of the geniuses sparkled. They were all attracted by the Destiny Manifestation Spell. Manifest fate, including the predestined fate? Such a divine ability was absolutely horrifying. I must get it. Zhou Xuanji was determined to get it too. He had been targeted by destiny before, so he had always been interested in the power of destiny. Now the opportunity was finally here. Take out the destiny factors that you have collected. Let me see. Luanfeng instructed with great anticipation. The Sky Prides opened their right hands one after another. Bright spots appeared on their palms. If one did not look closely, it would be hard to notice. Zhou Xuanji was the same. He had already predicted this, so he had collected many destiny factors just in case. But at a glance, everyone's hands were glowing. It was impossible to tell who had more and who had fewer, and who was bigger and who was smaller. Yuan Ruzhen and young Heavenly Lord glanced at his palms. Instantly, their pupils contracted. How could it be? Chapter 802. Luanding glanced at the palms of the 6 people and nodded in satisfaction. Stroking his beard, he smiled and said, "Not bad, all of you have exceeded my expectations." However, when the Sky Prides heard the first half of the sentence, they were overjoyed. However, when they heard the last 2 words, their hearts skipped a beat. There can only be one person who can inherit the fate manifestation technique. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You have collected the most destiny factors. You will receive the inheritance." Hearing this, the other 5 heavens favorites panicked. Why did he make a decision so quickly? They thought that there would be another test. Yuan Ruzhen's face was the most unsightly. He had just had a conflict with Zhou Xuanji, so how could he allow Zhou Xuanji to inherit a divine ability? Just as they were about to speak, Luanfeng waved his right hand and teleported them out. Only the Wheel Summit and Zhou Xuanji were left in the entire world. Luanding shook his head and laughed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked curiously, "You are not happy?" From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji was very calm. Compared to the other 5 prodigies, his composure was outstanding. "Of course I'm happy to receive the inheritance, but I don't need to show it, right?" Zhou Xuanji bowed with a smile. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Although the fate manifestation technique was very powerful, it was nothing compared to his inverse chaos spirit technique, invading infiltration venerable body, and soul source bead. Therefore, from the beginning, his mentality was better than all the other prodigies. Without desire, one would be firm, and without desire, one would be relaxed. Luanfeng nodded and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Indeed, after all, you have the inverse chaos divine ability that is not inferior to the fate manifestation technique." Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. This guy knew about the inverse chaos divine art? Seeing that the other party's expression had finally changed, Luanfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Back then, I had a close friend who also obtained the inverse chaos divine ability. In the end, he became a supreme being, undying through the ages. He jumped out of the universe and broke free from karma." Luanfeng stroked his beard and smiled, a look of reminiscence on his face. Time flew by, and his old friends were no longer around, leaving him alone to guard the Kunlun origin court. It was really lonely. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "How many sovereigns have you met?" Luanfeng answered, "Not many, only 8. 8." Zhou Xuanji's heart shook, and he could not help but feel deep veneration. A supremacy's reign lasted at least a few billion years. 8 supremacies added together, one had to know that there was a dark period between the succession of supremes. No wonder he couldn't see through such an ancient existence. "Can you tell me about your encounters in the Anti-Kunlun? I have always been curious about the Anti-Kunlun, but unfortunately, I have never been there." At the same time, he raised his hand and gestured for Zhou Xuanji to sit before the stone table. Zhou Xuanji nodded and chatted with him as they walked to the stone table. There was nothing to hide about Anti-Kunlun's experience. After all, the other party already knew that he had the inverse chaos divine ability. Meanwhile, within the Chaosverse, Yuan Ruzin, young heavenly lord, and the other three elites appeared out of thin air. They were stunned and almost went crazy. They were eliminated just like that? They refused to accept this. This feeling was like falling from the sky into the abyss. Was there something wrong with the Chakra Summit? Since they were going to be eliminated, why didn't they be eliminated together with the previous prodigies? Why did they have to stay and chat with them? Play with them? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. However, they did not dare to explode and could only suppress it in their hearts. Humph! The young heavenly lord snorted and left. The other three prodigies also left. Yuan Ruzin took out a giant shell and sat on it, waiting for Zhou Xuanji to come out. Zhou Xuanji had inherited the destiny manifestation spell, so he must eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Zhou Xuanji's destiny manifestation spell reached great accomplishment, it would be a disaster for him. Yuan Ruzin had lived for countless years in his previous life, and had seen many geniuses with horrifying aptitudes. Humph! I want to see if your destiny manifestation spell can help you escape death. Yuan Ruzin's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself coldly. Previously, he could not use his full power in Luan Summit's independent world. If they were fighting outside, he would surely make Zhou Xuanji despair. Beside the river, before the stone table. After Luan Summit heard about Zhou Xuanji's experience in the Anti-Kunlun, he sighed in amazement. Kunlun Origin Court, Anti-Kunlun. Interesting. Who is real and who is fake, and who is the real rebel? I'm afraid even the sovereign can't tell. Zhou Xuanji asked. Do you know why the sovereigns disappeared one after another? Where did they go? The sovereign was an invincible existence in an era. There was no such thing as the end of their lifespan or chi deviation. Little guy, this is not something you can understand. When you become the sovereign, you will be able to see through everything in this world. But unfortunately, it is much more difficult to become the sovereign in this generation. Luan Summit shook his head with a smile. Speaking of this, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This trace of murderous intent came and went quickly. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Xuanji did not notice it. Senior, please enlighten me, Zhou Xuanji said as he cupped his fist. Could it be that something big happened in the Kunlun Origin Court? A long time ago there was a sovereign who enslaved the world in pursuit of power. That was the true Dark Age. After that sovereign left, a few sovereigns appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court one after another. All of them treated the sovereign with kindness. But no one expected that the Dark Sovereign suddenly returned and fought with the sovereign at that time, almost destroying the Kunlun Origin Court. Fortunately, all the ancient powerhouses joined hands to help the sovereign, and only then did the Dark Sovereign retreat, Luan Summit said faintly. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. For some reason, he inexplicably thought of Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa claimed to be the inheritor of a certain sovereign and founded the Black Sword Court. He acted mysteriously. Could it be that the inheritance he obtained was that Dark Sovereign? Now that Dark Sovereign is about to make a comeback, and there is no sovereign in the Kunlun Origin Court. You geniuses are competing for the qualifications of sovereigns, but this process will take a long time. Luan Summit sighed. Luan Feng sighed, and Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Seeing him worrying about the country and the people, Luan Summit shook his head with a smile and said, Well, this matter is still too far away for you. Even if the sky falls, we seniors will hold it up. I will teach you the fate manifestation technique first. Zhou Xuanji nodded and sat up straight. Luan Summit raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Zhou Xuanji's forehead. In an instant, the soul source orb directly came out of his forehead, trembling non-stop. It looked very ferocious. Luan Summit narrowed his eyes and thought, What's wrong with this soul source orb? He had seen the soul source orb before. It was one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Kunlun Origin Court. It was rarely used as a personal artifact. This soul source orb was extremely aggressive. In the face of his power, it could automatically resist it. What did this kid do to the soul source orb to make it so loyal and ruthless? Zhou Xuanji felt a huge amount of memories pouring into his mind. He closed his eyes and inherited the fate manifestation technique. He saw his past and present lives. He saw the past and present lives of his family members. He was like a spectator looking forward to everyone's fate. The process was sometimes fast and sometimes slow,